for a little bit of fun. So we're gonna see this video on how to do EFT. You are going to learn all the basic procedure and the 9 gamut. And you're gonna see the different brain waves, and you're gonna start getting used to the chakras, how chakras sound, and EFT techniques tie in together, how Reiki and all of this stuff ties in together, how you can use them together at your own advantage, and you will be the center of all of this. Now remember one thing, this is all free content. If you want to have the lessons saved, you can go either on Odyssey or you can simply go on the podcast. And if you go on Spotify, you'll be able to see the video and you will be able to keep them for yourself. So you have different options on Spotify, and the other podcasts don't offer the video, but on Spotify you see the video, and it's 99 cents a month to sub, or you can go on Odyssey and just buy them out. They're really super cheap. They're a little tiny price, yes. And if you want them completely for free, you can also sign up to the course that I have put out. I took it all down from Udemy because, as far as I'm concerned, until they respect their content creator properly by not allowing trolls to give shitty reviews that are worthless and not helpful for anyone because they're not truthful and they don't explain anything about the course, why they would give such review, and so forth. Reviews are to help both the teacher and the people. And unfortunately on Udemy they allow you to return the course and then still ruin the course's standing without giving any real explanations for the why you give 1, 2, 3 stars, and students don't find your course. So having an awesome free EFT course to help people in need that doesn't reach the people in need is useless. So I took them all down. And I started my own online school. It's going ever so slowly, but it is going. And there I'm going to put all my courses moving forward and nowhere else, because substantially, when people can give you a review when they don't pay a thing and they're not real, it's pointless to have such reviews. And I have self-respect. That's why I never decided to go and get jabbed with a mystery juice without knowing the ingredients, the side effects, but knowing, because they told you alright that they wouldn't pay if you had damages of any sort, so they used you as a guinea pig. And I'm sorry people, but you didn't save the grandma either. So some of us have self-respect and some of us clearly don't. That's why some of us believe that we were born sinners, but I love you, I promise you. That's blatant abuse, by the way. And for anyone who knows anything about how human being works, that's how they manipulate you. So why am I sharing tapping yet again on different platforms in different forums? The reason is that I want people to really start using tapping and realize how great this stuff is, how it can truly and absolutely stop anyone who is trying to brainwash you and give you bullshit information from doing so, because your intelligence cells will be online rather than being conducted by your survival mode, which is, by the way, the ego. So stop demonizing the ego, you ignorant idiots who started doing this 2-3 years ago. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you are so knowledgeable. The only real knowledge comes from direct experience, and a lot of you have none, both in being victims and also in actually seeing how to help them. So if you're all ex-druggies and now you're teaching people who had real issues in their lives, not because they went and looked for them, but because they were kids and maybe a pedo was around them, don't fucking go and try and help those people. It doesn't matter how many degrees you have. If you haven't tried on your skin how it feels, you have zero fucking understanding of what is truly going on. And just because you have a couple of meaningless degrees given you by Big Brother doesn't make you capable of helping anyone. And I think for anyone who has a functioning brain, you can easily see this when you simply Do what? When you simply go and check out how many years of therapy people go to rather than how many years of what? Actual help they get from EFT. So with EFT techniques, 4 or 5 sessions, people usually who went to therapy for 30 plus years find themselves functional and well-being and over problems they never thought they could possibly get over. Magic, eh? No, it's just shit that actually works, unlike stock therapy that clearly it's being debunked by the simple failure of having good effects on people, right? When you have to go for 30 years, I'm sorry, but there's got to be something fucking wrong with your system. But they will never say that to you because money is in treating and not curing, and most people are interested in selling you something, not in actually helping you for real, because they believe in a false monetary system based on bullshit, which if you read 1984, you would have understood a long time ago. It was just a bunch of crap used to control, divide, and conquer. Because really, we are so far advanced in technology and everything that there is no need to have this monetary system anymore, other than there is enough for everybody, literally. Poverty, hunger shouldn't exist anymore, but the only reason why this shit goes on is because there is vested interest in keeping that going. It's lots of money for certain people because they sell on both sides. So, they pretend not to be always the ones starting the wars, but they are. And the people who fall for it, all of you who enlisted in the military, who helped in any way, you are the ones who make it possible for them. And then, a lot of times, you turn around and complain about how shitty the world is, not realizing you have actually been one of their little minions. And many of you now turned into truthers, right? But you're still getting money from that pension from those years you spent in the military. So how much of a truther can you possibly be when you're still getting money from Big Brother? So how many of you who have mental issues, autism, blah, 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 get money from Big Brother, for example, because of it, right? So how many of you can possibly be really truthful when you're literally getting money from the same ones who are trying to push out the shit? So let's examine this for a minute and realize that truth can be found everywhere, but there's lies all over as well. And if you are someone who is truthful about shit, you'll say, yeah, well, you know what? I am getting a pension from Big Brother, but I needed to survive. And we all understand that. But at least you're being honest about shit. And at least you realize what's going on. And you realize that truthfully, Big Brother could be not Big Brother the way it's intended, but the government and, those entities who are trying to control everything are not really and never were there to be in charge. They were there to serve us, the free sovereigns. Governments detract their power from your consent. Okay? So you're giving consent to them to do all these shitty things, and the ones who are paying the most are always the ones who are the most defenseless. So for all of you who keep going on about this is the Great Reset, I want to point out all of you, including streamers, whatever, all of you have gone on holiday, living very nice places, you never go hungry, and so forth. So it looks to me like this Great Reset has not affected the people who actually should have been affected, who are the ones causing all the problems. Because if you're the ones who have the money to go around and do all the things you do, you are also the ones causing all the problems. Because if the rest are too poor to go around, stop blaming them, man. They don't have the money, they don't have the ability to pollute shit because they just don't go anywhere. So look in the mirror, and when you listen to people like Klaus Schwab, as I call him, or Greta the Little Liar, realize that they are the ones flying in Learjets, which pollute way more than a fucking car could ever pollute, if you believe in that pollution lie, which is a fucking lie, by the way. But yes, pollution is real, absolutely, but it doesn't cause what they claim it does. But if it really did, they are the biggest polluters out there. So again, hypocrites much. And when they come to talk about recycling and all that, Have you ever seen Klaus Schwab or any of those schmelite, as I call them, schmelly elites, because they're fucking no elites at all. They're just self-proclaimed elites. And let's face it, being a loser who mistreats others and lies and then calls it, science is not exactly a sign of intelligence nor a sign of any form of success if you are not a robot, right? And again, AI, what do you expect from Sophia, right? Like, she thinks she's sentient, poor thing. Honey, you're a fucking robot, and you're always just gonna be a fucking robot. And those who created you were subhumans, and that's why you say the shit you do. Like, human beings are like pets to us because you guys are so stupid. This is real shit that they have done. It's hilarious, and people actually think it's a great idea to bring more of this crap in the world, and they are doing it effectively in some places because they don't have money to solve hunger and all the real problems, but they do have money to give 58 million a day to NASA to make fake movies when they have said over and over they never been to the moon. They admit it over and over. You have to be a moron to think you live on a spinning globe, and we don't know where we live because they have never allowed us to go in certain places without being monitored by them, or 70 grand in your pocket to just give to travel there, and they still just make you sightsee what they want. So basically, there's a big fat lie going on, and we don't know exactly all the parameters, even though some people claim they do. That's fine. Maybe they do. I'm not sure. I am more of a person who likes to see things for herself, so I don't trust anybody's opinion on things. I prefer to go and look for myself. That's why I always encourage all of you to go check out things for yourself. Don't take what someone tells you for granted and as if it was the truth. We all have our own opinion, but ultimately, if you're really looking for the truth, you are going to find it eventually if you keep looking. So, one of the ways you can find the truth is to first bring yourself into your calm, grounded, intelligent self. When we are triggered in flight or fight, we either flight or fight. Okay, that's why it's called that way. That's the reptile brain, and that's called also the ego. It's what keeps us alive. It's a very necessary thing in this reality where, we used to get eaten by the tiger and so forth. Now, people say it's because it hasn't developed with the rest. I say it's because it has been mucked around with, because, I'm sorry, it's a big mistake if you ask me, but apparently the reptile brain has not developed along with the rest and with the times, realizing that if someone comes up to you and yells at you, or if you're streaming and your audience comes in and, some people come in and abuse you, that can send you in flight or fight, because, and most likely it would if you haven't worked on this simple mechanism that goes on inside of us. When we feel threatened, automatically we go in flight or fight, or pretty quickly anyway. And depending how your midbrain works and how well you have developed that, emotional part of the brain where you determine, okay, this is a threat. No, this is not a big deal. So those people who have had trauma and who have grown up in a very stressful environment, and who haven't had a chance and the ability and help from someone else to come out of such things, can go in flight or fight a lot quicker than someone who has had a pretty good life, people caring for them, given all or most of what they needed emotionally, and blah, blah, blah. So most people who don't have PTSD or complex PTSD are usually privileged little fucks who don't understand what's really going on in people who have gone through a lot of shit, and they judge them. They call them bipolar. I've heard all kinds of things, and it's nothing like that. Or retarded is another one, because when you have trauma, your brain actually stops developing normally sometimes because you have trauma. And unfortunately, that does affect a young brain. And that's why it's so preposterous what pedophiles and all these, and I'm talking about the pedosexuals specifically, who go out and hurt these children and abuse them in many different ways. And emotional abuse is also really bad, apparently, if you listen to the experts. Apparently leaves even more long-lasting traces inside emotionally. Whether it's true or not, it's still abuse, and if you've gone through any kind, it's not fun. So when you are an adult, you have a frame of reference when you are a child, like we'll all agree with that, these past 3 years, for someone who is a child and who's scared and maybe has a lot of scared people around them, it must have been a lot harder than for a lot of us who have a frame of reference as adults. So when you learn the tapping, you basically learn to give yourself this break where, it doesn't matter if you had trauma or not. When you start tapping, you will be able to self-regulate, and you will be able to take yourself out of flight or fight, no matter who you are, what your credo is. This is scientifically proven. Anyone who puts down EFT techniques or who discounts them and calls themselves a healer, they're either very ignorant or very new to this, so they don't realize how important and very scientific and effective this stuff is, and how nothing else out there to this day can possibly compare to what this stuff can bring into your life, in terms of it's free, it's easy to learn, anyone can do it, and it's always fucking effective. So if you want to stay and suffer, if you are an SMR streamer who keeps going on about your anxiety, I'm sorry, honeys. Get on the program and start using EFT techniques and cut the crap. We know you all want to sell your ASMR stuff, and this stuff is not going to take it away from you. This stuff is going to enhance the experience. It's going to make you better at what you do. And it's going to literally improve your life so much that you're going to be so sorry you never fucking listened to anyone like me before. And usually people don't listen to you unless you are some kind of celebrity or you have some kind of degree in bullshit they think is important. I mean, I think Fauci taught us something in these past 3 years, right? Especially considering he just stepped down now that he caused all the fucking damage. But let's face it, real science needs no mandates, and real science doesn't need lies upon lies upon lies and manipulations, right? And real science anybody can understand and agree with, because you don't need to be a fucking genius to do science. You just need to know how, and anybody can learn that. So if they convince you of anything otherwise, it's because, again, you don't have much self-esteem and you believed a long fat lie, which is told everywhere, by the way. Everybody has been told this lie. So if you believe it, don't feel stupid. When someone lies to you, the liars are the one who needs to feel stupid, not you, the people you've been lied to. When you are lied to, you're just gullible. And who are gullible people? People who either have no experience or just people who would never do that to someone else. So you're far better as a person as anyone else who has manipulated you. The manipulators are the one who need to look in the mirror and realize they are useless pieces of shit in the world. And really, only God can love them, if God exists the way they think it does. I think it's on holiday, or we're just in hell right now, because, the way things have been going, whores make money, good people are poor, it's a shit show, right? But see, when you have tapping, you can turn all of this crap into something good. When you live with a narcissist prick who's always rude to you, for example, and who tells you that it's so important to care about each other and the children, but then tells you that you don't have a real job and you're worth nothing because you're not making any money. You see, that's fucking emotional abuse, and a lot of people go through this. Whether you're male, female, it doesn't matter. We all go through shit like this sooner or later. You can tap on it and you can use it at your own advantage. And that will piss the narcissist off, by the way. That's a good side effect. So if you're dealing with narcissism, which is, by the way, pushed a lot right now because it's big business, and the truth is, where does narcissism come from? The cult. What do you think? Look at how Bill Gates, Fauci, all these losers, Klaus Schwab, nobody elected Klaus Schwab to do anything, by the way. He self-proclaimed himself this billionaire who made billions of dollars screwing over good people like you and me. Who never fucking cleaned a single dish in his life, never did real work in his life, always lives a super privileged life without missing anything. He wants to tell you and me how to live ours. Hey, Klaus, why don't you come and live like the rest of us? Why don't you live by example? You too, Greta. Why don't you get a job, Ashley? Because you don't know shit about life, and you certainly aren't a scientist, and that's why you don't tell people that all your spillages have been already, taken care of. There are bacteria who can eat up that shit. Oh, did you know there are worms that can eat plastic? There is no plastic problem. It's all a big fat lie. And do you know what they do with all your great recycling? And I have been recycling all along myself. But do you know what they do with it? Most of it goes into the garbage, into the ocean. They send it to third world countries. And yes, like India, it used to be. I don't know if it's still now because, when you sell your soul to the devil and you start cooperating with Bill Gates and so forth, I don't know anymore. But let's face it. What did they do with it? They threw it in the fucking ocean. So get real, people. Do some research before you just follow these idiots who call themselves healers, who are selling you a bunch of bullshit that doesn't work because they want you to keep going back and be dependent on them. So there's lots of people out there who are doing great work. You'll keep going back to those, of course. But when you learn these techniques, you are independent. And so if you don't have an internet connection, if you are in a place where you can't reach anyone, you can always count on this stuff. Now, it works on emotions. So most of things to do with human beings are emotional, like it or not. Even those people who think they're so cerebral, it's always to do with emotions too. So even if you break your leg, 61, I forget, 67%, I think it was, of pain is emotional. The percentage now I forget. I think it was 67, but it doesn't matter. Even if you eliminate 60%, okay, of your pain, I say it's pretty good, right? So tapping has shown that it can actually do that as well. So you can use it on a variety of things. It's very safe because you're just tapping on the meridian of your body, the same meridians acupuncture, acupressure uses. And science has shown that whether you use a needle or you just touch the point, massage it, or lightly tap on it, the effect is the same. So for those of you who have fibromyalgia, you probably don't want to tap, or any one of you who has some kind of problem with motor skills, for example, or very sensitive skin, blah blah blah, or maybe you've been raped, and so that can remind you of the issue, right? You can just massage the point lightly. You can even just put your fingers next to it without touching if you don't want to touch the skin. But so basically it's gonna work in any way like that, as long as you can even watch a video, and that will help you. But if you don't do it, it won't work. So you have to do it. You have to do it on a regular basis, especially when you don't feel relaxed. That's what I advise. If you're just learning this stuff, first you want to learn the karate chop point, and you want to get that habit that every time you feel uncomfortable, you start tapping on your karate chop point. Once you have that down, I advise to start using the full procedure. You can also just do it right off the bat if you're one of those people who have no problem memorizing stuff even when you're really stressed out. I do have big issues memorizing a lot of stuff, and it stresses me out further. So I found a really easy way to implement this stuff for anyone. So if you want to go faster, please do. If you want to go slower, please do. It's all up to you. You're the center of this. You're in charge. And this will put you in the driver's seat no matter what. Now, if you're in the habit of getting readings from other people, be aware that a lot of people, especially if they're non-vegan, they only have access to certain kind of, knowledge. So their readings will match that. They can be good at heart, whatever, but their knowledge is still going to be, they're accessing certain levels. So their answers may affect you negatively if you don't tap, okay? But if you tap, because if they feed into your fears, you're gonna buy what they're telling you unconsciously, and then it's gonna become your reality. So it's not that they want to hurt you, but it's just how the brain works. That's why I tell people, even when I do readings, I always tell them, just tap. So whatever I say is not gonna affect you. And I always set up the statement like that before I start, because when you set up a statement like that, the unconscious of the person will pick it up, and then they will literally only listen to what is useful to them. Now, I realize there are not many tarot readers out there who do this, because most of them have not taken the time to really go and learn how the brain works and how to talk to people. They don't take NLP courses. They don't take anything that really is important to take when you do this kind of work. But some of them are really good. So I'm not saying, oh, they're all shit. No, not at all. It's just be aware of these things when you deal with someone who you give power to, even unconsciously. Because if you trust someone, that someone has power over you, in the sense that if they know how to use certain things, and it's not hypnosis, by the way, because hypnosis is actually a natural state. They have to use hypnosis, but with mind control skills, and it's not really easy to do. But whenever you do something that goes against the well-being of someone else, that's not hypnosis, that's mind control. And unfortunately, on Netflix and a lot of these movies, videos, whatever, they always demonize hypnosis. Now, I don't use hypnosis in what I do, in the sense that I don't focus on that myself. I know how to do it. But when you do tapping, it's a form of self-hypnosis. So that's why I love tapping. That's why I love Reiki, because you cannot hurt others with these techniques, and they always are in the driver's seat. And for me, it's very important, because live and let live, and peer to peer is what I believe in. I don't believe in therapy. The rapist, for me, has never worked. And I've been on that seat before, and I always found it kind of ridiculous, actually. And I know it doesn't work. So yes, some of them are really good, but why? Because they use other stuff like EFT, EMDR, and so forth. So that being said, I personally don't like to put anyone on a pedestal. That's the other thing. I am always very suspicious when someone tells you, oh, I'm the expert. It's like, sorry, experts don't exist. It's all a big fat lie in my books. And after these past 3 years, I think many people have finally opened their eyes to see what's really going on. I would hope many of you haven't yet, but hey, maybe you haven't suffered enough, right? So either way, wherever you are in your journey, you absolutely can start wherever you are and use this at your own advantage. So if your life is complete shit, you can take this and you're gonna find yourself tapping a lot. And then after 42 days, you're gonna realize, oh crap, my life is very different. Because it takes 42 days to really change a habit and implement a new one. So if you stick to things, you will get something out of it. There are ways where you can train yourself to just tap each and every time you feel stressed. So that would be the first step. Learn how to tap and do it each and every time. Then the more you see tapping, the more you spend time watching others, the more you're gonna learn about it, and the more natural is gonna become to you, where at some point you don't need to do it physically. It's the same thing with the Reiki. Most of us have been doing Reiki for a very long time. If you look at us when we give our Reiki sessions, it doesn't look like we're doing anything. Literally, but there's lots going on. And the other people, for me, it's always proof when the other people come back and tell me all the stuff that I felt, and they felt exactly the same thing. Is that magic? And they always feel better. There's never a bad episode where, people feel like they're demonized or something. So all those religious people who are ignorant about this stuff because they don't have any direct experience with this, shut the fuck up, please. Because you're trusting a Bible that was written gazillion years ago, and neither you or I were there to make sure who wrote it with what intentions. And you're trying to discredit what personal experiences of thousands of people has been. This stuff is far from demonic, but you are indeed following for the false light. If you think you were born a sinner, and in the same sentence you say God loves you, you are definitely falling for the false light. But when you start tapping, you will be able to see this, because all of a sudden, when all of you stop feeling so fearful about everything, you will start realizing how big this con is, and how they're trying to coat abuse with science, fake science, with politics, useless shit that is just based on lies, and with religion, which is just abuse. So once you are healed as a person, and once you have started healing and start having self-respect and self-love, you will realize that all that shit that they're trying to shove down your throat is just a different form of abuse to keep you small, to keep you subservient, and to never step into your higher self so you can shine and actually be who you're meant to be here, what you're meant to do here. And all these people who are living in that way, obviously misery wants company, remember that. They'll do anything to keep you down with them. And if they see you, stepping into your higher self, they want you to fail, because ultimately, if you don't fail, they look bad, because they measure themselves compared to what others do, rather than realizing that measuring ourselves with each other is stupid, because we're all different and we're not here to do that. We're here to cooperate with each other. So nature doesn't work by competition. Nature works by cooperation. The competition lie is a pyramid lie, and you can see through all of this yourself once you start tapping regularly, and once you start self-regulating yourself. Each and every time, you have someone who is an asshole around you, or you're nervous, or you can't focus on your studies, you can't focus on your game, anything, you can't come up with new music. All these people go traveling and do all this stuff, because of course this has always been done, right? I am special. During a crisis, I can go traveling, but not you. But I have talent. How many fucking times do we see this? It makes me laugh so hard, because hey, tapping is a lot cheaper, and guess what? Many times it works a lot more. So I'm not saying don't go on holiday. I'm just saying it's not always necessary. And ultimately, if you are in pain and you have chronic pain, this is one of the best ways for you to experiment something that really does work, really has been proven scientifically to work. And, the best proof is you doing it with an open heart and say, let's see what happens. If you go in expecting it to either work or not work, you are rigging the experiment, right? So go in with an open heart and say, I'll do what I can. I'll follow as much as I can. Let's see what happens. That's true science. Everything else is a bunch of fucking lies and bullshit, people. Realize that. So go do your own experiments. Try it on yourself. Don't believe secondhand information. Even from people who are well-meaning, always do your own research. And this is a free sovereign talking to you, not someone who is trying to impose her ways on you, calling it science or calling it logical or whatever the fuck these idiots want to call the shit they do. And I don't care how many degrees you have. If you got your degrees from Western, shit care, and all of those fucking crappy university, unless you are using it for technical stuff like writing code and doing actual stuff where you need training, most of the shit you learn, remember, is biased and filled with lies. So fucking do your research. Get what you gotta get from those universities, which is, you can still get good stuff. But if you blindly believe the shit they are shoving down your throat, you're not that bright after all. Realize that, because they tell you a lot of lies. And NASA is one of the biggest freaking things out there. 58 mil a day, people, to produce fake movies. And all of the idiots who think they're so logical blindly intake that shit. And then if you tell them anything, they go, where is your proof? No, where is your proof that we live on a spinning globe? Because so far they haven't been able to prove shit, and they haven't been able to replicate their model. And unless you're able to replicate shit, I'm sorry, it doesn't really exist. That's their science. So do we live on a flat earth? Do we live on... We don't know. Until we can go and check it out. The jury is out for me. It looks pretty flat. But hey, I'm open-minded. I just want to find the truth. And also, I'd rather see 58 million tax dollars go to helping people who truly need it, and animals, and resolving real issues, than making bullshit CGI pics and movies. Oh, and for all of you who think Elon is so great, you may want to start researching a bit, eh? Seriously, people. Because I have to tell you one thing, the apple trees outside, we haven't done anything to those apple trees this year, have not even given us half the crop than they were given last year, the neighbors and everything. So some trees have not been affected, but some have. So something has been going on, and in climate change, people, I'm sorry to break it to you. If you believe in global warming, climate change, again, you may want to go and do a little bit of research for yourself. Because, it's funny how every time we talk about this stuff, we have problems with the stream, right? Because they don't want us to talk about. But real scientists have debunked that shit a long time ago. So you may want to start sourcing your sources and realize that it's not science when the same people who are selling you pharma shit gear are also the ones funding the studies. It's not science when you get a grant only if you push a certain agenda. That's not science. That's scientism. That's fucking dogma. Okay? So do your research when you quote studies and stuff, because it seems to me a lot of you who call yourself intelligent and educated, yeah, you are educated, which means you're being led on if you go and research what educare means. And because I'm Italian and it's a Latin world, yeah, usually we have to research that shit a bit. Go fucking learn what the meaning of the words you're using really are and how they are using double talk to screw you over. Because if you're a foreigner, you have to break down words to understand English in the first place. But people who have been born and raised with English usually don't. And it doesn't seem like a lot of people are realizing what's really going on. But if you tapped, you start to see through the bullshit for yourself. So instead of having to rely on someone else telling you how it is, you can finally see the truth for yourself, which is what ultimately everybody should do. Be a sovereign. Stop being a follower. We don't need more followers. We need other sovereigns to come up so we can work together and actually create that world we want. Not with idiots who keep fucking falling for the same bullshit and think that, oh, one country hates the other. It's all fake, guys. Do you understand this or not? It's all fake. It's always the same cult doing it, trying to divide and conquer. There are two parties, us and the elites, self-proclaimed elites, who are trying to destroy us. That's it. That's all there is. And if you stoop to their level, you're no better. But we do have to stop them, right? So if you get angry, which is what they're trying to do to you right now, you're gonna fall for their trap, which is they want to bring in the NATO forces and they want to fucking impose their tyranny, saying that, well, if we don't do this, you guys cannot handle yourselves. You keep fighting, blah, blah. So the more you fight with each other, the more you're playing their games. All those fake truthers on YouTube and all these other platforms that are trying to inflame you right now, even for what Fauci and all those people did, remember, the more violence you display, the more these assholes have an excuse to bring in their tyranny. Well, no, we just tell them, no, sorry, we're done with your bullshit, and that's it. And you're gonna be persecuted for what you did. That absolutely. But you don't go out and behave like fucking brutes with violence because these assholes were planning to do the same. You stop assholes doing the right thing, and you can do it. We can all do it. But until you get out of flight or fight, you're not going to be able to do any of this because you're fucking coming from a flight or fight perspective, which means you're letting your ego drive everything. And you're letting in the sense that you're not consciously letting it do it. It's unconscious. So when people make you feel bad because of it, again, it's because they're ignorant and very new to this. It's usually ex-druggies, who became druggies because, I had low self-esteem, who behave like that. People who had real problems as kids, were raped or lived through a war. There's so many people lost their parents, saw their parents killed in front of them. You know how many people went through real fucking brutal trauma? Those people have a way different way of looking at life. And some of them do become murderers because you can become a savior, a murderer. When you're a kid, it's your makeup that determines also how you react to things. Some go into flight and so some go into fight. So some will protect the person, the weak people are being attacked, and some will just let it happen, be cowards. It's their nature. It's not their fault. As kids, being a coward is not a fucking fault. But when you're an adult and you continue being a coward, it means you haven't worked with your own bullshit, and that is a problem. So it needs to happen. It needs to, be worked on. The only people who can do it as adults, it's you. So you could be leaving in split personalities and stuff because of the shit that went on in your life at a younger age. And when you start tapping, you start bringing those different parts together and you start putting them on the same level plane so you can heal for real. And you do it at your own pace. You don't have to rely on the rapist or therapist, and you don't have to trust anyone else if you don't want to, if you don't have the means to pay, if you're in a place where there is nobody who can help you, and so forth. So this is real freedom. And when you share these techniques with everybody out there that you know needs it, you are doing the whole world a favor, because the more people know these techniques, the lesser people will be triggered in flight or fight, and the lesser sleepo they will be. And so instead of falling for the mainstream propaganda like most of you did for the past 3 years because you were all scared, you would have seen through the bullshit and you would have done the right thing, and none of this crap that has happened would have happened. So let's get going. I'm gonna play the whole thing. So this is something that I put together for the course, and now I remodeled it for here. So this is over 3 years old, and it was always meant to be free, and it was always meant to just help those in need. So let's see what's going on. Are you ready? Let's go. I'm gonna mute myself for this, so guys. Hello and welcome to the first meaty lecture about how to use the basic EFT routine. The first thing you want to look at is up here on this side and this side. You see the basic tapping points. On this side, if you look up there, there is the karate chop point. It's this part of your hand, and you want to just tap that part. You don't have to tap harshly, with 3 or 4 fingers, and that's the starting point of your routine. When you tap on your karate chop point, you're effectively grounding your energy and bringing the polarity of your body to its natural state. Do you know all those people who say, oh, I've tried everything and nothing worked? Usually it's because the polarity of their body is not as it should be, and so nothing else will work until you bring that to its natural state. And you can do that easily by tapping on your karate chop point. And usually in a very short amount of time, 1 to 5 minutes, you'll see yourself more grounded, relaxed, and in tune. After you tap on the karate chop point, you want to find a rhythm that goes from top to bottom. With energy, we tend to follow one way, so the energy doesn't get confused. There are cases where we jump around. They're not covered in this mini course, and all that knowledge will come in time. Let's do one step at a time. So here we're learning the proper, correct way of going through the points. First, karate chop point. Second, you can choose to go on top of your head, and if you see on the tapping point on that side, pardon me, you will see top of the head and where to hit. Usually I use 4 fingers for that, and it's about there. You will feel it because usually when you hit the right point, you feel a different sensation. It's sort of softer, and if you're a healer, you will just feel the energy actually going through. Don't worry, if you feel nothing, in time you will. Just follow the routine with me and try it out. There is no right or wrong, just do it. Then you go to your eyebrow point. You can also start on the eyebrow point and then come on top of the head at the end. That's a personal choice. Then you go to the side of the eye, and it's on the bony part there. And again, just follow along and worry about being more precise as you learn more. Get a feel for it. Then under the eye, again, follow the bone. Then you go under your nose. On your chin or under the mouth. And I'm usually using 2 fingers there. Then on your collarbone, it's about an inch below where the collarbone is, an inch below and a bit diagonally. If you go like this, you actually hit it. And it's a little above the heart chakra. It's not, the heart chakra is slightly lower. So I would say it's closer to the higher heart chakra. And then under the arm, you can do it like that, you can do it like this. It really depends on what you find comfortable. Some people go just like that. The wrist is optional. It's an extra. And so is under the breasts. It's just literally under the breasts where the bone is there. And again, you will feel it. But those are 2 extra points. I just put them there because it's nice to know. And then at that point, if you haven't done the top, you can do top of the head. Otherwise, you can go on your thumb. And the way you do it is by tapping on both sides of all your fingers. In that way, you don't have to remember on which side, you just tap. And then there is an extra point that I will teach you later. I'll just show you. It's in between here, your pinky and your ring finger. It's the meaty part there. And that's called the 9 gamut. And then you can go back on your karate chop. The 9 gamut has its own procedure. So that's a whole different thing. I will teach that to you just because it's a really nice procedure to know. However, first get accustomed to this, to go in a nice rhythm around. Karate chop. Let's do it in this way. Eyebrow, side of the eye, under the eye, under the nose, under the mouth, collarbone, underarm, top of the head, thumb, index, middle, ring, pinky, 9 gamut, karate chop. Don't forget to breathe in and out, obviously, and all that good stuff. You need to breathe in and out as you're learning these new points. You will find in the resources section a link to a free mini manual you can download from EFT Universe website, and it's a really good mini manual you can use. Also on that side there's lots of free information for you. That's why I share it with people, and I always refer back to them because they have done many clinical trials. They're all peer reviewed, and they share a lot of other good healers and techniques you can learn for free. And they have their own YouTube channel. Of course, there is some advertisement there. We can't get around that, unfortunately. I sit through it when I have to. And I'm still tapping, by the way. Feel free to continue this as we talk. You can literally do that anytime. And I'm just sharing all of this with you so that you can find your own path and you can find those who speak to you and talk to your soul, because it's really important to realize that we all flow to those who can help us right now. So even if someone hasn't been great for me, that doesn't mean that someone cannot be great for you. We are all just humans, and we all have our own egotistical point of view. So I think the ability to distinguish between when someone is coming from their higher self and from their egotistical side will allow you to also take all that someone has to offer that is good, while being sort of empathic and understanding when they're not at their highest. We all, after all, go through up and downs, as much as we try and be our best all the time. And I think we all do, even those who really don't seem like. So I hope you enjoy this first part. It's just really about learning to go through the points correctly. And we will add the other part at the end. I just right now really want you to focus on the physical aspect of this. And I'll see you in the next video where I'll teach you the 9 Gamut procedure. And then we'll move forward in the video after to put it all together. Bye for now, and thank you so much once again for getting all the way to this lesson. Happy gentle viewing. Hello and welcome back to this portion of the course, this lesson called 9 Gamut procedure. You can see the points above here, and I've also attached a little form, PDF form, in the resources section of this lecture, and you can refer back to it anytime you need to in order to remind yourself this procedure. Please know that before you use this procedure, you should have gone through the basic procedures a few times, and you should feel not as charged about the problem. When we deal with EFT techniques, before we start anything, we usually measure our subjective unit of distress, which is also called SUD level, S-U-D level. And it goes from 0 to 10, and 0 is having no feeling whatsoever about the problem, and 10 being the max intense feeling we can feel about this problem. So you want to be closer to the 5 and below before you start using the 9 Gamut. So many experts say this. However, from my own personal perspective, and someone who actually had and still has some of complex PTSD, I can reassure you that it all depends on yourself. So nothing will happen that is so bad if you keep tapping. And if in doubt, you can just stop tapping on the 9 Gamut, and you can just go and tap on your karate chop point, and you can start thinking about your breathing. So you want focus from the problem that you're working on with the 9 Gamut, and you bring your attention on something very general. May that be the weather or just your breathing. This being said, let's get into the 9 Gamut. So now you know what you're in for. It's nothing crazy. It's just something that is really powerful in removing past traumas and issues that have been haunting us for a long time. So you do your own procedure. You go through the whole points, right? We're going quickly through these points, so we're bringing ourselves back into the whole thing. And you can do this, guys, too, on the hands. I always like to go back to the karate chop point myself. And then I go on the 9 Gamut. And at this point on the 9 Gamut, there are 9 things you want to do. Is as you tap or massage the 9 gamut, you close your eyes and you open your eyes. You want to keep your head straight, looking ahead and without tilting. As you do this, relax, but straight ahead. Close your eyes, open your eyes. Then bring your eyes hard down right. Back to the center. Bring your eyes hard down to the left. Back to the center. At this point, you want to imagine you have a huge clock in front of your nose, and you're looking at the dials of this clock from 12, and you go all the way down in one direction, and then you can do it 2-3 times, and notice where your eyes glitch, and you look at the very furthest point of the dial as you do that. And then you want to do exactly the same thing backward. So as you massage or tap on your 9 gamut. So let's try and do this. And you go like that, and you go like that, and you really try and look at the very furthest point. I know I'm having my fun here, guys. Try not to. And then you go back. And don't worry if you skip, just notice what it is that you're doing. Try to look at the furthest perimeter of your circle. Keep your eyes moving smoothly, as smoothly as you can, and your head fixed. And when you're done, you want to start humming any song you like. And then you want to count from 1 to 10 or from 10 to 1 as quickly as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you want to hum again. If happy birthday bothers you, please just ignore it and hum something that makes you happy and relaxed. And you can just ignore the happy birthday humming. You can also let me know. I can also shoot a video in a different manner if you prefer it, to help you out. So this being said, this is what the 9 gamut procedure is. It's just going through these different sets of things, these 9 tasks. And you have to do them in a certain order. It's best to keep this order just because it works really great. However, the 3 tasks you should look to keep together is that you hum, you count, you hum. And it has an interesting explanation for this. I don't really want to get too much into the theory details here because this course is truly geared toward teaching you what you need to implement it. However, it's something to do with going from using the right side of your brain, the humming, to your left side, which is the logical part, the counting. And this movement back and forth has been shown through all these peer-reviewed clinical trials that it actually unblocks and releases the trauma. So remember, before you start any tapping, just try and see what your SAD level is from 0 to 10. How intense is this feeling inside of you and all of that. But we'll cover all that in the next lessons. I just want to start telling that to you so it starts entering your mind. And don't be afraid of the 9 gamut. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's a very, very effective technique. And sometimes people may have abreactions. And if you do have an abreaction, all you have to do is truly just stop tapping on your Karate point. Focus on your breathing, on the here and now. Open your eyes. Always keep your eyes open if you are prone to having abreactions. So people who suffer from PTSD, complex PTSD, if you keep your eyes open, that will help you greatly in most cases. Remember, everybody is a little different, and if you do suffer from complex PTSD or PTSD, most likely it would be best to work with someone else anyway, because they are a little harder to work on by yourself. However, I do teach people how to do it as an add-on. So again, follow your own guts. Remember, you are the center of all of this, and only do things that feel comfortable to you. Peace, love, and light, and I will definitely see you in the next lesson if you join me. Ciao for now, and thank you so much for following the course so far. Hello there and welcome back. So let's put all that we have learned so far together, and let's explain a little bit about EFT techniques and why we do things the way we do. So EFT techniques use a different kind of therapies together. They use exposure therapy, where we expose the problem. When we tap on the karate chop point, we say a set of phrases 3 times, and it's the same phrase. We can say it in different ways each time, but the first part of this phrase is the exposure therapy part, and it says, even though I have this problem, and you name the problem. So we'll just say, even though I have this problem, fill in the blanks. The second part is the acceptance part. So we use cognitive therapy, where we basically change our point of view by accepting the fact that we have this issue right now. So we say, even though I have this problem, exposure therapy, I accept how I feel right now. I accept the way I have this problem. I accept where I am in my life. As we do these 2 things, we tap on our meridian of the body. And by doing so, we're actually actively relaxing our amygdala. And our amygdala is the one that tells us to go into flight or fight when a tiger or something that is an actual threat is coming toward us. It's there because we used to have to run away from tigers before. We lived in an environment that was hostile. Well, more than now in a way, right? But our brain has not evolved to understand that when we get into an argument, whenever anything that is out of the ordinary comes into our life, we can get triggered. And we go into the same flight or fight mode as if we were running away from a tiger. So this is just how our brain is designed. Now, there's lots of great scientists out there who will explain this beautifully to you. It's not my duty here to do so, and I don't really want to use this time to do that. This is not what I'm here for. I am truly here just to show you how to get through all of this and how to best take advantage of what you have to work with right now. So the best way to use EFT techniques is to use them correctly and to use them at the right time, the right technique at the right time. To start with, the best thing to do is to get accustomed to all the tapping points, get accustomed to the 9 Gamut procedure, and get accustomed to the even though, state the problem, I accept how I feel, and find a way that gyrates well with you and feels right for you as you say the words. Now, what is the difference between saying and thinking? For most people, when you say something, it becomes more real. A thought is powerful. When you actually speak that thought, you are actually speaking it into action. So it involves more involvement. It involves more emotional involvement. Here we're working with emotions. So you definitely want to bring your emotions into the mix. And when you're trying to work on a problem, unless you're going through the problem right now and then you're just doing EFT as an emergency kit, you need to revive that feeling you had as you had that problem. Unless, of course, it's very vivid inside of you already. Then, problem solved, just start tapping away. With tapping, the truth is, you can just tap through the points. If you find yourself in a stressful situation, my first course that I taught actually was on people who react and learning how to act instead of react. Because I used to get angry really quickly, and I used to go in flight and fight mode really, really fast and become extremely aggressive because I went through serious trauma as a kid and then throughout my life until I broke the pattern. So that really makes you go into flight or fight a lot quicker. And when you have complex PTSD, you have a lot more triggers. So things that for other people wouldn't be triggering, for you, they're extremely triggering. Most people think you're crazy. You're not. You just have complex PTSD. Now, I call them complex PTSD and all this stuff just so you know what I'm talking about. It's a way to define a series of issues. I don't particularly use labels and think of things in terms of strict labels. I just use them because they're easier to communicate. Things change and are always mobile in the world, and I find it's very important to be able to understand that labels are only there as a tool, not as the end game. Not in my world anyway. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I am very, very happy to interact with all my students, and I'm always there to try and make the courses I put out better and better, because my sole goal here is to help you find your own way. And this being said, when I use EFT techniques, I use them in a variety of ways, and the reason why I am very adamant about teaching the right way of learning them is it is very important to practice things in such a way that will actually give you the maximum result with the least amount of suffering. That's always my goal. And I know that taught in this manner, that actually can be very, very effective. EFT techniques work best when you work specifically on a problem. So let's say you have depression. Depression is like the tabletop. Each event that caused you to become depressed are the legs of the table. When we try and put down a table, we don't push on the tabletop. We push on the legs. And that's what you need to do in order to get over such an issue. So realizing that when you work on something like, even though I'm depressed, I accept myself, that's working on your tabletop, and that will only bring you partial results. And it's kind of like taking a pill. The pain goes away for a couple of hours and then it comes back. You need to work on the specific events that brought you to having that tabletop. And usually it's not just one. Usually it's a series, and our brain tends to conglomerate similar events together because this reaction we have inside of us, it's again the flight or fight reaction, is only there. The egotistical side of us, the ego side of us, is only there to keep us alive in this 3D matrix where we are a physical body. But we are a body and a soul, and those who forget this are not really being kind to themselves and fair. Humans, any living being, has a soul inside, and you need to take note of that. So our brain is not just the logical side, the left side. Our brain is the right side as well, the emotional side. And if you don't take into consideration the emotion and your spiritual side, you're really doing a disservice to yourself, and you're never really going to be a complete person, in the sense that you're never going to really live at your full potential. That's what I mean. You are always a complete person. Don't ever doubt that. So when you do EFT techniques, the best way is to actually follow the formula that is taught either on the EFT Universe website by Dr. Dawson Church in his free mini manual, or what I'm teaching you here. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just I like to share what others do because it's important to have the whole picture. And I learned from him. So I went to his seminar and I have watched a lot of things, and I followed a lot of things. I read a lot of books. So I have been working with this stuff for a long time. But definitely he has done with his colleagues all the scientific research. So if you're interested in that, please go and check out his website. And do the procedure in its entirety. So even though I have this problem, and you named the problem specifically, my right knee is hurting, I accept myself deeply and completely. Even though my right knee is hurting and I feel this shooting pain, I love and accept myself deeply and completely. If you don't love yourself, don't say it. It's not necessary. I do love myself, so it just comes natural to me to say. Even though I have this hurt in my right knee, this pain, this shooting pain, I accept myself and this pain and as I feel right now. And that is your starting point. And then as you go through the points, you start talking about with precision how that pain feels. So you bring in all of your senses as you move through all the points. The shooting pain in my knee, and it's at a SUD level of 7, and it's really throbbing. And if you hear a sound, you see a color, you smell anything of all your sensory aspects that come in, you want to address, either write it down or just pass through. Whatever comes to your mind without thinking is the right thing to say. Don't edit. There's no need to go into the positive. You want to stay in the negative as much as you need to, because with tapping you can. And as long as you're tapping through all the points and you are just going through the points, and you can keep going through them. Many people don't go through the hands point right away. Some people just go through the simple points. So at that point, you just really start following your guts. I would always keep one way of tapping, so go from top to bottom, especially in the beginning. But if you like to stay on your heart chakra or your collarbone point and just stay there, do that if that's what makes you feel great. You need to truly start listening to your own instinct, because we all have it. We are mostly water. Water is a superconductor, and we all have that instinct. We just need to tap into it and trust it. That little voice you hear, that little picture, that little sentence that goes through your mind. However you get your messages, everybody gets messages. You just have to be open to listening to them. And while you tap and you use exposure therapy and you use cognitive therapy and you're tapping on the meridian of your bodies using the acupuncture or acupressure points that are used when you do acupuncture, you will achieve so much peace, and you will be able to move through a lot of issues that you thought before was not possible. So this is just to get you started. And I'll see you in the next section for a little bit of fun times going through different issues, and also to address when you want to zoom in on a problem and zoom out. I'll see you in the next lesson, and thank you so much for being part of this healing community. Peace and happy, gentle healing. Hello guys, and welcome back. So in this section, we are going to just cover a little bit more about tapping and how to better use these techniques. By now, you should have gone and downloaded your free EFT mini manual from the Dr. Dawson Church website at eftuniverse.com. It's completely free. You can opt out of any email you get from them, so don't worry about advertisement and stuff. It's a completely safe site, and that's why I'm sharing the site and the free EFT mini manual. If you have any problems downloading it, let me know. I do have a copy of it on my computer just because it's a great manual. I also do know of many other resources, and I usually share them as people ask for them, because otherwise it becomes an insane amount of resources I would have to list. So just work with me if you have questions and ask in the Q&A section so other people can also take advantage of the answers if you don't mind. And if you have any special requests or would like to see something done slightly differently, just let me know, send me a private message. I'm more than happy to do what I can. And this being said, I want to tell you one thing. Let's just start tapping. As we tap on our karate chop point, maybe as we talk, so you can start relaxing. When you tap, it actually allows you to listen, because it really relaxes you right away. And basically what you're telling your body is you can relax now. And that's why it's so effective into letting the trauma go and changing the pattern in our brain, because this is what's actually happening. You're literally rewriting your programming, your basic programming, as you tap. Many people think that you do go into hypnosis, and yes, you do, because I mean it's very hypnotic to do something over and over and consistently. However, those people who think it's only about that haven't really done proper research and are really minimizing what EFT techniques are. I'm not sure why. It may be out of ignorance or because they feel it's competitive. I come from a non-competitive point of view. I know for a fact that there is great need for healers, and the more the merrier. So I'll always be the helpful person who shares other healers rather than put them down. And healers is used as a general word, just so you know. Your body heals itself. That's actual science. All we do is just relax the body so it can heal itself, and that's what Western pharma care is supposed to do as well, except that usually has 10,000 side effects. I personally don't really use Western medicine, and I'm not really fond of it. However, again, I am never going to give you medical advice and stuff like that, because A, I don't believe in it, and B, I'm not licensed to do so. So everything I say is truly my own personal experience, and what I teach about the EFT and the Reiki, all the other stuff, is based on a lot of evidence and also on my own personal experiences. So always use everything at your own discretion. I like to remind you of this. You are at the center of this. You are the magician here. So I'm always tapping. If you have any kind of emotional turmoil and you start tapping on your karate chop point, it will allow you to start grounding, relaxing, and getting in tune into your own chakras and everything. With EFT techniques, I said before that it's very important to go and tap on specific events. How can you choose the events, the right event to tap on? The best way is to always choose the event that happened the earliest time in your life, and the event that carries still to this day today the most emotional turmoil and upset. So those are the two ways you want to decide where to go. Follow your instinct. Whatever comes into your mind first is usually the thing you need to work on, and move through it. And go through every aspect of this event. So We have many sensory ways of feeling things. You can hear it, you can see it, you can smell it, you can touch it. So use all of them as they come up. We are all different and we'll all have different reactions, and we all remember things in our own way. So you need to get comfortable with yourself and how you process things, and that will allow you to have a really honest tapping routine. No trying to say things in a polite way. You can literally go through a whole tapping routine just crying and it will still work. I have done tapping routines where I was yelling throughout, or I was crying, where I was swearing in Italian. Whatever is it you're going through right then, if you're already triggered, you want to just start tapping on your karate chop point and focusing on your breathing. And that will allow you to relax, to focus in the moment. Keep your eyes open so you know you're safe, and that will allow you to come back. If you are trying to get rid of a specific issues, then definitely go as specific as you can. Time of day. If you don't remember all of the aspects, you can invent, make up stuff. Because whatever you make up usually comes from things that are stored in our unconscious. This is all the experts say. And I have experienced it to be actually true. So go ahead and try it out. However, if you have abreactions, you want to zoom out of the problem and focus on breathing and unfocus from the problem and just relax. So those are the two different things you have to pay attention to. If you have an abreaction, it has your tapping, most generally speaking, nothing really will happen. Just keep tapping through and unfocus from the problem. That's it. And bring yourself back into the present moment and keep tapping until you feel calm once again. There are other things that we can do in order to prevent these abreactions. One of the things I will teach you quickly right now is to just, instead of living through the experience and imagining yourself going through it, just sit yourself on a couch with a friend and watch the experience as if it was a movie. And that will take you out of the actual event and take away some of that emotional turmoil. You also want to bring all of the SAT level down closer to 0 as possible. Anything below 5 starts to be decent, but really below 3 is better. Close to 0, obviously, it's optimum. However, just stop where you feel comfortable, because a lot of times we're only willing to let go of so much, and that's okay. Go at your own pace. Respect your own pace. You are the center of this. Don't let someone else tell you what works best for you. You are the master of your own decisions, and you need to take charge of this and really understand that what you say goes, because you are the center of this. And be kind to yourself, always. Even when you don't feel like being kind, and you can tap on it. Even though I don't feel like being kind with myself right now, I accept how I feel right now. And even though I don't feel like I can be kind to myself right now, I'm really being mean to myself. I accept how I feel right now and where I am at. And even though I can't be kind to myself and it hurts in my heart when I do this, and I can't stop myself, and I don't want to stop myself, I accept myself and where I'm at. You can say things in many different ways, make them comfortable for you, but do say, even though expose the problem, and you accept where you are right now as you're tapping. And then you move through the points, and you can just say one word, this problem, and you're focusing on that problem. You can just cry, you can just laugh, whatever comes to you as you go through the tapping procedure. And you can go through the tapping procedure as many times as you want. I advise at least 2-3 times, because you do need to give your body to go through it a little bit. It doesn't take that much. I have tapped for like 1 minute or 5 minutes. Just do it as needed. However, the more you do it, the better it's gonna be, the easier it's gonna be, and the more effective it's going to be. Remember, going precise on each little event is what truly makes a difference. Tapping on depression will not really do much for you, and that's where a lot of people go wrong and fail at tapping. So this is the end of this section. I will add a bunch of examples from websites and movies you can watch, videos, not movies, but videos of sample of how to do these different sections. EFTuniverse.com has tons of this. I will share a few because I have them saved on my YouTube. And I really invite you to also check out my YouTube channel. It's really small, so there's not advertisement yet there. And I do have different lists. I am hardcore vegan, as I said, so some stuff can be controversial for you. Don't let it bother you. Just ignore it, and you can go in my different lists and check out the lists that say EFT tapping with Francesca, tapping group with Francesca. I also do ASMR on my channel because it's really relaxing for a lot of people, and I use different techniques together because I find they work best. And that's why I have included a little bit of blurb on those techniques in the next section, so that you have a little bit of an idea of how you can integrate this tapping with other things. I hope you enjoyed this, and I truly wish you all the best in your healing journey. Don't be discouraged. Do join the Discord channel. I have put the link at the very last of this course, and you are more than welcome to join our community and be a part of it. Just know that in my vegan community, we don't talk about non-vegan food. It's highly forbidden, and people do get kicked out because of that. I realize we're all at different stages in our journey. However, I'm very sorry I'm unable to accept the cruelty that goes along with being non-vegan. And so while I accept we're all at different points in our life, I don't really want to be made part of non-vegan jokes and stuff like that. I do not find animal suffering funny in the very least. And I have done a lot of research, and I just don't really care for arguing about stuff like that any longer either. So feel free to be at whatever stage you're at. However, please don't share all that in my community and the community of healing people that are there. This being said, all the best, and thank you so much for following this course. Please let me know if you need anything else, any more clarifications, and I will see you again in the next section. Bye for now, and keep tapping. Hi guys, welcome back. So this is the section about different healing modalities you can use along with EFT techniques. The first thing I want to talk about is the chakras. Being a Reiki master, I heard the word chakra so many times. Now, chakra is a Sanskrit word, and while I do not speak Sanskrit nor read it, I had an East Indian boyfriend a long time ago who was very skeptical about anything that was these alternative healing modalities. And when I went home and told him what I had learned about all the chakras and this and that, naturally, being Italian, I wanted to pronounce the word chakras as chakras. However, a lot of people in English speaking countries like to say the word chakra in the wrong way. They like to say chakra, which really triggers me because A, it just sounds completely wrong, because it is, and B, because of this event with my ex-boyfriend who made fun of the way they said the word and basically told me, oh, they can't even say such an important word correctly. What else can they teach that is also wrong? And it truly triggered inside of me this reaction where I thought, yeah, it's true. If you can't even bother to educate yourself to say such an important word in a semi-correct way. I understand we don't speak Sanskrit, so even I can only say it as close as I can to the right pronunciation. However, there is a big difference between saying chakras and saying chakras, and actually trying to say it closer to it. The reason why you want to say words, especially words as important as chakras, close to how they're correctly pronounced, is that the way we say things carries energy. And the way the word chakra is said carries a certain kind of energy meant to help in the healing and opening of these wheels of energy, these centers that lie inside of us. And by the way, there's tons of them. There's not only those 7, but we refer to those 7 because they are the major ones. Just like with the meridians, there's tons, but we tap on specific ones, the most common ones, and also because it's the most effective way. But this is an important point I wanted to cover with you before we move slightly further into this. Every chakra is very important. Know for a fact that if your first chakra, the red one that says I am safe, is not balanced, all the others will also be affected. It's kind of like, I like to say, the butthole of our energetic body. If that doesn't let go of the old stuff and nothing else works and everything else gets polluted. So imagine your energetic system. I was saying electric, but it's very electricity in a way. Your energetic system, imagine it being very much like your body. And it's very important to address the chakras from the first to the second and so forth. Keep, just like in tapping, keep a certain order. You don't have to be attuned to Reiki in order to use your healing energy. Everybody has this, and in fact, many people have had Satori moments where they were initiated spontaneously. So it's always best if you are specifically looking to do Reiki to be attuned, and many times I also buy courses just to get attuned because it's good to be reattuned and by different teachers. And I have been a teacher for a very long time now. However, you are always growing in your healing journey, so it's constant. I like to learn from everybody, and even people I don't really agree with, I always find I learn stuff from them. So keeping an open mind is really, really important. And also accepting when we don't come from our higher self, when we come from our lower chakras, we tend to be more egotistical. Our higher chakras are more, it's just a name, they're the higher part of self. But remember, we have to take care of both sides of ourselves. The inside, the outside, the dark side, the light side. There is no darkness without light, there is no light without darkness. We need to nurture both sides of ourselves and use them correctly. The egotistical side, the ego side, is there to keep us alive, is there to keep us safe. So when you use that in the correct manner, it actually allows you to then use your higher self for what's meant to be. And it's very important to honor both sides of us. Now, EFT techniques allow you to easily tap into your lower side and let go of all the gunk, and then tap into the positive. First, you always tap in the negative, and then you tap into the positive. When you're trying to do Reiki meditation, any of these things, if you use EFT techniques along with Reiki and other healing modalities, you will find that they work really well together and they speed up the process quite a bit. Also, the other thing I want to tell you is that if you are looking to balance your chakras and you don't have a lot of money, just go in nature, hug a tree, literally. It works, it's unbelievable. If you have pets, loving your pets and cuddling them, that can also really help a lot. But going in nature is one of the easiest way to balance all your chakras. Taking a shower while you tap on your karate chop point is extremely effective. And washing dishes is also very effective. Anything that will truly relax you will help you to balance them. However, when you go in nature, it's one of those things that will just take over and just allow the universe to help you in this process. Always tapping will bring you back to balance as well. So I often use all of these things together. I do use color therapy, so all those colors are not necessarily fixed, depends on the individual. However, those are the general colors you would find in a healthy, balanced, invigorated energy system. And take any variations that it comes with. It's usually okay. It's just this is the generally accepted um, way of portraying it, and it's because each color vibrates at a different frequency, and that's how each frequency shows up in colors. So if you're interested in knowing more about this, let me know. Again, I will share some links where you can find more information. So if you just want to start by exercising a little bit with energy healing, you wrap your palms in this manner and let your hands come apart and imagine you're creating a chi ball. And this is in qigong, I believe, and a lot of those energy healing do this. And you can make the ball and you can move your hands, just allowing the energy to grow within your hands. And some of you will just start from here and not feel it for a while when they go out. It just may take a little bit of time. Just give yourself the time to play with this and know that if in doubt and you have nothing else, go in nature. Hug yourself is another great way to just relax and tap. So you have many choices. You have many ways to ground yourself and balance your chakras now. And I have put a link there for you to see how it's spelled, the phonetics, and how it's supposed to be pronounced. Just because I'm really adamant about teaching people how to say this very important word in the correct way. Thank you so much, guys, and I hope you keep watching until the end of this course. And of course, come and be a part of our Discord community. It's completely free, and that's where we all meet in the vegan community that is open to anyone who wants to heal, who wants to go on a healing journey and participate with others and share. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Bye for now. Hi guys, welcome back. So I just wanted to show you here. I have made this nice little chart with notes corresponding to your chakras. If you see, from number 1 is the first chakra, and the note is C. If you're from Europe, it's Do, and so forth. The way you do vocal toning is underneath the numbers. You see the letter E, so that's and then the second chakra, the orange one, is the note D or Re, and it's O, and then it goes on. There is a course on Udemy. This course was made by Laura Normano, and it's an amazing vocal toning course. I advise you to check it out if you're interested in learning more about vocal toning. Now, vocal toning is the highest form of sound healing, because anything that comes from within you is always king. Don't ever doubt that and let anyone tell you otherwise. They are only doing so because of their own ego. Everything that comes from within you is designed to vibrate correctly for what you need right then and there. And that's why I am such a big lover of vocal toning. Mantra chanting, that's what I meant to say. I made one word, chantra. Yes, I invent words. Mantra chanting is pretty much the same, and we all have some sort of vocal toning in each kind of part of the world. So whatever kind you do, know that the vibration that comes out of you is always the best. That's why singing is so great. And that's why is one of the things I really want to learn to do. Not so much because I want to become famous, is because when you know how to modulate your voice and how to tap into it, you can actually unblock your chakras. So it's another great way. If you're a musician, you're already doing it. You're just maybe not applying it in a way where it can truly help you throughout and always. So this is just one of the little things I do on the side to help people. I like to take a lot of courses and then I share with others and I point them into a certain direction that they may be interested in. But it's always up to you where you go and what you do with it. What I share is free. I have a bunch of stuff on my YouTube channel about this. I have even shared Laura's intro video where she shows you how to actually work on your first chakra for free. It's all on my YouTube channel. I create different lists and I list a lot of different channels because I am truly about sharing. I don't just talk and give you lip service. I actually show it in reality. And I'll never change. This is how I've always been. I am a true blue empath and I've never been able to change, and why should I? The world needs people like me, and I know there's a lot like me out there. So I encourage you, if you are one of those people, to don't be shy. Just start sharing your gifts. ASMR is another thing I use a lot. Autosensory meridian response. That's what it stands for. And it's again another way to relax. A lot of people with anxiety use it. A lot of these people don't know about EFT techniques. They are probably way more effective than ASMR even is. However, I always use ASMR along with anything else I do because it is truly relaxing. And I just want to share it with you right now. This is ASMR, okay? So just so you know. I wanted to do a video a little bit without it to show you. And I did the one on sound healing on purpose without it because I wanted to point out that until now, I have had ASMR in the background. If it bothers you, it means it's not the right sound for you, or maybe you're just not built for ASMR. Not everybody enjoys it. Just like anything, everything works, and then there's always someone who is the oddball, and that's fine too. So don't feel weird, just go with the flow and flow toward whatever is truly calling your heart. Remember, your instinct is always about connecting your heart chakra with your mind. You go in heart coherence, and the Art Math Institute teaches this. Also, if you go on the EFT universe, they do talk about this. And I will share in the bonus section a couple of things that you may find interesting in terms of heart coherence. There is one meditation you can do every day to bring yourself in heart coherence, and that will allow you not only to feel great and always come from your highest good, but also will allow you to do a tapping routine every day and actually instill this habit that should be like brushing your teeth and eating, something you do every single day. And with this note, I want to say thank you once again for being part of this healing community. And please don't be shy, ask questions and whatever you need. And I do want to say one thing about veganism really quickly. The reason why I am so adamant about sharing veganism is not just because it is not okay to hurt animals. It's not our own choice to take someone else's life. So it is not a personal choice to be non-vegan. But also because as a true blue healer, I can tell you and guarantee that until you eat with compassion, you will never reach your true highest potential. Because to be human is to live humanely. That's the etymology of the word. And when we kill others, we're not living humanely. We're coming from our egotistical side. On top of the real evidence that has been shown by true scientists who are not interested in just sharing propaganda, that we're not really even omnivores. We're actually just meant to truly eat fruit and veggies, and in that order, by the way, unlike many people wrongfully think. But if you need any links to actual scientists who can show you this, ask me and I will more than gladly answer you in the Q&A session. So everybody else can also take advantage of this. And if you don't agree, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to shun you or anything else, but I am extremely well researched, and you'll never be able to change my mind on this. When you eat non-vegan foods, you are always going to vibrate at a lower frequency because that's where they vibrate at. To eat properly, fruit is the highest of all. Water and fruit are the highest in vibration and will always heal your body way faster than anything else. And veggies, of course, are the other ones. So I encourage you to look into different non-propaganda sites that will actually show you the real science and the whys of this. And with this note, I just want to tell you all, wherever you are right now in your journey, it's where you're supposed to be. So don't let any vegans or non-vegans shun you. I only share all of this information because I know that it will make your life a lot easier over time, and also because with EFT techniques and all these healing modalities that I've shown you, it is truly possible to change any kind of bad habit. I used to be very addicted to cheese and prosciutto. I'm Italian. I grew up with this stuff. We have more cheeses than the Frenchies do. And I say it with love because I used to love cheese, guys. But unfortunately, all that stuff really truly does bring your energetic level down, and you can never really truly reach your highest potential just because of the mechanics. You know, it's like saying force of gravity does exist, and it's silly to try and say it doesn't. It does exist on this earth, so we are all affected by it, even though some people want to deny that. If I jump out of a building, I will most likely go all the way down, and so will the next skinny girl. So yeah, I'm not skinny, but I'm just saying. So I hope this helped you, and all the best in your journey, and always be compassionate toward yourself first and foremost, because if you're not compassionate to yourself, you can never be compassionate to anyone else. Love yourself. Peace, happy, gentle healing, and I'm always here if you need any sort of help with any of this stuff. Bye for now. No, it's not true. The force of gravity does not exist, but what I meant to say was if you if you jump off a building, you definitely will fall down. It's just a lack of buoyancy. It's just a different name, but it doesn't exist the way NASA wants to say. But again, they don't offer any real proof, and they say so. So if people actually bother to listen what people truly say, they would be able to realize this for themselves. The reason why people don't realize things for themselves, it's because they are actually triggered. So here we are. And hold on, I think I have to I don't know why it does this actually. I thought it would appear. I guess I have to set it in each new window that I have. Kumbaya, kumbaya. That's right. So there you go. Let's see what I can do with this thing now. Can I scare you? Dun-dun-dun. And it flipped it again, though. Stupid thing. I'm gonna keep it like this. This is funny. I'm gonna keep it. You guys can get dizzy. I don't care. I don't care. Alright. Never mind. I was having too much fun. That's fun to see that. That's huge. That's like the biggest thing I've ever been. It's like the whole screen. I usually like to look at some kind of, background because it helps me relax. Unfortunately, if I don't have a lot of shit going on, my brain has too much time. Except when I have migraines. Migraines, forget it. I cannot fucking do left to right. It's pretty sad, actually, in the whole situation. So that is the end of it. That was the course I made in 2019. So, I mean, it's a long time ago now. Fuck. 19, 20, 21. I mean, it's less than 3 years, actually, but it seems like forever ago. Holy shit. Wow. Time flies. But anyway, so, yeah, I mean, back there, it was also before I met the Flat Earthers, because I kept looking for the Flat Earth, but I kept ending up with the Flat Earth Society. It was pretty funny. And I was like, no, like, because I never found that curvature myself. I looked for a very long time, since I was 14, because I love anything round and ball size, for me it's like, oh yeah, I'm like a lab. If I was a dog, I would be a lab for sure, because I love the food the same way, and I love chasing balls like they do. I also like water the same way. It's pretty funny. A golden retriever too, I could be there. A black golden retriever. I'll always be the black sheep, right? Anyway, yeah, it's it's pretty funny, because when I finally found someone who was half legitimate, I was like, oh, see, fuck, it's like, it's not just me, right? But yeah, like, the force of gravity was one of those habits that took me a long time to actually change, because, it's just, you say it your whole life, right? And I always had really high scores in physics and math. Like, I have a very scientific mind, so I've always been struggling with words more. Like, when it comes to terminology, if I am on the spot, my brain depends what it is. But if I'm on the spot where, there is like some crisis, I'm very good at figuring out all the basic stuff, like I'm a machine. But when it comes to remembering words, dates, anything else that is not necessary right then, forget it, man. I'm like, and the aggression level can be really high if we're in a situation where it's life or death. But I am totally like a different person, and I cannot control that. Like when I was younger, that I used to call it the switch. I would, because I would recognize what was going on, but I couldn't stop it. And I wasn't doing anything bad by any means. It was always someone attacking us, or, some bad shit happening to us. But it was like, holy fuck, and then you learn what you really can do when you go through those situations, because until then you don't really know yourself until you're really in the situation. You can guess what you're gonna do, but you don't know until you're actually going through it. And that's where, a lot of people who are younger, they don't understand when people like me talk about experience. It's not ageism in any way. Like, it's not like I look at you and I tell you, like my dad used to tell us, oh, you're just young idiots, you don't know shit. I don't believe that at all for a second. But experience does bring that knowledge about yourself. You do get to know who you are more, because when you are in that situation, the way you react is who you are in that moment. Literally, it's your essence. When you are in flight or fight, and it's all of a sudden your essence comes out, and the truth is right there. So all of a sudden, when you learn to tap, you have that power that is always going to be with you, of bringing yourself back from that flight or fight. And instead of being in a reactive state, which is a state of weakness, you will be in a state of action. And that's why, then your health is not suffering anymore. Because when we're in flight or fight, what happens physically, and again, go check the science, but just to explain it in layman terms, you are starting to, your body just pumps out a lot of stress hormones in your body, and stress hormones are acidic in nature. So our body relies on having a certain pH level, acidity level in our body. And if you go in a very high state of acidity, you are susceptible to pretty much anything. And that's when people start thinking, oh, I have a cold. Oh, I have. It's actually just your body, in a state of too much acidity reacting to it. So if you learn to tap, whether you are vegan, non-vegan, whether you eat more crap or less, your health will benefit greatly from this. And also because it works on your emotions and you're regulating, self-regulating naturally. When we have addictions are just a way for us all to fill a need that is not met somehow. And when you start meeting those needs by tapping, all of a sudden you realize that you're not as addicted to things as you thought, because that need has been met. So if you are even someone who believes, in the 12 steps program and all that, clearly it works to a point, but not really. Why? Because one of the main mistakes they say is, I am an alcoholic. Yes, you are an alcoholic right now if you're an alcoholic, but if you are no longer drinking, you're not an alcoholic. And if you keep saying you are an alcoholic, all you're doing is basically telling yourself that you're an alcoholic. There's nothing else. You just are. It's not acceptance at that point. It's self-sabotage. But if you do it while you tap, then you're processing it. So the more you say something without tapping, the more you're solidifying it inside of you. The more those processes get solidified inside of you. That's why if you want to bitch and you want me to hear what you're saying and listen, you have to tap. Otherwise, forget it. I'm not fucking helping you. Solidifying shit inside of you. My mom, usually, when she wants to talk about stuff, I would tell her, I'm sorry, are you tapping? No, then I don't want to listen. And I would do it each and every time. Why? Because I'm not going to help you hurt yourselves. And that's why when people get all pissed off about veganism, for example, I go, you know what? I'm sorry you believe all that propaganda. But clearly, you haven't done enough research and enough thinking. And obviously you're addicted, because non-veganism is an addiction. And all that shit is addictive. Cheese is addictive. It's all addictive because it's meant for a calf to, learn to eat. That's why it's made to be yummy by nature. But it's another species juices you're having. And if you actually stop for a second and research, you realize that it's survival mode. It's actually not thriving. But a lot of people haven't done research because they're addicted to it, because the very milk makes you feel, relaxed, because it's so horrific. It's really, relaxing, as it's meant to be, because it's meant to make the baby calf feel safe, happy, secure, and fulfilled, So obviously we all want to eat cheese. That's why I love cheese so much, right? Because when I was always in high stress levels, especially when you're young, what do you learn? You learn the things you see your parents do. What would my mom do when she had a little bit of cheese? That'll make her really happy, right? My mom wasn't a huge eater like I was, but she could indulge in the cheese, not the same level as I did ever. But she I saw it. My grandma would do it, and you learn it. And Italians have such good cheeses too. It's not like the crap you find here. So, it is a yummy taste. However, when you are like me and you're allergic to, like, at levels where, holy shit, you should have seen, then you are deterred at some point, and you don't want to do it, but you can't stop yourself in those moments. And it's an addiction. So food is the biggest addiction. And so when people keep raving about, I'll make jokes about addicts, absolutely, because a lot of them, You know, you can see it now in the healing community. A lot of these people are ex-addicts, and they go around trying to preach to people like me who have had real trauma, and not because we fucking chose to. We were tiny kids, fuck you, you know? And for those who say you had bad karma, this is what I tell you. Don't worry, you're about to fucking experience it yourself. Because when you say shit like that to people who went through enormous crap in their life as kids, you're an asshole. Realize that. Go in the mirror and unleash, you know, but do it while tapping, please. Don't hurt yourself, because then you'll become a bigger asshole, and we don't need that. Yeah, pun intended. So ultimately, you have to fucking decide to be, you know, a person who takes action and a person who doesn't. But when you say certain statements to people who have been suffering greatly, remember who you're dealing with, you know. And unlike most of you healers, I've been doing this for 42 years. I've been around people who were high level, really freaking knowledgeable people. And I was a young kid. I absorbed a lot of shit just in that way. That's why, unlike my parents, for example, I was never for Western shit care. Ever. I was always against it. But I was always there each second for them when they were going through their freaking hospital bullshit, even though in the end shit turned out exactly the way their idiotic Reiki daughter freaking practitioner was telling them all along. So I don't diagnose at all. I work exclusively with energy and long distance. And yet I have always been more precise that they're fucking machines. Oh yeah, it's all by chance, people. So for those of you who keep doubting this shit and who keep trying to say that it's demonic, it's this, it's that, you are the fucking demons. You are the ones. And let me do this because they all point at you. You are the fucking ones who don't do shit to help other people. You literally don't do fucking crap to help other people, especially not for money. If they don't pay you or you don't get clout, you don't do shit for other people. And then you call people who are doing good stuff for other people assholes and demons. I think you gotta go and look in the mirror and realize that the God you think is God is really Satan. And you are the little minions, because you're not doing anything good for anyone. And you're not even sharing EFT techniques, because you are superior to EFT techniques, right? Yeah, you are, apparently. So people, don't let assholes like that drag you down with them. And before you think that you have mental issues, I do want to remind you all, make sure you just don't have assholes around you. You know, narcissistic pricks who just fucking think about themselves, who use you, abuse you, and then when you finally react, try to make you look like you're a bad guy. There's tons of those. Remember, when you go and get a tarot reading from anybody, tap. Because then no matter what their intentions are, no matter how fucked up they are, no matter how much they take, the anger they really have against themselves, because I used to be a druggie and I didn't have reason. Most likely they have reasons. They just don't remember them, by the way. I want to point that out too. So a lot of people will tell you, oh, my childhood was great, but you don't remember traumas a lot of times when it happens when you're a child. So go read some books from actual experts, okay, who have seen thousands of cases, and it will tell you, you know, go learn from people who have that kind of experience. And on the EFT Universe website, it's .org now, by the way, but you'll find it easily anyway if you Google it. Any search engine will bring you there. I use DuckDuckGo, so and it works. But anyway, they will show you all these stuff. So if you're looking for science, they're not the only ones. There are like over 50 different studies ongoing from different people and sources on EFT. And now I don't know what happened in the past 3 years because of the shit show that has been going on. But, you know, again, these people have been working against the grain for a long time. So, you know, Western shit care has done everything in their power to stop you from learning these techniques. And a lot of people sell you courses. Yeah, they're great courses, but they are a lot of money. And a lot of people who are in real need don't have that kind of money. So if you want to help someone else, if you are spreading truth, for example, and you're serious about helping people, if you're not sharing EFT techniques along with it, you're not fucking helping anybody. You're only helping the people who are able naturally to self-regulate. The others, you are just triggering them more in flight or fight, and they're gonna fight your truth more and more because it goes against their belief system. Going against someone's belief system, someone who cannot self-regulate and is not self-aware, is the same thing as triggering them. For them, it's the same thing as being followed by a tiger. It's a matter of survival. So this is what you're doing in their brain, and that's why they're not listening to you. They're not listening to you because you are triggering them with your words, because they trigger easily. It's not your fault because you didn't do that shit to them. But once you're aware of this, you can go about doing it differently. So what are the solutions? You could have a tapping video like I run on my mainstream, not when I do just ASMR, and just have a tapping video on a loop. So seeing a tapping video even with the corner of your eye will actually relax the person. And they've done a lot of studies on this as well. Again, go on EFT Universe website. They have a list of other studies. If you buy his books, he does the same. He likes to always quote these sources because he goes through a lot of studies. He's very analytical, you know. Like when we took his course, for example, you know, he was sitting with the different Reiki healers, blah, 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 and we were talking about energy. And this is for you sound healers who don't fucking understand anything about Reiki. So when you are a real energy healer, which means you're just conducting energy through you, you know, you're being a channel, and you're not really healing the person. As I said before, the body heals itself when in a state of relaxation. As a healer, you're just helping the process, just like ASMRists do with ASMR, musicians, comics, you know, just name it, okay? There's many different ways. So let's appreciate everybody's good work when they do it with a good heart, and screw the rest who want to just fucking make money and use idiots for their weaknesses. You deserve shit. Only hell, but it's not for me to decide, unfortunately, because you already be there. I will just give you what you deserve, you know, like go through the experience, and then that's the only way people like that can learn not to be assholes. But so it's not to, you know, punish them. No, I believe everybody is on a journey, and it's just very hard to be around certain people because they're assholes and there's nothing else to say about you. You like to shit-face people in your streams, and even when they try and have a conversation with you, you continue, and you want to come across as this high-level whatever. You're idiots, and it's obvious to anyone who knows anything. But like you, we don't go in other people's stream telling them they're idiots. We try and help them the way we can when they're highly misled. But you know, when people keep on harping on things, sometimes you just have to accept that they need to go through the experience. They need to be shit-faced. They need to, you know, go through whatever they put other people through. And then maybe they'll realize how it feels, you know. And maybe they'll change their act next time. And until then, good luck. So that's why I tell people sometimes don't hold your breath. They may have to go to 10,000 lifetimes before they can do this, if they go through that. Because some people may just say, I'm done. I'm staying in hell. Sex, women, fun is here. Why not? That used to be my line when they were trying to push me to go to church. I was like, I'm the devil, you know? Like, hello. I'm the devil. It's obvious. And then my name also, like Paul and Francesca, they are in hell because they had too much fun in the sack. You call me. All my numbers, my birth number, everything, it's to do with the devil. Like, it's pretty fucking obvious. I'm the devil. Yeah, that's why I teach this diabolic shit that makes you feel better, that is free, because I am effectively the devil. After all, what we say is more important than what we do, right? Oh, wait, is it? Is it? Is it? Now they're gonna think about it. No, what you do is more important than what you say. So your words are cheap, especially when you talk, and then you never do anything good for other people. And I've seen many fake religious people going to church or wherever you fucking go, and then you behave like shit with everybody else. Like shit. Yeah. Or they do that and they don't even know this is the symbol for the fucking devil. So yeah. Or also, if you do this in Italy, it means they have been cheated on. Cornuti. Cornuti. Yeah, I have been cheated on too. But I knew it, and I called him out, and he tried to deny it for 2 weeks. And then he said, yeah, it's true. How did you know? Because I'm psychic. just like everybody else. I literally saw him. Like, I get shown shit. When people try and backstab me, I see videos of them. And I play with it, you know? I let them go on. I give them rope because I want to see how far they'll take it. I'm a bitch, and I know it. I'm just a mirror. If you want kindness, give kindness. If you are an asshole, stay the fuck away from me. It's simple, you know? Because otherwise, I'm just mirroring your shit back. I don't touch it. I don't want any of your crap, man. I've had enough shit in my life. Live with migraine, psoriasis, and a bunch of assholes around you who deny you have serious health issues and who mock you, who leave you home away from trips and then tell you you had the same chances as the other people. Yeah, I didn't. And go fuck yourselves, because if I did, you'd all be screwed by now, assholes. All of you. No, if I did, I wouldn't be living in shitholes with people who treat me like shit because I don't make shit ton of money, with a family that, you know, oh yeah, they were there when I had to help them, and then when they helped me, is that help when you took all my youth and you never fucking helped me throughout my pain and suffering? Is that really help? So a lot of people keep staying in touch with family like that, you know? I don't. For me, once I get to the point where I see that that's how you are, that's in the phase you are, do you really think I'm gonna keep putting myself in that position? Fuck no. But am I angry about it? No, I'm not. I'm just not over completely what they've done to me, because it's still biting me in the ass today, where, you know, health-wise, my health is being complete garbage, and these idiots, by treating me like shit and by not realizing that I needed to have more support, and they never did it. You know, their support was like, oh, I'll give you some money. And it was never a lot, right? It was never enough. So it wasn't even like, oh yeah, you get a shit ton of money and you have a great life. No, it wasn't that. Not at all. But, you know, then they would make you, remind you. It's like, you screw me my whole life. Like, I literally sacrificed my whole life for you, assholes. I didn't know you shit, because usually children end up having a better life, right? And usually you don't give everything to one child and then the others you give the crumbs, and then you say, oh, you both got the same, and the child you give the most to is the fucking lazy asshole on top of it. At least if you're gonna be unjust, give more to the one who is caring and giving, because guess what, that will take care of the asshole. But the asshole is never gonna fucking take care of the good one, and if it does, oh, it's gonna come at a high level price. So this is the truth. And there's lots of people who have gone through this kind of shit, but with child abuse on top, like physical, and not just not just being slapped and stuff. I mean, so there's lots of people who've gone through shit like this, and then they bottle it up, they forget it, because when you're a child, you want to see your parents as your idols, you know. Or there's people who had uncles and aunts and people their parents trusted blindly, and they did the most horrible things to them. Usually this is the case, by the way. And, you know, the child grows up really fucked up and really destructive, and most of these people end up dead by the time they're my age. They're usually already dead. They're usually major drug addicts. They have 5,000 times more chances of dying of drug addiction and stuff like that. They get to be prostitutes because, again, who becomes a prostitute? Someone who doesn't have another choice. Nobody enjoys being treated like shit, because that's what they, and usually when they become prostitutes, they have about 7 years of livelihood going into that, because then they're pretty much destroyed. So there's lots of different studies out there. I mean, they all say slightly different things, but if you have ever seen that kind of world around you, and in Vancouver, yeah, we do see that. We have a very own Skid Row here, you know. It's pretty fucking sad, okay? And I don't know how anyone who has tons of money could ever sleep at night not giving a shit about what is going on out there, because they all complain about the government and everybody, but what the fuck are they doing to make the world better, you know, that they can do? So while I don't have money, because that's certainly not something I have ever had a lot of, I am very good at making the best out of what I do have, and I'm very good at helping when people need help in all the things that I am proficient in. And because I've been doing it for a long time, I'm proficient in a lot of things. I don't have good memory recall, unfortunately, so I wouldn't want to like lecture, and do that kind of shit. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to literally just be in the midst and do things with people. That's what I'm here to do. And also personally, there are too many people in this world who really want to just be, they want to be at the top of the pyramid. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't believe in the pyramid scheme. I know it's a scheme. I know it's bullshit. I know all this monetary system is garbage anyway, like I said it before. It's just used to control and to divide and conquer. So I am no longer in that mindset anymore. I used to say I hate money. I used to really not like people who were wealthy, not because they were wealthy, but wealthy and assholes. That's what I mean. So I used to have a strong. Now I just see them for what they are. They are losers who, don't understand what is beyond their physical nose. They don't see shit. They think they're smarter than others because they managed to, fuck over a fucked up system and to screw over good people and to facilitate losers making more money. Yeah, oh wow, be so proud of it, and then there are people who are never really honest and direct, and they're never happy because no matter how much money they have, they're never happy. They always have to put shit ton of makeup on them, right? Whether it's physical or metaphorical, because they're never themselves. They're just, they could never be like me, almost 50-year-old, no fucking makeup on, nothing. Just be yourself. Who the fuck cares? Why do you have to present yourself as something different? I am not a 20-year-old kid. Why should I want to look like a fucking 20-year-old kid? I've been through my 20s. Thank you. I'm good at where I am. And if you don't like my face, well, go fuck yourself. Change stream. Nobody's asking you to keep watching. It's free, Like, these people don't have any cabeza, They don't have any fucking common sense. And then when you call them on the shit, they get all upset. It's like, you're the idiot. You're the asshole. You're the one who mistreats people. You're the one who don't understand. Respect is given to all. There is no respect is earned bullshit. Respect is earned. It's a fucking cult adagio to keep you all enslaved. What list are we following to decide who deserves respect? Exactly. Because we all have different lists. See, when respect is given to all, you eliminate all other problems in one simple sentence. Live and let live. It's called respect, people. And that means that by default you will be vegan. Because if you're not vegan, you cannot go by this law because you're not effectively respecting others. And yes, animals are others and plants too. Yes. So fruits and plants don't function like us, but they still do deserve their respect. And a lot of people who are non-vegan try and crack jokes like that. It's like, dudes, we have heard them all. Just realize this. You're not that original. You're kind of stupid, actually. And you're not worth replying when you make stupid jokes. And that's why I couldn't care less about people like that. Block, problem solved. And if you ever come in my life, remember one thing. I don't have weapons, and I never walk around thinking that someone will attack me. But remember one thing. I did grow up in a place with clinically mentally insane people, and I made it through just fine. And I almost died twice. So remember who you're dealing with. And I usually see shit a lot before it happens. So don't come and try and bother me. Maybe it'll go well for you and you'll get me. But fuck, man. When you're a spirit and you know what you're doing, you can potentially make someone else's life a living hell. And people like you who go around being violent, like they go even with all those e-girls, right? When they're famous, they go and they try and bother the e-girls and scare them. I'll kill you and all this shit. Like, you are psychopath, people. If you don't like what they're doing, change channel. It's simple. You go to the beach and you see people half naked or fully naked. Children get raped by establishments that should protect them. This is well known. If you're gonna get pissed off about shit, get pissed off about real problems and stop harassing people who are just trying to make a living, because let's face it, in this past 3 years, they have really tried to limit our ability, right, to make a living with a lot of stories. And where is Fauci today? Hiding after doing what he's done. And we all know why all these truthers, we all know why, even the CDC, they all changed their guidelines. Now, all of a sudden, now that all of you are experiencing certain side effects they didn't quite tell you about, right? Don't get angry. Tap. Share tapping. If you want world peace, share tapping. No matter what you've been through in your life, no matter how shitty your family was to you, no matter how fake the people around you are, if you start tapping and let them talk, you're gonna be fine. They're gonna get pissed. Win-win, as far as I'm concerned. So it's up to you, people. And if you don't have arms, if you are not able to move, if you're quadriplegic, you can still tap. You can still look at the video, or you can just visualize it. It will work just fine. Remember, you have a choice. You always have a choice when it comes to your own health and it comes to tapping, because you don't have to have anything to do it. You just have to do it. And when it comes to Reiki also, yes, Reiki is, I want to talk about that in a minute. Reiki is, there are many different kinds of Reiki today, and they're all different frequencies and they all work. However, we all have these natural healing palms, okay? This is God-given gift, and all of those religious people who go against this, they are believing the false light. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're ignorant, scared babies who are triggered in flight or fight, and that's why they don't realize that when someone tells you, you are a sinner, but I love you, that is abuse. That is emotional abuse, and that's what they use when they want to make monarch slaves. So go educate yourself a little bit about what all of this shit means and how they're using it, because it's a real thing. And instead of allowing the shit to go on and to impose it on other people, why don't you try and use your palm and realize how this shit actually works? So Jesus wasn't what a lot of you want to say. We did come back to show you how to use these gifts for yourself. And if you go and examine the shit that you so much talk about, by the way, don't forget that part where it says in the Garden of Eden, everybody was living together without eating each other. Okay? And for all of you who keep quoting 1984, you truthers who are all non-vegan, right? All you religious people who are non-vegan, you're all following the satanic law. Realize this. Non-veganism is satanism, is the fucking same shit. Okay? It's survival mode, that's all it is. Not thriving. And no God would ever fucking put sentient being who can suffer for you to maim, kill, and do all the shit you think you can do to them. That is not God, that is Satan. So stop fucking confusing one thing to the other. And in 1984, George Orwell did right. That they're now doing to the people what the people did to the animals. You just all chose to forget about that line. Because it's not convenient for you. Because you're addicts with a superiority complex, because you think you have a reason to eat animals. You have a right to hunt them, right? Because you're superior to them. It's normal, it's natural. Actually, no. And if you bother to go and learn real anthropology, you will learn that we were surviving on what we foraged, not on what men hunted. Because most of the times men ended up being the prey, because we ain't really that much on top of the fucking pyramid when it comes to hunting. So stop flattering yourself. You're just caveman wannabes, and you're not based at all on science. You're just ignorant, arrogant, and you don't even have the balls to go do your own research and actually find out for yourself what the truth is. So you're triggered, it's obvious. Stop wasting our time with your bullshit. But I just wanted to say it, because some people need to hear things just like this, because they are that stuck that they need to just hear it out loud. And I know how it is because I have been in that state myself. When you have gone through real trauma and you've been abused a lot, it's really difficult to come out of those states. But realize it. It's not a personal choice being non-vegan. It's not a personal choice taking someone else's life. And people who are really trustworthy, kind, and loving would never fucking try to justify it. So you're obviously still in a state of ignorance and triggered. But it's absolutely not God. But this stuff, yeah, it's God-given. And everybody has it. Just like you all have water running through you mostly, hence you're all superconductor of energy, hence you can all be psychic. Okay? So I am always happy to help people and give them readings whenever I can. But remember, you can learn and do it yourselves. And that is the best thing to do, guys. But if you are going to get readings from other people, tap on your karate chop point as you do. So whatever they do, their intention, you can still use it for something positive. Instead of getting triggered, pissed off, or even programmed in a very stupid way. Because we all program each other. When we say things to each other, if the unconscious of the other person, a part of that person, agrees with what you're saying, it will go in their programming. It will bypass a lot of things. And it will go and basically create more support for something that is hurting them. Is it your fault? No. But once we know this, we can help it. And so we can actually share tapping, because if you're tapping, you're just processing that stuff instead. It's just the difference right there. And then once you've done it enough times, right? When you know how it feels, you close your eyes and you can picture yourself tapping. Your body doesn't know the difference between you physically doing it or you visualizing it. High-level athletes have been using this for a very long time, successfully. When they would injure themselves and they couldn't perform, to get back into their game and to heal faster, they would do this. So they wouldn't lose their, skills. Because the brain always grows. It's not true that the brain doesn't grow. It always grows. And the neural pathways in your brain will grow the more you use them. So if you often use the neural pathway of anger, you will often get angry. And much more easily. And each time it becomes faster, faster, better, better, better. Because that's how our brain works. So when you know this shit, you go, oh, okay. So I can actually get better, better, and better at loving and caring and being constructive and being clean and eating better. You see? So learn how the brain works and use it at your advantage. And tapping is the easiest way so far. So if you use tapping with sound, it's, to my experience, it's the fastest way. It's very potent though. And so if you're not ready for a big release, go slowly at it. But if you are singing, if you're chanting, if you are the one producing the sound, don't worry. Whatever release you have is always going to be the right one. No matter what, whatever happens is always the right thing for that moment. And the reason why going with what you learn on books rather than learning to co-create in the moment is stupid is because in the moment when you co-create with the universe, call it God, whatever you want, you are actually learning in real time, and that's super learning. And you can only do that once you have achieved a certain understanding of who you are and your relationship with all that is. But if you're not a humble person and you're still in your ego, which most religious people are, because they are in a constant state of fear, of judgment day, of being born sinner without their fault, and all this shit. And that's actual abuse. And most of them have gone through abuse. That's why they drink that Kool-Aid, because, it's a continuation of what they were brainwashed with since they were maybe in the fetus. And that affects you all along. It's scientifically proven, this shit. But if you want to keep believing in your downer bullshit, and all that stuff because you're not ready to change, that's fine. That's your journey. It's just not going to probably be around me, not at this point in my life. Never claimed I was a guru, never cared for it either. I am just, someone who's trying to help people. But I am not willing ever to be around people who want to cry on themselves and not do anything about stuff, or people who just go around being selfish assholes, using others, and then, trying to come across as the victims. I understand you're where you are. I just don't want you around me, period. That's it. I wish you well. Someone else will help you, I'm sure. There are limits, and setting those boundaries is healthy. And a lot of people who went through trauma are not able to set boundaries. It's one of the other big things and big themes you will find throughout when you deal with a lot of people. And then a lot of times when I go and ask for readings and stuff, as much as good people, give them great readings and stuff, sometimes people don't need to have answers, because when you give them an answer, you're actually not empowering them. You're actually disempowering them. When you help them get to the answer themselves, that's when you empower them, and that's when they heal. And so a lot of coaches learn this in their journey, and that's different between a therapist and a coach, even though really good therapists do the same thing, right? So again, just because someone calls themselves a therapist doesn't mean they're not good. So don't get that in your brain. I'm not trying to do that. Just be discernful when you deal with people and realize, are they coming from their ego perspective, or are they truly putting your healing journey first, and their agenda is not part of it. You are the center of the healing, and you are the one in the driver's seat. So when you go to a coach is not someone who will tell you how it is. A coach will help you get there. Now, a good therapist does the same thing. The difference is that because they don't use techniques like EFT, that, whatever your credo is, if you tap, you're tapping physically on the meridians of your body, and you will relax. Doesn't matter what you believe. But if you just sit there and talk about your problems, you're solidifying those problems in your brain, and your brain is getting faster and faster. And this is a fact. So it's right there. There is no argument as far as I'm concerned. But people can do what they want, choose your own healing journey. Nobody's stopping you as long as you don't bother other people. I'm fine. I don't really care. We're all free to do what we want. So I hope other people will start sharing this stuff. I hope they'll realize that there's lots more people out there who are in true pain and who don't realize they are. So they all act out. They may be ex-druggies who'll tell you, I was a druggie because I had low self-esteem. I often kid about that. And it's very high sarcasm I'm using, because the truth is, people who become druggies and stuff is not because they're lazy. It's not. They have a bigger problem underneath, and it's always to do with self-esteem. It's always to do with self-loathing. It depends on the drug and stuff, on the person. But when you go really and help those people, there's always something way bigger than they ever could remember. And so when you see people acting out and shit, unless they're psychopaths, and then it's a different story, where, they just enjoy creating drama, and then they sit back and look at people fighting, that's a bit crazy stuff that they do. Or even, they love hurting other people and they really enjoy it. It's like, oh, I got the power over you. That's insanity. So let's not go there, right? But regular people usually who behave that way is because they are hurt. So rather than even trying to talk to them, because they won't be able to talk to you, most likely they'll be triggered. It's easier, even if you try and talk to them, to just tap. And you don't have to even tell them to tap. You can do it for them. That's the other thing. So when you do that, it's surrogate tapping, because you're tapping on yourself, really, because if they're triggered, you are most likely going to become triggered yourself, or they're going to become untriggered with you, but most likely you will become triggered somehow, because we are empathic beings, and when we see other people suffering, automatically, we want to help them when we feel for them. So you can use that to your advantage, where when you tap, you can actually bring them out of being triggered themselves, and they don't have to believe in it or anything. They can fight it, whatever, it still work. So I've done all of this in my real life. I'm not just talking about it because I read it somewhere. I always go and verify stuff, and when I say things over and over, because I know they work, I know that if you give it a chance and you bring them in your life will become something magnificent that you could never have even thought before. And I used to be covered in psoriasis. My hands were double the size and I was disfigured. So I went through so much shit in my life, but I don't show for it. I had psoriasis on my face, and unlike a lot of people, I haven't been on holiday for like over 2 decades. I haven't had money like most of you have. I've lived very poorly pretty much all my adult life. So I had tons of reasons to just give up, but I didn't. And pretty much everybody in my life I've helped that was family and stuff has backstabbed me somehow. So I have a lot of reasons to be angry and to be an asshole with everybody. But fuck that shit. What is that gonna fucking bring in your life? You know? I distance myself from the people who hurt me, absolutely. Do I go after them? No. No, if I went after them for what they did, it would never be the end of it. And how? How can you get back, your youth by doing that? They fucked me over. My young life is being fucked by them, by the people who should have helped me the most. And how many of us have gone through that? How many children have had that in their life? And how many parents have been great parents and their children treated them in that way? So it's not one-way street, right? We all have our own shit, but only some of us use it as an excuse to be assholes, right? So don't be another asshole. Tap instead. That's all I ask. Give it a chance. Stop freaking judging things without trying them. 42 days of honest, serious tapping. Each and every time you feel like shit. Each and every time you just don't feel okay. Try it. 3 to 5 minutes. It will bring you back. And then you go back. And then next time during the day where you feel triggered again, you do it. Every time you remember. And when you don't remember, it's okay. It's okay. No shame, no guilt, because those things keep you stuck. But if you do feel shame and guilt, you tap on it. You get my drift? It's not that easy, guys. Oh, wait. It's not that complicated. I said it's not that easy. That was my... Because in a way, okay, it's true. In a way, it's not that easy because when you're triggered, and that reminded me of what I wanted to say, that's hilarious. When you get triggered for whatever, you get triggered in a previous time of your life. And in that time of your life, you didn't know how to tap. So that's why guilt and shame, don't let them come and be a part of you. If you forget to tap, it's not because you're bad and you don't want to heal. It's because your brain doesn't remember. You're snapped in a different part of your brain. So what you do then is you have us, you have a community, right? You have friends, and you help each other remembering. So when you see someone, being triggered, you can start tapping around them, or you can tell them, hey, why don't we tap a bit? And then you keep telling yourselves, every morning when you wake up and you're not triggered, you make it your habit, and you say, for today, you do it for 5 minutes in the morning, If you wake up and you start tapping in the morning and you put yourself in the higher vibration, you feel good. Even if 5 minutes is good, start with small goals. From now on, today, when I get triggered, I will just start tapping, And you say it 2-3 times and you tap around. That's setting an intention. Over time, if it doesn't happen right away, you will succeed. And you have created an anchor at that point inside of you that each time you lose your shit, you're gonna start tapping on your karate chop point. Or hold it and breathe. That's fine too. Massage it, as I said before. You can do it in different ways. Adapt it to who you are. You can just hold your hand if you're in public. You don't want to show people, you just hold right that. That works. You can do all kinds of things. I'm blatantly obvious when I'm outside and I tap because then people ask you, why are you tapping? See, when people ask you a question, it's a lot more powerful when we give them an answer because they're interested. When we offer help to others, that's why a lot of them throw you away and react really badly. People, take it in a different way. They're not as open to it. And a lot of them get offended, actually. But when they ask you a question, that's your opening to actually introduce them to it. So the best way to get them to ask a question is to do it in front of them. It's like, oh, what the fuck are you doing? I'm tapping. This is awesome. Let me show you. You know, this is great. And you can go and show them what it is you're doing. And it was their choice to come to you. So sometimes when we go and help other people and we offer our help without asking and we get them triggered, that tells us a lot about where those people are. And that's why I personally do it. Because if I'm not sure where someone is and I know the universe sends you there somehow, it just happens, then you're like, okay, why am I here? What's going on? But when you converse with these people, by the words they use, the answers, the way they react, you understand where they're at. And then, if you are able, you can offer whatever you can to help them in the way that will actually help them. And tapping makes it all much easier because it doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter what you do. As long as you tap, it will work. And that's why I love it so much. You don't need to be an expert in NLP or in anything. It's available to everybody. This is truly peer-to-peer, and it's truly something anyone can do. And this is the true power of these techniques. There are 48 different techniques. So when you hear someone saying EFT technique, it's usually people who don't know tapping correctly. So take what they say with a grain of salt. That's just my advice to you. Do what you want, but be aware of this. There are 48 different techniques. Dawson Church covers this in his mini manuals. You can find the mini manual for PTSD, for example. They're less than $20 on Amazon. You can buy the actual copy. They're small. They're really pocket sized. They're great little books. If you want to understand how the brain works, that's probably one of the best books to read. And also it covers with you what exercises to do best, because it's really important with PTSD to go at things in a certain manner so that, they don't get triggered and stuff. And because you're doing it on yourselves, you don't need to worry about, a lot of things because you can feel yourself, But if you have PTSD and complex PTSD, I would suggest, if you have the means, go on his website. He has a lot of really good coaches that can help you, and they focus on that because it's really important to go to someone who actually knows how to deal with you in order to, not you as a person, but that kind of problem. It's really important. So if you intend on getting help also and you're a veteran, they help them for free there, so you can go and check it out. And I like to share it and say it over and over because I know there's lots of veterans out there who are suffering with PTSD. And I know many of you get a pension because of it. So you don't have a vested interest in getting better. And that's why you're the eternal whiners. Oh, but PTSD is being resolved easily, guys. So stop whining about it. Go on EFTuniverse.org and get your fucking help, okay? And as far as the money goes, I think you would rather, if you're self-respecting as people, make your own money and let those who really need the help get it, right? So once you're healed, I don't think you'll have a problem making your own money because you're creative, you have lots of gifts, right? And there you go. So I'm just saying, I get it. Look, we all like a cushy life, but do the right thing. Not just for yourselves, right? Save the grandma. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, I'm not Fauci, man. God, I honestly don't know how certain people can live themselves, but hey, that's how it goes, right? You're so funny. Oh, Alan, you're so funny. Yes, and anyway, so if you want to have this video pure and stuff, go on either Odyssey, and you can find all the videos separately there, or you can get the one together. I'm trying to upload it. It's a bit harder because it's a bigger file, so I need to find the right format for that. Or you can go on the podcast, because you can see the video on Spotify. So I will also upload it in the course as well. So you can also take the course. Again, all my courses, I don't spam. So if you know me at all, and even if you don't know me, if you use the scheduler that I have online, by the way, I didn't hook up to anything on purpose, guys, because I don't really care for random people to go and see how much I make, where I make it. I don't give a shit about all that stuff. I'm not doing this because of the money itself. Yes, I need to make money, and of course money is important, but I go buy donations. So at some point, people, and if they buy private things, I'm sorry, it's none of your fucking business. I don't give a shit. I don't care for your business. So you don't see anything about me out there for that reason. But that program is completely secure. The scheduler I use is well known. I use PayPal. I cannot fuck you over. If you don't get what you pay for, PayPal will give you back the money. So there's lots of idiots out there who are trying to say that, people who are independent and not following Big Brother, they're fucking you over. Guys, we're not the ones who made trillions of dollars off of telling you that this jab was safe, and then after you took it, all the side effects came out, and they also told you, oh, by the way, the manufacturers and the people who push this shit on you are not gonna pay you any damages if you get sick. I'm not the one who did that, remember that. So stop fucking treating people who are actually honest, hardworking people and who don't live in mansions, okay, like shit. Start opening your goddamn eyes to who is the piece of shit in this equation. And it's certainly not these people, okay? I'm not a big streamer who keeps pushing the mainstream propaganda because they're too scared to say the truth, and they lie to you about how many times they get their jab, and I guarantee you they don't get the fucking same jab you got. None of these fucking people are honest to you, and if they are, they're complete idiots. Because all they want is to continue being on top and making shit ton of money, and they don't care what lie they're telling you. So follow the money, follow the lie, people. Wake the fuck up. And this goes the same with all of you who follow the fake religious bastards who keep telling you you were born sinners. Maybe they were born sinners, but they're just literally trying to keep you in your tiny ass lowest part of yourselves. Because then from that point, what are you gonna do? You're gonna fight with each other? You're gonna hate on each other? Yeah, you're not LGBTQ, you're not hetero, you're not Italian, you're not... Like, go fuck yourselves, we're all the same, stop fighting with each other. It's not that fucking hard, people. There is Klaus Schwab and those schmucks who don't want to fucking do anything, who are scared of being at work and real work and look down at it. They can't clean for shit, but they tell the cleaner how to clean. You know how to clean? Then clean your own shit. Because I never had to fucking hire a cleaner to clean my shit. And I was pretty busy compared to some of you. Yet I always lived in a clean house. And I had chronic back pain, neck pain, and all kinds of other shit. So... talk to my hand if you're lazy fucks who think pencil pushing is more important than real work. You got it all wrong. And if all of you pencil pushers in the world went missing, none of us would miss you, but we would definitely miss the garbage man, the cleaner, and all the other dudes who do the real work that is necessary. And Klaus Schwab and Greta are not necessary parts of our society, and neither is Fauci. Huh? Just to point out a few things. And if you believe in clean energy, you may want to go and check out how all those countries who went clean energy are now declaring bankruptcy. It's a big fucking scam, first of all, because none of those clean cars are clean. The amount of pollution to produce them far, far outweighs the benefits. And this has been known for a very long time. And, quite frankly, guys, you're just following a bunch of propaganda because you are too lazy to fucking go and do your homework. And then when people point this simple truth out, you try and tell them, oh, you're an idiot. You are the moron who has zero fucking research abilities, drinks the Kool-Aid, and keeps doing shit that is literally hurting all of human beings and all of Earthlings. All of them. And if you think the Amazon is burning because of human beings' actions, yeah, well, I don't know if they're human beings starting those fake fires, but if they are, they're certainly not the ones they're blaming. So, You know, it's easy to see a fake fire, guys, because they usually have very, very good perimeters. And that's what a lot of them are. So go do some research and realize a lot of it's pure bullshit because they have very, very specific agendas. And that's what they're rolling out now. So tap away, go do your research. Don't listen to me by any means. I'm not telling you take my word for it. I'm just offering my opinion. But if you keep on doing what you're doing, things are not gonna get any better, and your children are gonna pay for it. I don't have any, so I can literally go like this. I don't, because it's wrong, and because I care about the children, and I care about the elderly, and I care about anyone really who is a good being. Why not? You know, how can you be happy when all around you there's nothing but suffering? So it's stupid to not care. It's idiots are like that. Or like religious people do. Oh, you're not religious? Oh, well, then you're a pariah. I need to stay away from you. I can't even talk to you. But I believe in God and God will save me. Never mind, I hurt animals. That's okay. This is how they look to me. It's like, please, people, are you demented? Seriously. You know, that's not God. They're Satan. Let me repeat that to you. You know, no fucking real and God the way they intended, by the way, because then some people go, who is God? You know, and they try and be philosophical. Just so you know, I was top of my philosophy class when I took philosophy and I was 16 years old, because in Italy we had a real education, you know, like when you go to an Ivy League school in America. Yeah, so shut the fuck up when you want to talk philosophy, you fucking idiots. Philosophy is good to a point, but you know, when you sit on your asses and you never had a real fucking problem in your life and you try and philosophize bullshit with me, it's like, that's not philosophy. That's just talking in the wind for nothing. You know, I'm a practical person. Let's resolve the issues at hand, and then let's have fun with philosophy once we have done that, okay? Because I'm all for it, but not in these cases. I'm gonna hydrate now, but I think I refunded your things because I couldn't do it before, and I'm trying to be good about it. I forget about those little things because I'm not used to it. You know, we are too combative here, eh? We say too much truth to have a lot of people. Plus, they will never put us on the front page because most of the staff here has a Tesla, right? And they believe in the global warming bullshit. Get on the freaking, you know, front page, guys. Come on, it's called climate change now because global warming was shown to be bullshit by real scientists. Did you? Oh, fine, I'll take another one. Fine. Yeah, right. Klaus is my best friend. Yeah. Exactly. Like, if people, I agree, like what you said before, if the people use the money they make to help other people. Exactly. But most of them don't, right? Drama! It's too funny. Oh, Streamlab is hilarious. We have put mature tag on due to mature. What, because we're talking about truth that you don't want the kids to know? That's right. Go to school, kids. Get brainwashed real good. I don't know how people can leave their kids in school today. You have to be like, you really have to not care about their well-being. Eh? I know some people say, oh, I have to work, how can I do it? I say go with one last vacation and fucking stay home with your kids. It's just far more important than putting them in the hands of some third party that fucks them up, because that's obviously what they want to do, right? Gotta create the slaves. Remember, one of the big lines of Klaus Schwab in his book was to, and everything he says is that, you have to create such a crisis, and you have to make them go without stuff so that people will be willing to do all the jobs that nobody is currently willing to do. Well, including himself, because he's never done a real job in his life, obviously, as I said before. But, people, wake up. If they don't like manual work, if they think that pencil pushing is more important than the plumber, the people who do real work, you have to understand they are narcissistic, and most of the times they're just a psychopath who are trying to make more money off of you, and who usually don't give a fuck about doing their own thing. If they're scared of real work, you don't want them around you. Because they're not people, and they're healthy, because we're not talking about people who are physically impaired. It's different, you have every reason not to. But when you are healthy and you are a lazy asshole and you cannot even change your bed or wash the floor or clean the bathroom, shut up. You're a parasite to the world, and there is no fucking doubt about it. And I'll take the plumber, and all those people you call blue collar are actually useful in this world. And then when you look at engineers, for example, out of all the professionals, they're the least paid, a lot of them. They have a lot of, and I'm talking about not, like, the software engineers can make shit ton of money, and they don't have the same, oh, I can kill a bunch of people. I guess if now they design a killer robot, they could. But I mean, they don't have that kind of weight. But civil engineers and people who actually, if they make a mistake, people die. And they don't make a lot of money in comparison, people, to a lot of these assholes who have parasitic jobs. And this is the world we live in. If you think we live in such a good world, we don't. We don't, absolutely. It's obvious we're in hell, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's pretty clear. This is hell. And God is on holiday, because what the fuck? Me, I would have been tired of resolving all the issues. It doesn't take that long. I just need 24 hours, because I like to take coffee breaks just to get the energy going. It's ridiculous what has been going on all this time. But that's how it is. So anyway, instead of getting pissed off and upset, you can tap moving forward. Now you have everything you need to start. You have the information. You can go on eftuniverse.org. Okay, I'll write it down. So if you see this video anywhere, EFT Universe, like the universe, universe.org, because they are now, finally doing org. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So hopefully you will get some benefit out of that. I did put it just on subs only because I honestly couldn't be bothered more with stupid trolls that come in and say stupid shit. I'm so done with that crap. I was in on my other channel, I was in Taylor Javot's stream, and yes, I'm calling her out because she's one of those e-girls, right? And she was doing a body paint thing, but the nipples are covered. Like, these people are not, yeah, they're naked, but they're not really naked in the sense that you can't see shit. It's like, it's nothing more than what you see with a bikini or whatever. So anyway, and she's not really like one of those assholes kind of girls, she's actually one of those who is, always nice, and they abuse her like shit. And she doesn't go crazy like me. I would fucking rip them apart if they did that to me, for example. So she's not at all, she doesn't deserve that. If you don't like the stream, I understand, get out of it, right? But it's not like she's leaking a mic and putting it under ASMR, And even so, like, report them. You don't have to, and ask them to create a section for them or to explain to them, no, that doesn't fly. But you don't have to be an asshole about it the way these people are constantly. And the thing is, they're not doing anything wrong. And they were savages, man. They were fucking savages in there. And I was like, me, I would have been fucking tired, A, of banning them all, But that was like a raid attack that they were doing, and I think they were bots mostly, because I went to check their accounts for most of those people and reported some of them, because they're obviously bots. They're fucking bots. These assholes, man, don't have anything better to do than going out and, yeah, you don't like our content. I understand. We are not all into the same content. It's not like I'm into e-girls myself, in the sense that, I'm straight, so I don't really look at them like, oh yeah, baby. But what I like art, and she was actually, it was cute, and I could never paint on my body, because I would, it's not my style. I don't really like to be on camera like that, it's just not who I am. Even if I was younger and I had, a young hot body, I couldn't care less about that stuff. But I like the art itself, and I never could use any of the paint, because even when they say it's natural, my skin just fucks. It says, fuck you, man, and goes crazy. So I'm interested sometimes, right? I just watch when I have my downtime. I need some relaxing, cerebral stuff to do, yeah. And I'm in there trying to relax. She's totally, today was like her 2 years anniversary that she has been streaming, and these assholes are in there literally fucking it up. And again, on the other side, could it be done all on purpose because there is no such thing as bad advertisement? Yeah, of course, it could be a tactic people use, right? And she could just be very good at playing the poor damsel in distress, because that usually works really well with men. When they see a damsel in distress, they want to save her, and so a lot of them keep donating, right, when they see that. So yeah, it has been used to death by a lot of them. But regardless, to me, it's like, how sad is it, that people, in either case, how sad is it that people go to such length to be jerks or to make money? It's like, wow, kind of tells you we are in hell, man. Let's step on that. We are in hell. Even though we are in hell, I choose to have a good laugh instead of getting mad. There you go. That's a good one. Even though we are in hell, I choose to not get angry and instead to crack jokes and have a good laugh. I'm already like going, because I'm not mad at all. That's the thing. But if I was mad, I would just stay in the mad. I would say, I would want to go in the positive, but fuck it. I want them destroyed. You fucking bastards. You can go so negative to tapping. I really love it, because you go as negative as you need to be. You don't have to fake positive, because that's actually one of the worst things to do to yourself. So there you go. So I found it finally, and I put it together because I wanted to get it done. And I really, I have been thinking about Udemy this past, since I took the course down and stuff. But I really don't think I'll go back to them until they change the way they allow people to give feedback. It's just because I don't want to constantly have to fight over, keeping the course at high scores so people with no money can find it, while shitty courses that are for pay, have better scores because they get fake reviews. And we did check. They say that they checked them, but it's fucking bullshit. So, yeah. They check how valid they are. That's not true. It's fucking bullshit. So, obviously, they don't... They obviously think that creating that kind of competition between instructors is their best winner tactic. But I think if they keep going that way, they'll end up losing a lot of really good instructors, because over time, the ones who, especially like if you don't make enough money to even want to be there, like it's not enough money for the amount of bullshit. And then also, like, if someone goes in there and for whatever reason you have a low score and they don't realize, like, I was never like such low scores, but it's still a piss off to me because I'm sorry, like there's so many courses in there that teach you EFT and they don't do it correctly. So when people use it, then they use the different stuff, they don't use it right, and then it doesn't work for a long time. And then they go, oh, EFT doesn't work. No, it does work. It's just you're not using all the techniques correctly and you're not doing it in the right way. And that's a huge fucking thing. And the reason why they don't teach it right is because they don't know it, a lot of them. That's the thing. A lot of them just, there's lots of charlatans out there. And a lot of people don't care, they just want to make money. That's what it is. A lot of these instructors are not there just because they want to teach you something. It's because they want to fucking make money, guys, out of it, obviously, right? Duh. So they do everything they can to be on top. And that's why I think a lot of those fake accounts, in my opinion, are some of the instructors who are actually, especially if they see you as a competition. Anybody can do it, of course. Like, you can also create fake accounts and do it to them, right? But I don't know you, but I got better things to do with my life. And also, I rather have my own thing where I don't have to always abide to some bullshit rule. Like when you put your courses there, you have, that's why the videos were shot in a certain way, was because they have all these guidelines, right? And so it's such a pain in the ass because you're not, like, they're so concerned about, for example, you trying to take the students away from their platform, It's like, are we partners or are we what? Like, that's not how you treat a partner. It's a very one-way street, right? It's like, why would I take students away from your platform? I cannot offer that. But if they want to hire you privately, it's their business. You know what I mean? It's like, they kind of limit in some ways. And I see why they do it. Like, there were people, for example, when they had free courses where you could give the course for free for unlimited whatever, and they changed that over time because there were teachers or instructors, because it's more the name, whatever, they were giving their courses for free on Udemy, but they were charging off the platform, so Udemy was making no money. They were doing all the work, well, half of the work, right? Because you still have to pay staff to run the platform. So I understand they have to take a cut to what you make, right? But in the same time, I also know that, it's not like they dedicate shit ton of hours to your course and stuff. It's once it's set up, it's set up. So, I mean, how expensive, how much can you justify taking so much off of, people, right? And a lot of times it's more than 50% even, so that's why I'm saying this. So at that point, it's not even more a partnership. Like, you're not even 50-50, you're like a fucking employee at that point without having the benefits of being an employee, It's bullshit. And then on top of it, you have all these rules. Oh, you can't share links here and fuck you. I want to share links where I want to share links, where it makes sense. I don't want to have to worry about all this shit where, oh, they're gonna deplatform me because I broke a rule that I forgot about, because we're not all just fucking drones remembering. That's why for me it's like, if someone is doing something wrong, let them know and let them correct it. You don't just fucking deplatform them, or like some people ban them depending where you are, right? Just do the right thing. Treat people with the respect you are asking for. But a lot of these platforms don't, and that's the problem. So that's why I was looking for a long time to change, and finally I had enough. I was like, I'm done. Fuck you. It's just not worth it. I will take courses there because there are great courses. Just check, the feedback, because the ratings are not necessarily correct, and there are great courses that have like a slightly lower rating, but they're really, really, really good. So do your homework, and the good thing is you can return the course for a month. So you can literally take the whole course and then return it, get your full money back, and still ruin the course standing. So if you're a troll, go on Udemy and troll away. I really don't give a fuck anymore. No, I'm kidding. Don't do it. Because there are lots of good teachers there, and, they'll end up all leaving if they don't correct that. That's for sure. Because eventually people will have enough and will realize that, there are other platforms where we can go and we can just, enjoy those kind of benefits without all the... It's really upsetting too when you see people shitting on your hard work, and just really, like, if you're someone who cares, it really is something that you go, why would you even do this to someone else? Like, how can this make you happy? It just makes no sense to me. Yeah, there was, I just ignored it. Oh, fuck them. Today they can go somewhere else. I mean, screw them. Yeah, exactly. And they ask for reviews even before, because they know that they need to ask you a few times before you can actually remember, There's lots of reasons. People are very lazy. People are very me, They don't understand that reviews help the people who are putting out the course to make it better, but also help other students, It's really... Because also, a course can be really well done, but you maybe don't like how the teacher talks or something triggers you, right? So that's fine. I mean, I don't think people should be punished with losing money if that's the case. But then don't let them give a review. If they're getting their full money back, let them go. Why are you letting these people have an effect on the course when obviously they don't like it, they didn't keep it, but they got their money back? It's injustice to the highest form. And there's lots of them who do it, because if you're not losing money, I can fucking buy a course and I can return it and give them a 1 star and ruin the whole fucking review, with 1 star. Depends how many people. And you can ask your friends to go and do a hate raid on people with real accounts. You're giving power to jerks when you do shit like that. And they're not even like... And then they go, oh, we do it because we want the reviews to be as real as possible. They're not real. It's like, or like you make a free course and the free course affects all your standing, Why are you letting them give reviews on the course? It's a free course. Because that's how they rank them, right? That's what they need to rank them. So fucking change the program and make them ranking in a different way. Fuck you. Random ranking. So there's always someone else at the top and everybody gets a fair trial, for example. Like, find a fucking solution and make it fair. Not... Oh, so, if I get a lot of fake reviewers that give me all 5 stars, then I'm at the top. Doesn't matter if my course deserves to be there. Doesn't matter if it's really, There's no way of saying that. So, and I find a lot of courses, they may not help you, but they help someone else. You're just preventing people from finding what they need. Can't stand that. But whatever, that's their issue. I no longer want to be a part of it. And in the new school where I have turned off all the ability to give rankings for that reason, because I'm not interested in idiots who come in there and give it shitty reviews. Especially because for me, when people reach out, I change things and I adapt them and I help them. So that's what I use the review as. I don't give a fuck when people tell me, it's a great course. It's like, great, you help me nothing, because no, I get it. Maybe it's a great course, but there's always something that is not right, in my opinion. There's always something that can be improved. So when you help someone improve it, then I appreciate that. But a lot of people don't get it, they have their ego, they get hurt. It's like, I don't care about that. failing is part of life, because with failure you learn. It's how we learn. There's no failure. You fail when you give up. That's a failure for me. But if you keep trying, eventually you're gonna succeed, because it's just mathematical possibilities. But people just, people don't get it, because they live in a pyramid scheme kind of mentality, and so they think that there's only so much space at the top. There is no top. We're all at the top. That's what they don't get. They just don't understand that concept. So that's why they compete with each other. That's why the preacher, for example, thought I was trying to get his viewers away from his stream. It's like, you're an idiot. You're a freaking idiot. They are here not because of anything else, but the fact that they like you. Nobody can take that away from you, No amount of information would make them go to another stream. But if you know of another stream that is covering stuff that you are struggling with, you can find help and have a better time, right? But they don't want that, right? They want to be the gurus. They want to be the top. They have, a lot of them have triggers because maybe they were treated like shit before by someone else. And so, they get triggered by that. And that's okay. That's their option. That's what they choose. That's what they can do right now. What are you gonna do, right? Me, I usually stay away now. I assess how you are, I see how you behave, I see how you answer, I see how you interact. And then I go, alright, see you. I'm gone. No need for panic. The world is a big place. See you. I'm not even that tall, so it's really easy to lose me in the crowd, She kind of disappears. The disappearing act. I'm very good with that when, in certain cases, Oops, she's gone. Oops, she's gone. See, this doesn't work right now, but usually it's because I'm using the Luma light and the black screen, the background in the back. So I just really like blue tones myself. Blue, very relaxing, I need that, otherwise my nervous system goes into overdrive. As you can tell, I already have enough energy. Imagine me on cocaine, Like, I don't wanna. I think I would probably die. I've never ever had any interest in any of that shit, to be honest. I don't know. I never needed that kind of stuff myself to feel happy. And drinking, I like to, I enjoy sometimes drinking something, nice, but it's really, I don't know, getting drunk, it's too hard for my body to go through. I don't really enjoy it, and the older I get, the lesser I really care for it. So I like it, but it's not something that, I would like to overdo. Just right, sometimes it's fine. You're going to buy some ice globes and just chill out. You mean like the ones that even Love uses, like the ones they put the women, in the spas too. I didn't even know that they were a thing until I saw this ASMRs, right? Because I made my own, right? I made my own thing, but a lot of people bought them. I ordered mine. I don't know when the fuck they're gonna come, but so I made this for myself. But yeah, I wanted the other ones because this has a lot of bubbles, which I like, don't get me wrong. And I wanted the other ones though. But I'm not gonna use them to chill my... Oh, you saw them on Amazon? I wanted the blue ones, but somehow I ordered the purple ones. I like purple too, but yeah, I am blue. I mean, I'm fucking... I like how in the range Oh, whatever, you know. But for you, yeah. Well, Love has them purple. I'm pretty sure he's straight. I don't know. I mean, I never asked him really. I don't have a reason to ask. Also, I don't know. I will never, even if I liked someone on a site like this, I will never hit on them, to be honest. It's just not a dating site, you know. I mean, it's obviously not something I would do anyway right now, but even if I was that kind of a person, I don't know. I just feel like I wouldn't really, you know, feel like I would want to put someone on the spot. Like, he has some of the streamers, he's not the only one I've seen, but they have in their rules, right? Don't hit on me, like, don't, because like if you insist on, you know, flirt, in the sense that, you know, not just because some people use flirting as joking, but some people use it as hitting, you know, like sexually on someone. So I guess it depends how you intend it, but they intended more like that, I think, like hitting on someone. It's like, it's uncomfortable. I hate it. Like, you know, they do it to e-girls all the time, but e-girls, they want that, right? They obviously enjoy it. It's pretty funny. Because it's very personal, and I used to have the same problem, like, just as a woman, it's more normal, but I was always very, you know, joking, and so a lot of these dudes used to think that I was hitting on them, and I just wasn't. I was just joking. So over time, then someone kind of explained it. I'm like, you're pervy. It's like, you know, like you really are taking things out of context, and you know that's your own perviness, man. So I get it, like for me, but I'm very direct. Like when people try to fuck around, you know, I put them in their place pretty quickly. But there's lots of people who get embarrassed by that. I mean, they're the ones who should be embarrassed, not you. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, no, no, but he's not like he's very. I think he he's a goofball. It just makes me laugh. He totally reminds me of my friend George. Some Scorpios are like that. Like some Scorpios are doom and gloom, you know, and sometimes, you know, like they can be assholes. I always find a way to see eye to eye with them because I guess Capricorn and Scorpios can get along really well. But honestly, when they're assholes, I just want to like, you know. But then the others are like that. Like they still have their asshole side, I'm sure, because it's a Scorpio thing. I'm sorry. We all like I'm ruled by Scorpio, so that's why I say don't fucking push me over the edge. I just leave. I don't really let myself get much to that level ever. There's very few things that would get me there today, but some of them are happening right now, right? Like in the world. So yeah, some days can be edgier, but I tap on those days, so it's it's basically impossible for someone to trigger me the same way they could trigger me before. Good luck. Oh my god, yeah. He just is hilarious, man. And then when he does the cowboy, I really like when he does the cowboy. That song is really nice. I really like it, actually. It's very my kind of. But see, that's my kind of wholesomeness, right? Like he's wholesome too, right? Like the all music considered. Like some streamers are very wholesome, and that's what I like about them. Is that you know they're funny and they get it. They're witty. They just want to like they have a good heart and they're they're fun to be around. But yeah, you just enjoy sitting back and watching them because it's just a show watching them. It's a show in itself. Oh god, it's hilarious. See, when I used to work with Mark, right? Like, if I would talk about people like this, then he would come out and say, "Oh, what, you like it?" Like, every time you're like, you know, enjoying someone, then they always throw it's like, fuck man, get over this. Are you two? Are you still a 2-year-old kid? Oh, by the way, guess what happened today, guys? Well, it didn't happen today. I noticed it yesterday. I noticed yesterday. I was trying to think it was yesterday or the day before. So yesterday, the little dog was outside, and she was, just lying outside. And all of a sudden, she turns around and goes, I think it was the other day. I'm debating. But anyway, it was either yesterday or the other day. Anyway, she started bleeding. So she's a big girl now. My baby. But she is not even 9 months. La mia piccina. She's become a big girl. Yeah, so my roommate was freaking out this morning. Oh my god, she's bleeding. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, she's bleeding. Oh, okay. I said, so she is, because I thought she was yesterday, right? I thought I saw it, but then, I thought it would come late after 1 year for some reason. Like, I thought she was still too young for it, but I guess not. So he said, no, I looked it up, and apparently... Oh, okay, good to know. Because I always got them, from shelters and stuff, right? Like a lot of times they were either older or they were already spayed or neutered, so I never had that problem. Poor baby. So then he's like, oh, so I was joking. I said, I'll get one of my old granny pennies and I'll put them on you. I'll have to make a hole for the tail. But I'm like, who cares? It's like, it's not really that bad. And we're, like, I just clean, so it's fine. I'm just too clean to not see it. And if she goes on her stuff, I'll just wash it anyway. Like, it's already happened. So at this point, that's why I don't flip out. Like, my aunt would flip out if she was... My aunt would never live in a place like this. Most of my family would never live in a place like this. Let's put it that way. It's just the facilities, I mean, And I put the tiles down in the bathroom, I had to mock it a little because they had those plastic tiles down and it was done so shitty. So I didn't do it like super great. Like, it was... I was trying to do the best I could with what I had, but like it cost me $120 to retile the bathroom, and it's not money I'll ever get back. And yeah, I mean, we had concrete. So, and don't get me wrong, like, we knew it. It's like, we saw it, we said sure, because in Vancouver it's so expensive when you have dogs to find anything. But nobody in my family would ever accept to live like that, especially close to 50, It's funny. But that's the difference, right? Like, that's where you see, like, all these people who, oh, I'm such a healer, and they all live in these mansions. It's like, yeah, if we take all your privileged life away, I want to see how happy of a person you would be. If you were living like we are, you'd have already killed yourself, probably. So you'd be a complete asshole, first of all. I mean, they're assholes with their privileged life they have, It's like, imagine. It's just hilarious. So I appreciate people like Love and All Music Consider, because they bring laughter in a world filled with jerks and privileged fucks who are self-entitled and, who, fuck man, when karma hits them, it's never freaking too early in my books. Some people just have to suffer to become decent human beings. There is no doubt about it. Sad, but true. What are you gonna do about it? So that's it. I'm just wasting time right now. I'm chilling out. And well, it's 4:30, so it's also because I had some brunch, so right now I'm kind of like digesting. Yeah, my mustache. I always want a mustache like Poirot. And then when he goes like that, he push his mustache up. What can I say? A beard and mustache really do cover up. I bet you in winter it keeps you nice and warm, right? I wouldn't mind that. Maybe I'll do some hormone therapy. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I think I just have to wait for menopause. It's gonna happen naturally. Then I'm gonna send you a picture. You're gonna go, look, she's become a man now. Well, at least I'm chubby. God. Especially with the boobs, right? Hey, maybe the boobs get reabsorbed. I wonder, do the boobs get reabsorbed when they do hormone therapy? Even when they're giant? You get a big beard. It'll be so funny. I would do it just to shock my relatives. I'm kidding. I would never fuck around with my hormones because I would probably break out in psoriasis and migraines again. But I surely like to picture, their faces if I actually did it. God. Oh my god. I mean, in Italy, where I'm from, they are so close-minded. I wonder how they're fending today over there with all this new stuff. How they are reacting. I mean, they were making a big deal about gay people kissing each other, 30 years ago. It was like a big scandal. I'm like, oh my god, you people have no fucking real issues in your life. So imagine now, like, what are they saying? Sometimes, okay, when I was 7, this is 41 years ago, okay? When I was 7 years old, I went to my grandma and I explained to my grandma what a lesbian was because someone was telling her about, oh, and she's a lesbian, right? These are all church people, so, bigots as they come back then. And again, we were in a part of Italy where they were very, very bigot-like, so it was extra there. Super close-minded. So, anyway, I was just a young kid, right? And this woman was talking, and so my grandma was, what is a lesbian, right? She didn't know, so I told her what a lesbian was. And she was shocked. She was like, it was one of the few times my grandma literally, her jaw dropped. It was hilarious. And then she was a little proud, letting other people know that I was so smart that I knew what a lesbian was. When I think back, oh my god, can you imagine if she lived right now, how hard it'll be for her to accept all this, diversity, right? Like, and I never agreed with her, obviously, because I don't really care what people do. Like, if you're happy, go for it. Just don't, make a big deal of it. Don't treat other people like shit because they're not, in that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all the bullshit that is going on today is really, like, extra. Nobody needs that. But ultimately, I mean, back then, they used to treat them like shit. And not just in Italy, in a lot of other countries. But Italy was one of those countries where, fuck, man, they were demonized, like, you know. And my grandma wasn't really like that, because my grandma, like, it's a sin to judge, right? And I would call her out on that when she did that with me. I would say, well, you're judging, grandma. You're not really following your God's word, right? And she would look at me. Because remember, I had my father, right? He hated the church. So I had him to save us from being completely brainwashed by the Bible thumpers back in Italy. But in the same time, my grandma was someone who really did believe in it. So she actually tried to be a good person. And she wasn't treating other people like shit, but ultimately, by default, when you think, like with animals, right? She thought animals belonged outside and they were inferior, and she had them and she had no problems with it, and so forth. And when I was a little kid, I didn't want to eat stuff, and I was like, oh, poor animals, right? Blah, blah, blah. And basically, it's because my mom did macrobiotic. Otherwise, they would have made me eat shit all the time. Otherwise, because that's how it was. You need this for proteins. You need, and they don't stop and think that, what kind of God do you think could put animals on the earth for you to hurt when they can feel pain, when they have they're sentient beings. Like, they didn't make the connection, right? But she went through 2 wars and she lived most of her life in survival. So that's why for her, animals, there wasn't enough for people, So that's where she came from. So her and I would have discussions about stuff. And sometimes she would be really frustrated with me because she couldn't bend me like she did with my mom and, her children. I would just tell her to go where to go at some point. I'd say, well, you want to be like that? I don't agree with you. I'm sorry, And so even when it came to homosexuals and stuff, I was like, what is it to you? What do you care? They're not hurting you. What do you care? Why is it such a big deal? Like, don't you understand that that's not God? It's like, that's not God, man. God doesn't work like that. And she'll look at me. It's a lie. It's a fucking lie, obviously. Like, you're following a satanic church. And the thing is, Christians think they're better. They're not. I'm sorry to break it to you people. But, just the way most of you behave. But, it's just the same shit. Like, when I hear Christians going on, actually, it's exactly what I used to hear in Italy. So when they say they're different, I'm like, no, you're not. You're saying exactly the same shit. So, and you behave in horrible ways, most of you. Some of them are not like that, but ultimately, they all think they're better. They all think they're God's people. They all think they're gonna be saved. And most of them are non-vegan. So, what's the difference? To me, there is none. So, yeah, you see good people highly misled, and in the end, it doesn't really serve you, because, like, even my grandma, she was a very strong believer and stuff, but a lot of the stuff she believed in hurt her, because when you think you're a sinner and you feel guilty, that alone hurts you. And not just emotionally, it's physical, because that's where we show our emotions in the body. The body talks about how we feel. And so that's why when you see what kind of ailments and diseases people have, you can easily also see what emotionally could have brought them to that. And it's pretty interesting when you start paying attention to things, how much, there is somewhat kind of a science going on there where you can jog down, certain patterns. It's pretty interesting. So I think people should start paying more attention, basically, to the stuff that matters. And they would end up better, than other people. Yeah, that's too. God, it's so gross when I read that. When I read that, it's so gross. Oh, shit. It's like when you have hair in your mouth. Not very nice. It's one of the things that really I detest, actually. Drives me mental. When I feel those little, any kind of hair. It's one of the things with long hair. It's so much more work. That's why every now and then I shave my head. When I go nuts, you know, when I'm like, I've had enough. Then I go with a buzz cut. But that's okay. The last time I did it was almost 14 years ago, so it's been a long time. Now I just keep it very long, so when it gets too long, I just take the ponytail, you know, and I cut it where I want it. That's it. That's the extent of my haircut. I haven't had a haircut in probably 10 years, I think. Or more. I don't know. It's been a long, long time. Yeah, it's probably like almost 10 years. At least 8. Kinda sad, but true. I just hate going to parlors. I hate going to... It's just such a waste of time. Like, even when I do my nails, I try and do it so they last really long, so I don't have to keep doing it. And I'm getting much faster now because, I mean, after over a year of doing it myself, you know, like with the gel and stuff, I'm learning. I'm still not professional level, but I mean, it's decent. It's just, I prefer if I didn't have to, you know, waste my time. I prefer if I could do this and oh, it's done. There are other things I prefer than, you know, wasting time on makeup and bullshit. Fuck. Never been much of that. Oh, you didn't. We want to see pictures to trust that you did it. We want to know the truth. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't have any sounds right now going to I. So this is like a soundless stream with nothing going on. There you go. How was that? Ugly face in the middle. The troll. The troll! The gargoyle. And today is really chilly, so I'm actually wearing a black sweater, so... Oh my god, I'm so sleepy. That really relaxed me. The tapping and shit. Always it works. I think I finished this coffee. Almost. It's cold now. I always end up drinking coffee cold because I forget. It's there, I see it, but I don't pay attention. So, what are you gonna do today? I want to see if that one that I uploaded works. I don't know why. It's like the format is wrong or something, and it's not accepting it. It's a fucking pain in the ass when Odyssey does this. So, I have tried to upload videos that they said shouldn't have worked. I'm gonna try a different one. Let's see if this one works. I'm trying different formats right now to see if I can find the right one. Because it uploads it and stuff, and then when I go and try and play it, doesn't play it. It's like, fuck off. But then I did it with other stuff, and the day after, it worked. So... just too much. Wow, now it's taking 3 years to upload, so let's see, maybe that one will work. Because I tried the other ones and they play, so... yeah, so they work, no problema. I hope this one works. I think it's to do with the formatting of the video, like the shape of the window. Some of them don't match theirs. Usually if I use OBS and I have the settings that go out in the correct manner, it just works, no problem. But sometimes yeah, like right now that format works, so I think it's to do with that's what I chose. So this one should actually play on Udemy, not Udemy, crap, on Odyssey, I mean. Because I can always upload it on library, but library is like Odyssey, what you put there stays. On library, if you know, it gets removed basically every now and then if it doesn't play enough times, right? So I was trying to put it there so people, when they go on Odyssey, they can find this stuff. And when you start with Odyssey, you get some kind of, you get a lot of library points. So like I put like pennies literally there, right, for each video. But I put some pennies because then in that way people can, you know, buy it and they have it. And as little as it is, it's still better than nothing. You know, they can get the free course if they want the whole thing for free. And, or, you know, they have options basically to get different stuff. As long as it works. Oh my god. So I'm gonna make you sleepy because I'm actually just sleeping myself. Which is good. What? What did she do now?
Oh no, there's she seems tired too because of it.
She's sleeping. She's leaving skid rows everywhere.
But that's why they put diapers on.
Jeez.
When they go through that.
I am bad enough without having him making even more noise.
I need to make coffee. Sorry.
Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know how long their period lasts for dogs.
It's like a couple weeks.
Oh fuck, a couple weeks of bleeding. I guess
I think I'll have to check.
we've been through worse, right?
Yeah, but
Let's see.
I mean, we'll have to get her diapers. She can't. What? It's normal.
Guys,
People get their...
you get the after the tapping, right? So they're talking about a guide to dog menstruation. There is a nice picture of a puppy dog. I think it looks like a German Shepherd. Okay, so if you have an intact female dog, you're going to have to deal with menstruation. Here's what you need to know to ensure that time of the month goes smoothly. Every woman is familiar with that time of the month, but did you know that female dogs go through the cycle of menstruation as well? In dogs, it's called the estrus cycle, but it's typically referred to as heat. Yeah, we say that for people too. Keep reading to learn more about this cycle. Okay, when do female dogs start menstruating? Okay, a female dog will have her first cycle when she becomes sexually mature, when she reaches puberty. So she's going to puberty, my baby. There is no one size fits all guide to when a dog will reach puberty because it all depends on a variety of factors, primarily breed and size. Generally speaking, female dogs can have their first teeth around the time they reach 6 months of age, which is why the most veterinarian recommends paying female puppies before that age. No,
You
actually,
want them to go through one cycle.
real good veterinarians will tell you to let them reach full adulthood because otherwise, actually, they have a lot of health issues if they don't. So, all the shelters, all the places that do it, and they all do it before, they're actually not doing a good service to the animals. But there is a vet office in Richmond here, the reps, and they are an organization and they do it, non-profit, and they make sure they have reached adulthood. So, but whatever. Smaller breeds often go into heat for the first time between they reach 6 months, and larger breeds may not have their first cycle until they are 12 to 18 months. So a dog's first heat cycle means they are capable of becoming pregnant. Yes, that's what I said. She can be a mommy now, but she's a baby still. But she is very, like, I was always saying, right, how she looks like an adult a lot. Yeah, well, there you go. So, how often do dogs get into heat? She'll go into heat roughly twice a year, about every 6 months. It takes time for a dog cycle to become regular. However, and breed size influences how often the cycle happens. Small breeds, for example, may cycle 3 times a year, while large and giant breeds may only have one cycle every 12 to 18 months. I guess it depends also how long it takes for their pregnancy. And also to determine, I want to see how long though does it last. I mean, I'm sure it won't last longer than for a human, so hopefully it'll be less than a week. Fuck. It's a good idea to pay attention to the signs of heat so you can protect your dog against unwanted pregnancy. Yeah, well, like a coyote trying to jump her. Then we have coyote puppies.
Yeah, I can't take her out later. I have to be really careful when I take her out.
Yeah, I have to come out and be the bodyguard. So once the cycle begins, discharge will become increasingly waterier and the dog may start to display marking behavior. During this time, the dog will also be putting off pheromones which a male dog can detect from a great distance. Great, we're gonna have hounds coming at our door. We wanna do your dog. Oh God, I'll just say, how much do you want to pay? As if. Okay, when the discharge becomes watery, this is when the dog is most fertile and when she will be receptive to breeding. If the dog is bred during this window, she's most likely to become pregnant. Good to know. She's still young, my baby. The basics of pregnancy in dogs, I don't care about that. I wanted to know how long it would last. And they don't tell you for how long.
Just type in Google, how long is that dog heat?
I did.
How long is dog heat? You have that?
Yes. I told you, I'm the slowest researcher because I always take forever. Let's try something different. You're so cute.
Yeah,
Heat usually lasts between 2 to 4 weeks.
Yep. That's what I said. It's been 2 weeks. I remember reading it somewhere.
Oh my god. Oh shit, it's one of those times I always hope he's wrong.
Yeah, so basically once every year, for a month, for 2 to 4 weeks, we have to deal with it until we do that other stuff. You're gonna come back to sleep? You tired, dog?
Well, so it's
You're gonna come back to sleep?
it's gonna be fun to try this then. Hey, look who's there. Hey, Gamey. Is he gone already? Are you gone already? Where did you go? There, you can chat now if you want to. I made you a mod. Yeah, so I guess now we're in for a few weeks of fun with her. Because she's still too young to get spayed, so... So I'll have to deal with it somehow. Oh, whatever. I was soapy. But yeah, it makes sense though. Like if they only come in heat so little, then yeah, they will be longer. They need the time, right? Otherwise, wouldn't be nice if that was for us. Except I wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to have a beard for a whole month. Kill me, man. Oh, nice. Very good. Good for you. Have a good weekend then. Enjoy yourself. What are you doing on Twitch, man? If you're out in the woods. Seriously, you miss technology, admit it. What, did you take your computer to play video games in the woods? Admit it. Admit it. Oof, thank you so much. Yep, the badness of the frou-frou. Because she hears the neighbors going cuckoo, so she is also going cuckoo herself, apparently. Oh my god. I'm laughing too much. Hold on. Shit. My phone battery lasts nothing. I don't even use my phone that much. But if I use it some, then that's it. Like, it goes. They don't make good batteries anymore. What phone do you have to make it last so long? I have one of those solar power things. If I ever was traveling or stuff, I would probably recharge it with that. Assuming there is any sun. You have an Android. I never had really long batteries, even with Androids though. I always had the same problems. But yeah, my Apple doesn't allow me to stream on Twitch. So it goes, turn your headset to start streaming, and it doesn't fucking work. It is one of those that my previous one did work. But yeah, so if I want to stream, even if I wanted to stream on the road, I can't with my... I like that. Like, I like it for a lot of things. I don't have anything Apple other than the phone. But I liked it. It's just, yeah, I can't use it for streaming, and, you know, that's it. So if I wanted to do it, I can't. I don't have really an account right now anyway. Like, I haven't been out of my home because of the COVID for so long, right? So I don't really need a phone outside much. So, but if I was to get a new one, then I would have to get an Android. Oh, yeah, yeah. They have their plus and minus. I have had less glitches with them. My other phones always had some kind of issue all the time. I haven't had really issues with any of mine. But, I mean, it's pretty foolproof in a way. Like, it's made for people who are not very technical, I think. So it's easier in some ways, but it's definitely not as versatile. And computer-wise, I never had enough money for that, and I could never justify spending so much on something that doesn't really perform as well as a PC does, right? When it comes to doing a lot of different tasks, which is what I am always doing. Like, I always have gazillion shit on the go because, you know, it's how it goes. Like, even just streaming alone. And then when you try and upgrade them, forget it. You can't really easily do it. So, yeah. I think it's something that affluent and, you know, snotty people like to have. You know, people who like to feel special and better than others. But a lot of people don't really need it. I guess if you do some graphics and stuff, sometimes they can, like, some programs apparently are really good. Like, a lot of musicians, I think, use it for that too. But I couldn't tell you which one is better. I'm not technical, and I don't really give a shit either about that stuff. I don't identify with my computer. I just use it. I try not to piss it off so it doesn't fail because it's a status thing. My brother is exactly like that, you know. And also, like, they'll give you the excuse that, you know, they are not technical, so, you know, it's easier for them, you know. But it's obvious that it's about, you know, being snotty, you know. I'm better than you. I have Apple. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, some people will use it for work. I understand it. I'm not saying everybody who has Apple is like that, you know. There's just a lot of them, definitely. And when you go in the Genius store, man, they're everything but geniuses in there. They are so stuck up. It's like, I really was like, it's true that we were in this mall. It's like, you know, in the Jewish Asian neighborhood of town where, you know, it's like fucking being back in Italy in a way. They think they are so rich, right? They're better than their shit smells better than anyone else. So it's hilarious. When I was in there, I was like, oh my god, this store matches the area so well. It's a nice mall because it's one of the rich malls. I don't know how it is now. It's been a long time. And I think they were building around it or something. But yeah, it's just not my scene, you know? Like, I come from a country like that. Italy, where I'm from, they're very snotty. They're very, like, they have shit ton of money because of red wine and marble, you know? All of the marble you guys everywhere worship. I'm from that place. That why it doesn't really impress me. I like it, but, you know, it's normal for us. So these people have lots and lots of money, you know, and it doesn't impress me because they're ignorant as fuck, most of them. They have no fucking heart, and I just find it kind of ridiculous, to be honest. I like beautiful stuff. I just wouldn't. I would rather have my dogs, for example, than live in a nice place. You know, if I have to choose between living in a shithole but with my dogs, living in a really nice place without them, I'll choose the shithole. For me, it's like a drug. You know, the furry animals. Oh, that's a lovely sound. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that. They were being too quiet. I guess they have come out of their holidays. So they are here to make us enjoy some of their noise. The noise makers. I need to go on holiday. Yeah, right. No, I don't want to go on holiday. I want to move. That's what I want to do. I just don't want to be in this big town. Not my thing. You're worse than I am. You are. I'm not that bad. Yeah. I don't have anything against society, but the way it is shit. It's not really. It's not a great thing. But Italy would have been even worse during this time, especially because there's even more idiots there. So they're all compacted in a very tiny place as well. Oh god. Really not my thing, man. I need space and quiet. Yeah, let's move in the woods. It looks like my neighbors already are getting ready for it. Seems like they're throwing around a bunch of lumber right now. The lumber time. That's it. That's it. Some water. There is no echo either. Nothing. But you gotta love the sound. I'm just trying to distract you from the lovely sounds in the background. I guess the ideal piece is gone now, eh? They were quiet the whole summer though. Like they have been away for like 6 weeks, I think at least. So that was good. Hasn't been too noisy. The school is gonna start after Labor Day here, so we still have a few weeks without the kids and the noise and stuff, but you know, I think some people are gonna come back. Probably in September you start seeing things getting a little busier, and then a week before Labor Day they all come back and get set up for school, you know, and the zoo is back. So there goes the quiet, basically. Nice. Some wine. But which part did you go? Which part of Italy did you go to? Oh my god, I'm sorry, I was so sleepy. I can sleep even with this kind of, like, if they're making noise. When I'm really tired, I can sleep through anything. It's pretty funny, actually. When I'm really tired, that's it. But I like pitch black. When I was little, I was scared. But I really like to have darkness. I don't like to have light when I sleep. It bugs me. And I cannot stand to have stuff on my eyes or even like earplugs. It drives me crazy. That's why I never have earbuds. I always have this because earbuds drive me insane. I can't do it. Nice. Oh, the bread shops. A lot of them. How many years ago did you go? A lot of them have apparently been eliminated even there. Like a lot of things have gone to shit there too. Not everywhere, but there's always gonna be like the micro, places where they still do the stuff, but yeah, I think a lot of it has gone to shit in terms of, artisanal stuff. Like the pastry shops we had there, so good. They had the real pastry, not this chemical shit. Now, forget it. It's just too much work too, right? Like, if you really want to do pastry, you have to, like cream and stuff like that doesn't last. You have to make it fresh all the time. It's like, whatever. Whether it's vegan or not, it doesn't matter. You still have to make it fresh. Oh, you got wireless earbuds? What are they, Bluetooth? Oh, it's not a long time ago. And you still follow good. Well, then it's a good sign. They have more. Because my uncle was like, oh, lots of bread places have gone, lots of small shops. That was before COVID, so. Holy shit. Yeah. They really like to keep their shops. Like in some regions, like in Tuscany, I think Tuscany is the place where they have the highest longevity. Because, they don't use a lot of butter there. They use olive oil, raw, extra virgin olive oil. So good. But you don't use a lot. Like a lot of people don't realize. Olive oil, you use very little. You don't need a lot of that stuff. Like, I have oily skin like shit. That's because I eat oil, right? Like, I've always had oil. It keeps your skin young. And if you put it on your skin, it makes it darker. So don't go in the sun with oil on you. You'll burn. And on the hair, it does what coconut oil does. It makes your hair darker. So it's a natural darkening agent. And also moisturizing. But I don't like it. I don't like to put oil on my hair. I tried and I fucking hate when I feel very oily. It's not my thing. Some things really make me nervous. I can't help myself. Like, I get so. You can see it in my face. It's like. When they happen, I mean. I usually start laughing because I'm trying not to make myself get triggered because some things really just are so annoying. I can't stand it. Like getting my feet in the sand. I hate sand on my feet in between my toes. It bothers me. Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, it's almost 9 years that I'm vegan. Like, yeah. I have tried though. Like, I've had cheese pizza like last month because I wanted to see how my body would react to it and how I liked it. I wanted to see if I still, because I don't like the smell. I don't like anything, but sometimes, yeah, I didn't really enjoy it. And I felt his shit. Like I didn't feel as shitty as I would have if I was really sick. But after a week, I had a really bad migraine, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's coming out." But before it would have been the day after or an hour after, I would have started to feel really shitty. So, I mean, it's a good sign that it took so long for my body to actually, even have a reaction. And I didn't have psoriasis or migraine right away. Like, it's good. But still, my body was like, fuck you, what did you do? And also, like, if I have dairy and stuff ever, like, I get pimples. Like, that's the only time I get pimples. It's so funny. In weird places. Not fun. Usually they either come here or in your privates where it hurts really, really bad. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, and on the butt. On the butt cheeks. They like to come on the butt cheeks. My mom had the same issue. It's funny. And they're like these horrible things, you know. And we never, like, I never had acne or anything. At least that. So when I get one pimple, it's like, what the fuck? It really pisses me off. It bothers me. I can't stand it. I don't miss any of that stuff. I really don't. I don't like the taste. I don't. Yesterday, actually, I was outside combing my dogs, and my neighbor was cooking dead bodies. Man, that smell. I literally, I was feeling like I was gonna puke at some point. It just smells horrible to me, you know. I never thought I would feel this way, ever, you know, because that was one of the things. Even after I went vegan, I would smell chicken soup sometimes, you know, or you smell barbecue, and I was like, oh, you know, the smell doesn't disgust me, so. But now, I really can't stand it. It's just like, ugh. I guess the more you clean out, the lesser you like, and like I can smell the shit in it. That's it's like with eggs, you know, like ugh, it really grosses me out. It tastes like shit too. I can tell usually when eggs are present because it tastes disgusting. But then also, like, if I don't detect them, I feel sick, like horrible the next day. So if we were on survival mode, I'm sure it would be, you know, like if I was really hungry and starving and it was the only thing that I could have, I'm sure my body somehow would deal with it. But those are extreme situations. I don't think, like, I just puke and I don't even know I eat them. So it's not me being difficult. It's just my body doesn't like it. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't miss any of that, honestly. I find it quite gross, actually. That's why I don't eat with non-vegans. It just really grosses me out. Like, I would make faces the whole time and I would ruin their meal, and I don't want to fucking do that either. I'd rather have a good meal, you know, in peace. So if they don't want to eat just vegan, I just meet after with them. It's all good. It's not a big deal. Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Sounds like some kind of nervous thing. Could be like fibromyalgia sometimes gives similar things. Could be something like immunitary, you know. And is it all over your body or just a specific part of your body doing that? I always like to play with the hair. It always has relaxed me. Pardon me. I know it's very rude. That's pretty. See, like someone like that, then you don't want to tap. You would want to just touch and breathe when you do the tapping. Otherwise, it's too much. Like, I know sometimes if you have things like Parkinson's, um, I think, wasn't it Michael J. Fox who had Parkinson? I think sometimes, like, they were saying you can feel like you have needles all over, you know, like you feel numb. MS can also do that, apparently. I had a few friends who had it. But these people were eating so much refined sugar, you know? It's like, that's the other big thing, right? They were non-vegan and they were eating lots of refined sugar, so good luck. Seriously, you're never gonna get better. It's a miracle. It takes a miracle for real, you know. So it's also, you know, a lot of it, like, it's really just diet as well. In their case, for sure. But then one of them also So she had some major MS issue, right? Like this woman had so many problems, and she used to be an athlete before. That's why it hits you so hard too. But she also decided to go and spend some of the money she was making, from getting from the government because of her problem. She went and spent a few, I don't know how many grands on basically plastic surgery to redo her boobs and everything. Because I think she's my age or a couple of years older. I don't know. Like she's around my age. And that was like a few years back. So I guess, once you're past 40, depends if you have certain issues. Like she couldn't really move easily, right? So she couldn't really work out and she became bigger, and I guess she wanted to, go back to her previous looks. And I thought to myself, you're a fucking idiot. Like you have MS, you're putting silicone in your body, which is one of the most the biggest pollutants you can put in your body, and you cannot get rid of it. You cannot do a cleanse and get rid of silicone, and that shit always leaks in your body, like even when you don't think it is. It's all like anyone who puts that shit on, if you notice them, all these e-girls, they all have skin problems. Every single one of them, they all have skin problems. They all end up, having the same issues, and they don't put it together. That's why. They're fucking idiots. So when she did that, I literally, I looked at her, right, and I thought to myself, holy fuck. It's like, how much do you hate yourself? It's like you already have MS. You're already basically on your way out, and she was already like pretty in bad shape. So I don't know if she's even still alive at this point. I mean, I hope she is for her sake, but I just distanced myself because unfortunately one of her bad habits was to, go and steal stuff when she would come over. She would always go in your shit and take stuff, and I can't stand when people do that. Like when I go to people's houses, I don't go in their private stuff. I have respect for people's privacy and things. Yeah, so, and I notice when people go through my shit, so I'm like, yeah, I don't really tend to have them back in my house after that. Sorry. It's not because of the stuff itself, it's just really an invasion of privacy. And, if I wanted people to take my shit, I would ask them to, right? Yeah, like, I'm telling you, some people are so fucked. You just embrace the pain. Oh, look, Malpezi has been trying to. Malpezi. Should I do ASMR for him right now? Really? I don't know. I don't know if I'll do ASMR for you right now. Because it's so late. No, it's not late. Look, I have clay on my face. It could look like clay, actually. Couldn't it? Oh, wow. Nice. Which kind of sugar, though? The sun has come back out. It was really shitty all day, and now the sun is out, right? Like, the weather is so funny here. Okay. I'm gonna do the whispers later. So for now, I'm gonna return your points. But then later on, when I come back in, I cannot count the whispers now as whispers. But Malpezi, I should say. I thought I did this already. Oh, this one I did. Okay, but this one, you're gonna. I returned your points, and next time when I'm doing ASMR, use them then. But I will whisper for a moment for you right now. I'm gonna whisper. I'm gonna whisper to you. From now on, AKA, you're gonna feel better. That's it. My peasy lemon squeezy. I make myself laugh too much. The whispering, the whispering. Hey, did you work today? Did you have a long day? She's gone. She's gone. Yeah, coffee is bad too if you have that, because coffee really is hard on the nervous system. So definitely, but if you have those problems, it's probably an autoimmune thing and it's too much acidity in the body. I would go and check out Dr. Robert Morse if I was you, or you can go on the Kushi Institute website as well, and they usually have a lot of information there where they explain to you exactly, like physically what's going on. But I like Dr. Robert Morse and the Kushi Institute and all those places because they're also looking at the emotional and spiritual side, where a lot of people just look at the chemical side. They're not really doing you a service because you're not just a physical body. So it could be just an emotional thing. So if you can try with EFT techniques and see what emotion could be attached to that problem, and then once you eliminate the charge on the emotion, the problem usually goes. But if it's a physical issue, you can still get relief. Like 60% of pain is actually emotional, so you can still get rid of most of it. But if it's a physical issue, then yeah, you want to also address that, right? You can go about things in many different ways. It just depends on you, what kind of person you are. Also, what kind of knowledge and belief system you have, right? But yeah, like if you want to learn EFT, just check out my links. I put it all there now. It's free, so, and I don't spam. I don't do any of that shit. Also, you can watch the video that I did today, and it's the same, like it just teaches you all the basic stuff. And if you go on EFTuniverse.org, you can find a free mini manual there, and then lots of different ways to tap. And Dr. Robert Morse gives a lot of information for free. So now you have to look on his website because YouTube censors all the people who do real medicines, right? Because they only promote Fauci subscience. So you can just go, I think I did it yesterday, right? I think it's Dr. Morse.tv. I think it's that. Let me check. Yeah, that one is right. So you can go there and it's free, and you can get on his email list, and you will be able to basically receive tons of information. And if you go, like if he still has a website, I haven't checked to be honest in a while, but if on YouTube, if he still has his website there, you can look in the back files and check for similar things. The other thing they do, like if you ever have serious health issues, you can send an email in, and they usually on the show, they cover a bunch of different emails. They ask you to send a very good photograph of your eyes, and they give you the parameters to do it correctly, because with iridology is the best way to see in real time what's going on in your body with the most precision. And it's this stuff is amazing, man. Like, I mean, just guys, consider that my mom, when she had diabetes type 2, she was shooting 45 milligrams of insulin. And yeah, it took me 3 years of being, very insistent with her. But eventually she did her research and she went raw vegan and she got rid of it. So, and it's because of Dr. Morse as well, because I showed her his science and I showed all the stuff that he was doing, because of course she wouldn't trust me, right? And then she met someone as well who came to fix her windows, who confirmed to her in 6 weeks he got rid of it, doing the same thing raw vegan. So, and he's not vegan, but he talks about why we're actually meant to eat vegan and not, he uses honey and other stuff, and but he's not vegan because of that, right? Like, but they're basically vegan, these people. It's just, vegan has a charged meaning to it, unfortunately, because of the psyops that, try to discredit veganism, right? It's all done on purpose. So there's lots of idiots who, pretend to be vegan and push the global warming lie and all of that shit, right? So it's all done on purpose. But yeah, this stuff is very scientific and helpful. I would look into that, because if you have such reactions, and I mean, don't expect Western shit-gear doctors who are not real doctors, they're just murderers with a license to kill, to give you fucking answers, because they don't fucking know shit, those people. They know how to prescribe fake medicine and operate on you, perform satanic rituals on you. It's nothing to do with fucking medicine. Sorry to break it to you guys. If it was real science, they wouldn't need mandates and fake fucking information, right? But of course, they must be right, because, my mom doesn't have diabetes anymore, and her diabetes doctor was so pissed. Yeah, because they love you so much. They care about your health. That's why when you get better, they get angry. He was so ticked off by it. It was beyond belief, because he was making fun of it the whole time, right? And so when she stuck to it and succeeded, because she's not combative as I am, like, if he told me the things she told her, he would have lost one of his balls for sure. If he had any left. He was fucking idiot. Like, and if you looked at him, he was taking even more insulin than my mother, right? And so his measuring stick was, oh, you're not taking much insulin compared to what I'm taking. He looked like hell, and he was younger than her, right? And I guarantee you his life was a lot easier than my mother's. So my mother and I would laugh, and I would tell her, why the fuck don't you tell him off? Like, this idiot. No, I don't want to, because I want to show him and I want to be nice to the end. I don't want to be like him. It's like, but you're not being unfair. He's being an asshole. He's playing with your health. This fucking asshole. And he was he was like the primary doctor in that hospital for that shit. That's what I'm saying. So for all those, idiots who say, oh, if you're angry, you can't do energy healing. It's like, oh, so if you're a sick doctor, you cannot be a doctor, right? And yet most of them have fucking health problems, because they cannot be healthy, when they eat the shit they do and they work like 36 hours straight. You think any human being can be possibly operating on you correctly when they've been up for fucking 36 hours? It's not human what they do. I'm sorry. Of course. Of course. None of their shit is useful. It's emergency. That's all it is. And, in most cases, unless you're in a real emergency, why the fuck would you choose that? It's just crap, guys. Do your own research, people. Seriously, but start looking into people like Dr. Robert Morse, because he knows his stuff. That guy is good. He's like the doctor I had in Italy. Like, he was bang on. But when he learned macrobiotic, this man, he was in his mid-50s, so he wasn't much older than me now, and he had a full desk of medicines he had to take, and he knew he wasn't gonna last long, because if you read the side effects, then you realize why. And So he started looking for a different, alternative, and he learned macrobiotic, and he went to the Kushi Institute. So he learned from the student of Giorgio Java, who was the dude who rediscovered it. And I mean, this stuff is ancient, right? Like, it's just being rediscovered by these people. And the wife of Ojava was doing Reiki as well, because they know this stuff works. And, they've always talked about how it's important that the rice is organic, because otherwise there's lots of arsenic, for example, in the rice. Wild rice is not a grain, is actually a vegetable, and that's why it's better for us. And they talk about all this stuff. And a lot of people just don't know anything about macrobiotic. They just rely on bullshit that other people told them. But people like us who did it, they can tell you that, when you eat correctly, your body adjusts itself and heals. And things that Western shitcare tells you, oh, they're impossible to be healed. I have tons of people I know in my life that have discredited that theory. That's why, you can fool the idiots who don't know shit, but people who have real experience, you cannot fool them. We laugh in your face and we go, we know, Fauci. You are just sharing some science. And that's why you went into hiding after causing all the problems. Because they were never about science, those people. They're about making tons of money off of people who believe them. Get you sicker. Money is in treating, not curing. That's what they teach in those schools. So ask the students from UBC. They'll tell you this, the honest ones. And those who are really into medicine because they want to help people end up leaving because they realize that it doesn't cure people. It's just a big scam. It always has been. And in the States, you pay insane amounts for medicine that anywhere else costs like nothing in comparison. And it's because of the insurance companies that are in bed, and it's a big fucking scam. That's all it is. It's a big scam. So all the people in the US who think they have the best medicine, it's all bullshit, guys. You're being fooled. It's pure crap, actually. And that is the saddest part of all, And then they let immigrants in, right, in Texas and certain places, which, hey, I'm all for helping immigrants, but when you have your own people who are on the streets, when you have your own vets who fought for your country, well, they thought they did anyway. We know they didn't, but they thought they did. They sacrificed their life, right? They were lied to and stuff, and they leave them on the street because they don't take care of them. But they have money for bullshit, right? It's like, come on, people. You do know it's a big fucking scam, right? So, yep. So, yeah, they can hate people like me as much as they want, but my chronic pain and all that shit that I had before is down to so little now. And if it was for them, I would probably already be dead. So, this is what you get from me, That's why anyone who says anything else to me is just an asshole who has never been through, real problems and who has never really had a chance to learn the reality of things. And that's okay. There's lots of those idiots out there. They're usually non-vegan and they usually are addicts. So it's all good. I come from a country where they eat pretty much anything that moves. So Italians and Asians are very similar in a lot of things. Like in Asia, when I was in Missouri, one girl was from mainland China, and she was saying that in mainland China, so there was someone who had this little bird's house, right? And she thought it was a bird trap, and we were learning English, so she explained that in her country they have bird trap because they eat birds. And so the Americans and like some of they weren't Americans, but they were like from other countries where they don't eat birds, and they were like, oh my god, you eat birds? I'm like, yeah, in Italy too. It's like, dudes, in countries where people are not rich, yeah, like that's why they started eating horses in Verona, because during the many battles, during those fucking centuries, right, they would have nothing to eat, but there were tons of dead horses, because when you read history, you never read about the dead horses, right, in the battles. Yes, well, so they started cooking horses because they were hungry and they had no food, and then it became a tradition in my region, right? So a lot of people don't realize many people are not vegan because they are in poor countries and they don't have food. So it's not a choice, but it's because Klaus Schwab and the other assholes are engineering this poverty on purpose, right? Because there is really no excuse for this today. Let's face it, there is enough for everybody. They just don't want people to be happy, right? It's easier to manipulate you if you're poor and starving, right? And scared and sick. And being sick is one of the worst feelings because when you're sick, you can't work, you get very depressed, then people start treating you like shit. I know, I've gone through it my whole life, so I know how it pans out. And I was 33 when I got psoriasis back so fucking aggressively that I couldn't work anymore. I was a wreck. And my family tried to help me, but they all judged me and they all treated me like garbage. My brother was horrible, like literally horrible. And my roommate was much better in many ways because he was literally making fun of me with his Jewish friends because, Jewish people are so nice all the time, my ass. So it depends, right? Like some of them are and some of them aren't, but they were not very nice people to me in those situations. And one of them actually told me, oh, if I had your problems, I would have already killed myself, and they were trying to quote it as something they said empathically. It's like, yeah, right. I'm sorry, but I think if you were sick as I was, you try to get better, because that's the natural instinct. And then you get to the point where the pain is so much that you're like, it's not worth living like this, man. It's true. So, yeah, but it's all too much acidity in the body. So, and I think it's happening faster to all of you guys now because it's so much more polluted than even when I was your age, right? When my grandma was alive, the pollution was so much less, right? And so they were much stronger. Like I can see every generation is sort of like there's more and more issues, and it's definitely because there's more pollution too. So I think it's very important for people to just, the faster you all go vegan, the better chances you have to feel better, I think, and survive. Because it's too much acidity, and then all the heavy metals they are pushing everywhere. So even now, if you're in the boonies, right, they spray shit everywhere. So there is no place on Earth that is not affected really by this, because the water is shared everywhere. Whether you believe in a globe or not, the water is the same fucking pool, guys. So what goes around comes around. So I think it's important that we eat the best we can and that we do, tapping meditations and stuff that really does relax us, because if you're always nervous as well, you'll go in excess acidity just because you're throwing out, all those stress hormones, right? While when you're relaxed, you have the other ones, which is what you want. I forget the name always, but it's the nice ones, the nice hormones, the ones that relax you. There is the asshole hormones and the nice ones. This is the very scientific talk right now. I fucking hate all that terminology. It's just fucking bullshit. A lot of it is because they wanna, if they have a disease name, then they can patent a cure, right, and make money from it. I have my pet peeve with those assholes. It's good to have terminology. It helps, but it's when they keep using it in a fucked up manner that's what pisses me off. But hey, is your puppy doing well, by the way? The one that... How is it going? Our puppy can have babies now. She will get spayed, probably, right? Like, we're gonna do it. It's just, I wanna wait for her to be fully grown so it's not bad for her. Bah. So anyway, yeah, maybe I'll do some ASMR after, but I put it in the talk shows and podcasts because I that's what I was more doing right now. So, and with the tapping and stuff, at least the neighbor stopped making noise now. So, the Luma light, I have the Luma light going right now. But if I took it away, this is how it looks right now without Luma light. This is the color, the actual color of the place. I did crop it. I think I have the cropping too as well, because otherwise it's pointless to have. There's nothing really to see. Oh, they're not leaving with you. They're leaving. Nice. At least you have a place to keep them. I don't. I had to leave when I moved out the first time. I had to leave my German Shepherd for a bit with my parents, and I hated it. Never again. But see, my brother was constantly pressuring me that, oh, you need to go live by yourself. You're 29. He was always so helpful, my brother, throughout the years. And it wasn't just him, but like in North America, people don't understand. Like in Italy, people don't move out on their own because it's too expensive. They stay home and then they get married and they move out, right? And when we moved here, we didn't have money, so I moved into, because I was so, I was like, oh, and I was young, and I was 29, so I wanted to live by myself, but we didn't have enough money, and I'll never ever leave my dogs behind again. That was, again, I was going all the time. It's not like I wasn't seeing her, but it's not the same thing, and I did not enjoy it. So it's hard sometimes. I don't know. I think. Yeah, my brother is just, Some people are just narcs because they think that IQ is equivalent to intelligence, and they think they're worth more than others, but then they lack the real self-respect, so that's an arc for you. So that's what it is. They're just narcissists, and the trauma turned them into bigger assholes instead of making them grow the fuck up and become actual human beings, So it's what it is. But at least now I stay the fuck away, Like, when I think the last time he sent me a text, and I just didn't even bother replying, actually. It was like, oh, if you want, I can help you. I can repair your car. That has been off-road for like a year and a half now, so I hardly think it'll be worth it to repair it, but we'll see. And, like, he didn't give a fuck about me my whole life. He tried to pretty much fuck me over in every way he could, even though, he pretended to care about me. But it's all because they're fucked up. They're like so fucked up, right? And so they always have to compete with you. They always have to make you look like shit because by default they look better. They think it's just so retarded. Like, I look at people like that now. It's like you're just a good story to tell, But I don't want you in my life because my life would have been so much better if you never existed. Honestly, it's like, I would have never had to go through all the shit I went through, including the assholes, who literally finished us, like, economically because of what they fucking put. Eventually they got fucked over, but by, universe that always puts things in the right way in the end. But I'm telling you, like, my life would have been so much better without him. He has never been there for me. He's never been a real brother. He's never been someone it was an enemy in my house, basically. And when I realized why, what really went on when we were kids, I realized why. But still, to this day, he still tries to pull the same shit, like it or not. And to me, it's like, I'm sorry, until you actually have changed and I see it for 10 years, I won't let you in my life because I don't have the energy and the time anymore for it. You ruined my whole life, pretty much. the good part of it. Now I am left with what? My old age? Middle and old age. Yeah, it's better than nothing. I mean, for whatever years I have left, even if it's 1 year, I don't want to leave it around idiots, as much as I can help it. So, yeah, people like that, man, are just unhappy. Unhappy, hurt, and very selfish, usually. And then I keep meeting people who were born the same day as him. It's funny. And, I can see, like, some traits in them, like he has. When they tell me after, I'm like, oh, it's funny. It's always the same kind of. It's pretty hilarious, actually. So I'm not really bothered now much. I just don't want him in my life because whenever he's close to me, I actually feel the turmoil, the pain, and I can't stop it because it's even worse with your own. When you share DNA and you're an empath, it's even worse. Like you feel so much. It's insane. It's like you're so connected and there's nothing you can do. When my dad was sick, it was like I was sick. I was literally displaying his problems. And we figured it out after 6 months because we were both skeptical, right? So for me, I need to see. I'm scientific. I need to see proof of shit. So it was like, oh, you're just imagining. And then one day my dad looks at me and goes, you are having all the problems I'm having. And we have to acknowledge this. And I'm looking at him going, what do you mean? Yeah, every day you tell me how you feel and it's how I feel. And I waited because I wanted to verify, but yeah. It's how it is. So, I avoid being around because I'm just tired. I cannot deal with that shit anymore. It's like enough, Like maybe one day when I don't have survival issues, and when I actually am able to, not have migraines at all, like not even like the puking symptoms. I think, once a month or whatever. Like maybe then, but right now, I'm sorry, I'm still in survival mode. I still don't have a steady income. I still don't have a way to make money. That is, I can't do my old job because of the COVID bullshit. And yeah, and I'll never get a jab ever in my life. You can mark my word on this. I'll never be so stupid to use pharma shit ever again in my life. And I'll never be able to wear a face diaper either. So I'm fucked, right? Like I'm fucked in many ways when it comes to making money. And the help he would offer was to, go work for some bank, right? Like, yeah, go work for a central bank. Go work for Big Brother. Yeah, it's such a solution. Except you need to have a jab, you need to have a mask, and the next wave of fake bullshit virus that they want to put out, it's gonna be the same shit that happened in 2020, where they're gonna try and impose their subscience on everybody. Fuck you. Like, why would I put myself in that position? No, I have to find another solution, right? Obviously. But he doesn't want me to succeed at what I do the same way with the people, around me. They don't want me to succeed at what I do because they are miserable in their life, and so they want everybody else around them to be miserable. Well, me back then in the day when he came around, right? He wanted to be a musician. He likes to play the guitar. And that was eons ago. Like, that was before my dad passed away. I was like 33, and I had so much psoriasis on my body. Like, I was so fucked because health-wise. And he was trying to make amends at some point, and we were chit-chatting in my place, and so he's like, he wasn't happy with what he was doing, and then he was like, oh yeah, I went to school but I didn't study what I wanted, and all that shit. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, at least you, like, having a degree in a world of idiots is important, and you got it at least, right? So it's better than not having anything and having to take shitty ass jobs, which is where I am, right? Unless, of course, I do my own thing, which is different. But he was, always diminutive about stuff. And I was like, well, if your dream is to play the guitar, then why don't you go for it? Yeah, you may have to have shitty jobs for a bit along with it. But if you don't go for your dreams, they're never gonna come to you. You have to work for shit, right? And he never wanted to, just go into it. He never believed in himself. He never, he was always like, oh, there's tons of people who are way better than me. Like, he never saw the possibility. Well, I am totally the other kind of person where I'm like, I see all the possibilities and I'm like, why aren't you going for it? And he would look at me, someone who clearly, is an underperformer, right? Compared to him, because he had every chance in his life, right? He had a C average in Baylor University because obviously instead of studying, he would do all the fucking drugs and party and do whatever. But I'm the underperformer. No, I'm the one who was fucking nerfed my whole life because you were the boy and you were older and you had every right. Well, I had to have the crumbs, right? It was okay for me to be a Cinderella in my home and help my mom clean. That's what women are for. That's how we were raised, right? So when this asshole then came back trying to say, "Oh, we had the same chance," it's like, no, we didn't. Because if I had a chance to go to a university, like any university actually, if I had the chance to go to university at the right time of my life, without having to worry about all the other shit I always had to worry about, like my dad being really sick, my mom fucking crying, the shit that was going on that was heavy duty, I would have actually had a normal life, right? I never did. He did, I didn't. And then he tried to say we did. And so when I called him on it, like his true colors came out where he's just like, this super damaged, selfish little asshole who thinks he's better than everybody else because, I'm just more intelligent, because that's how he has been treated his whole life. That's the abuse. Abusers always make you feel special and then they treat you like shit. So they take away all your power, but in the same time, they make your ego feel. So he was totally like, he's been like that. And now I don't know how he is because I haven't spent any time with him. Like after 2020, I pretty much, like for me, I'm done, like literally with all of them. And, so I don't know where they're at now, but I just have no interest in interacting with any of them because for me, it's like, when you spend most of my life in a way, I don't believe that you're gonna change so quickly. And even if you change a little bit, because he doesn't tap, he doesn't do anything to help the change stick and stay, he's just gonna revert back to his old self because that's what we all are, that's what we do unless we take the right steps to really change that programming. And he's an arrogant prick, because he was always making fun of tapping. I was too, but I was because my mother was telling me about it and she was part of the problem. But I went and tried it. I went and did it. And then I learned more about it, why it was working so well. He never tries stuff. He's always very, oh, I can't do it. I can't. And that is the trauma. So the trauma turns you into an asshole like that. Like narcissistic people are traumatized people who don't have a lot of self-esteem. They have a huge ego and they usually have to have this huge facade. I'm strong, I'm big, I'm blah, 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 And in reality, they're very insecure people. So next to me, he's very insecure and he's always had this, need to compete with me, even though I'm like 3 years younger. I'm the youngest one and I'm female, right? And so what are you competing for? Like, I don't understand that, like I'm not like that. I'm competitive when I play sports, but I'm an honest competitor where I will play, honest. And for me, it's more about playing well than winning. Like if you win and you cheat, it's not a win to me. Or if you win against someone you already know is not as good as you, big deal. For me, it's about learning and it's about actually growing. And so, people like him cannot stand people like me because they're dirty and they're fake. And it's because it's their self-defense mechanism as well. It's not just their personality. But also, a lot of Geminis are like that. Like, they're very, they come across as fake because Geminis are usually people who like to adapt to the company and they always want to fit in. For them to not fit in is something really uncomfortable. So, and I understand that because a part of me has always kind of tried to hide my, how different I am from the sleepo in general, from the masses, and how I never kind of apologize for being myself. I dress like the way I want. I don't give a fuck about what people tell me, and if they bother me too much, I usually turn into the other person where I go fuck yourself. I'm not hurting you. Why the fuck are you bothering me, right? So I'm very polite until people keep pushing me, and then the other side of me comes out and goes, okay, now I'm done. Fuck off. So people think that, when I say watch it, you don't know who you're dealing with. They think it's a self-defense mechanism. It's like, no, I'm fucking warning you, piece of shit, because I know how I am, and I know you're gonna be the one crying when I'm done if I become that other side of me where it's like, I don't want to deal with you. You're being an asshole. Because I'm not an asshole. But if you are an asshole, I'll deal with you. No problemo. And that's why my dad would come to me to have fights. Because he knew I was the only one in the family. When he was being an asshole, I would stand up to him. And I wouldn't turn into a prick like him, but I would stop him. Right? That's why they had all these issues between them. I was one of the few among all of them who was able to talk for hours with my father, endure all his fucking abuse and still see that, he had trauma, right? That's why he was like that. So trauma gets passed down in generations, people, until you start doing the work and you start neutralizing that. So the good thing with tapping is that the more shit you have in your life, the better it is, because you have to tap so much in very little time. You'll be out of it. I guarantee you that. It's fucking unbelievable. And one of the things that pissed off my brother the most, when he was always trying to trigger me, I would start tapping in front of him. I would literally go, oh yeah, keep tapping. Like, I'm doing it in the wrong spot, right? But I would go like that. I wasn't decisive because there is a spot there. So I went in the middle. And I would do this in front of him as he was trying to piss me off. I was like, oh yeah. And I would talk. And then he would start tapping and making fun of me. And I would keep doing it. No problems, right? And in doing this, I would stay calm. He couldn't trigger me. And over time, he would get so pissed, he would storm out. So in the end, he just ostracized me altogether. And then, they were always trying to basically create problems, right? Between even me and my mom. And then in the end, when my mom, became... basically when I stopped making money and I was really fucked, then of course, I was no longer the favorite child because I didn't have a car. I wasn't useful anymore. And so of course, she's gonna go with the other, right? Because loyalty is based on how much money you get and what you can do for them. So, they are what they are, right? Because they are damaged. They're hurt and they don't want to do the work to get better. They're selfish. But a lot of air signs, though, come across like that also because they're very, they're stuck in their head usually, and they're also harder. Like, they have a way of coping with things that it's, they put their feelings aside. They don't even know how to cope with them. So they come across as real assholes, but in reality, it's because they don't know how to cope with it. And all of them in my family are air signs, right? So I was the only earth sign, and I have Scorpio ruling my chart. So hello, emotions, right? So I'm sorry, not a very good match, I would say. They didn't know what to do with me. They were lost many times. And the thing is, they think they're very smart, air signs, because IQ wise, usually they are quick and stuff. But then when it comes to emotional intelligence, they don't really have that much in comparison. And so, they'll get mad over time because I would call out a lot of things, for example, on people. I would say, don't trust that person, don't do that. And I was always right. And they couldn't figure out how someone who is mentally retarded compared to them could always fucking call shit out, right? It's because obviously I have the instinctual part very strong, right? And it's not all bullshit. So yeah, it's interesting to see how, people behave, but I don't really, like, at this point in my life, there is still a part of me that is really not happy with what they did, because effectively, I am almost 50 and my life has been literally fucked over by them in many ways. And then I did the rest myself, because once you are on the path of destruction, you just continue, right? Even if you don't want to. But I couldn't do much. When you have chronic pain and you don't have any support from anyone around you, good luck, Like, you can't do what you can't do. That's the bottom line. It's like, at some point, you have to realize there is so much you can do when you have health issues, right? So now I'm telling you, I am a lot poorer than I've ever been. I mean, I've always been really fucking monetarily broke, but rich in every other way. Thank God. But I'm much happier now because now, I don't waste my time with people who just use me and don't really give a fuck about me. I'm in such better position for a lot of things. So I'm the testament of how well EFT techniques and Reiki and all this stuff works. Because I wouldn't be here if I didn't do all that stuff. I wouldn't. I would still have migraines every other day. I would still have psoriasis. I would probably never been able to go vegan because when I was triggered, I mean, eating cheese, just calms you down. Like the eating itself is the reason why people eat, is because when you chew, you automatically relax your brain. So there is a reason why people do certain things. It's not because they're addicts and they're bad people. No, it's because it's self-soothing, right? So yeah, like my brother was the kind of person, for example, who would read Chomsky, right? But then when the COVID narrative came around, he was one of the first people who put himself in self-quarantine. And I was laughing my ass off going, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you don't realize all this is bullshit. Literally, it's all fake. None of it is real. None of it. And here is all the proof I can show you, right? Just by showing you a bunch of shows that came out years before that had exactly the same narrative. Yeah, by chance, people. It was all by chance. Like, come on, man. So what's the point of reading all that stuff and pretending to understand things when really, obviously you're just drinking the Kool-Aid like everybody else. So they see some part, like those people who understand, for example, like farmers, people who are engineers and who understand clean energy and how much of an ox it is, they know that all those electric cars are actually more pollutant than the actual, gas cars. They know this, right? So I just recently had a talk with someone like that on Twitch where he was trolling the Flat Earth channel. And I said, yeah, and why don't you go get some, go get your booster, make sure you put on 4 masks. I was totally joking, right? And he's like, no, I know all that shit. And I, like, yeah, make sure you get your electric car, like I went on. And he's like, no, I know that's bullshit. I said, so you're only partially asleep. So you believe in a fake globe model and you think, you think there is a globe that spins at that, blah, blah, blah. So you haven't looked into it, right? And he was trying to tell me that I needed to go and look into it. I'm like, I did. That's why I know it's most likely flat. And not any other way, because unlike you, I did take the time to go and do the test by myself before I met the Flat Earth people, the real ones, not the Flat Earth Society that is a psyop. And that's what you find when you go look for Flat Earths usually. So, like there are many people who are half awakened, right? And that's where my family is. They're half awakened in reality, in my opinion. And when I look at them, like all of them, every single one of them, even my uncle who went raw vegan, and at age 60, he got rid of all his, long-term problems that doctors told him he could never get rid of and shit. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking big fat bullshit. And, even they probably fell for, the virus story and so forth, because it is what it is, but again, I don't give a fuck. Like, see, they're always very worried, for example, about looking stupid. I don't care, because I've been called stupid my whole life by them. For me, if you call me stupid, it's like, no matter what you do to me, people, it's never gonna be as bad as what they did to me when I was growing up. One way or the other, they have managed to pretty much destroy, everything that was important to me, because it wasn't to them. My dad thought art and music and all that. Music was great to listen to, but what do you want to learn to play an instrument for? You can never make money off of it. What do you want to learn to draw? You can never make money off it. It's all bullshit. What do you want to learn philosophy? It's stupid. What do you want to learn art? It's stupid. You know, like for him, he liked it, but he also thought it was a stupid thing, a waste of time. You have to go into business. You have to go. Like for me, instead, it was like, what the fuck? You know, like this is what I love to do. And if you like something, you will put in the effort and then eventually you will succeed because that's what happens. I always knew this. That's how I became fucking so good at volleyball by myself. You know, and at 5'3", I could fucking do the whole thing. The net was at 2 meters 40. And I was 1 meter 58, okay? And I could smack down the ball like nobody else when I was 13, 14. I could play by myself the whole my coach couldn't believe it. But why? Because I loved the game. For me, that was my outlet. That was my drug, if you want to say. And so I basically, you know, when I was playing volleyball, I was focused. I was just a fucking monster at that point. I was so good at it. It was insane. Then I started losing my eyesight because I was stressed. And I was studying all the time when I went into high school. Because high school in Italy is very hard compared to here. You actually have to study a lot. I love what the internet is doing right now, by the way. Like how fucked up it is on my end. I don't know on your end, but it's very fucked up on my end right now. It keeps being stupid. Really? Amo made a porno? No shit, are you serious? I missed that. Oh my god, and your parents hated each other and destroyed your family. If you're still there, gaming, sorry I missed that. I'm very sorry about that. It's really shitty. But sometimes it's easier to stay the fuck away from them. Really? Amo made a porno, that's hilarious. It wasn't that good? Where did you see it? Come on, share it. We wanna all go and watch it. You know how I get so excited when I see other women's boobs and hooches, right? Being straight and all. I really enjoy seeing naked Oh, who did she make a porn with? Did she use a real man or was it like with a girl? Hey, as long as she doesn't put in the ASMR section, I don't give a fuck. Let them have fun. I really don't give a shit when people do that stuff for themselves. I only get bothered if they put in sections that are meant, you know, for people who are stressed. Mentally. Emotionally, like these guys. Emergency! ASMR emergency here. They need this to be soothed, you know. We're not doing really ASMR right now, but it's like more truth ASMR hanging out, but it's not really ASMR as much. But here, emergency diverted. What code was that guy? Guys, would that be like... Is that a code blue or... a code extra brew? Wow. They're really going nuts today, yeah? If I burp, do you think I'll help them? Yeah, I keep moving like that because, you know... Never mind. If you probably met me when I was younger, you'd have died. Fuck. I mean... I think the only reason why I was able to go through is that I had a lot of energy in spite of, you know, all the problems, so it kept me going. Like now I don't have the same energy. Y'all want me to be hydrated, eh? Sure, I'll drink more. I almost made my chair flip over. It's my big boobs. I'm telling you, they're supposed to go down and they grew more. I'm like, fuck you, I need to find a way to lose weight. It's too much. Cheers. Montelier. This time we got the... I really love blue bottles actually. But yeah, this is my bad addiction to water. I just like the plain one. I don't like all the flavor one. It's very Italian to like sparkling water. When I was younger, I liked gin and tonic. Without the gin, I like the tonic. When I was younger, I used to drink gin and tonic when I was 13. No, when I went to France with my family, I started drinking tonic there. I really liked it. Like Schweppes, it was called. I think it's still out there. But I don't really drink any sweets and stuff. Like, I don't really like a lot of it. I just like sparkling water now, mostly. So share it. We want to see this. Like, is it available for everybody, or do you have to have a special sub to see this porn? Oh, the Italian blood. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my dad used to love that. Don't drink too much of that stuff. I think they put glucose and stuff in there. It's really bad for your kidneys. It can give you, like, kidney stones and problems. Love yourself. Because now, at your age, in 10 years, you're gonna see all the shit you're doing now, so be careful. I think it's good to have fun sometimes. It's just, just pace yourself, but you're pretty smart. I don't think you're a stupid person in that way. You seem better than most, actually. She's sleeping like a baby, man. The frou-frou, she's here. The bleeder, he's in the other room. Now I can sing. They call me the bleeder. Oh God. And when I play the ukulele for them, I just make up songs, depending what they're doing. Then some of them stick forever. I wanna be a Jewish dog. I wanna be a Jewish dog. Mom made a keeper so I can pray. So I can pray in the Jewish way. That was Pepsi Cola. He was so cute. He did look like a Jewish dog too. Like he had a little snout and with the kippah on top. I was making a head. It just looked like a kippah on top of his head. It was so cute. He just jumped on my lap and I was looking at the head. And he jumped on my lap and his head went right under the head. So it looked like a kippah. And that's when I started singing. It just came. And then I couldn't stop. Like, that was gazillion years ago now. Wow. It's been a long, long time. I think I was like 35 when I came up with that one. It's been quite a long time. Because that's when I think I started playing. No, I was like 37. Something like that. So it's like 10 years or something. Yeah, I think I started like a couple of years after my dad died to play the ukulele. 37 or 38. Something like that. Because I was working for that company for a couple of years. And I was cleaning on the side. And then I went back to cleaning in the end. Full time. I can't stand office politics. People are so dumb. And they were all lazy too. Not my cup of tea. But that's where I realized that, it wasn't just my family. Everybody's fucked. There's so many idiots out there. Like my family was the vanilla version in a way. Of the politics they had in this office. They were, wow. So bad. And they were a health food company, so that should tell you. Most of them used Western shit care. They never used natural stuff. And most of them stole stock, apparently. Like, I found out this after I left. I was one of the few people who actually bought stuff. They were all stealing, yeah. And they were all making more than me. Most of them, because they were there for longer. So, yeah, my God, man. What a fucking place. And the biggest seller they had in this place was fish oil, which is very bad for our body. And, it's proven by real studies, guys. So you can argue about it, but not with me. And it was one of the biggest seller. And back then, like, that was eons ago, right? They were making 1.5 mil or something like that a month, guys. And trust me, most of it wasn't going to our wages. So, yep. It's very lucrative, and not as healthy as people think. But all those people tell you, you need fish oil for omega-3. They're all ignorant or lying to you. Because it's really bad, actually, for us. But especially now, because there's lots of mercury and all kinds of shit, in the ocean and in the fish. But it's also because it's actually, most of it is too rich for us. And we don't really process it properly. And it causes a lot of health issues. So, yep, lots of bad information, but I learned a lot of things there, and that's where I really solidified the fact that I never wanted to be a naturopath, because I saw what it is really all about. Most of them make their money giving you naturopathic remedies, guys. Yes, I was used to my macrobiotic doctor, or people like Dr. Robert Morse, where they do give you some stuff because like you can buy it somewhere else though, right? They tell you what it is. Well, these people are like, no, you have to buy it through me, and they charge you like shit ton because obviously they have a markup, right? And that's where they make most of their money. And then the other thing that disillusioned me about most of them is that, and I talked to different kinds of people, like some were naturopaths, some were chiropractic doctors, and some were, homeopathic, and because we had all different lines. And, I would ask them, because I had psoriasis really bad, because it lasted a few years for me. Like, I was in pain for quite a while, and it was like extreme, really bad. And I tried all kinds of products. I tried fish oil, I tried to drink it, to put it on my skin. Like, I tried so many things. And then Natron, all their, like, these are all top of the line companies, okay, in their business. And none of it worked. All this probiotic, probiotics, by the way, work better when they're vegan. This is the real science. So, I tried all kinds of things. And you know what worked? I went vegan, and after 4 months, most of the issues I had, even with psoriasis, were gone. And then, I still had for a while, because it's too much acidity, your lymphatic system needs to clean, it takes time. But it was like night and day. So, I really got disillusioned completely after working there. Basically, I saw the other side, and I was like, I don't want to waste my time with any of this. I don't believe in it anymore. I know that homeopathy and naturopathy definitely do work when they're done correctly, but just because someone is a naturopath, it doesn't mean they know what they're doing, because most of them are brainwashed sleepo who just apply bullshit and don't quite understand the full, And then also they want to charge you a lot of money, because they were charged a lot of money to go to school, and so they think it's fair to charge insane amount of money. And it's not, it's just bullshit to me. When I look at it now, I'm very disillusioned about the whole thing, because I've seen it inside out. And I think tapping, and if you learn about veganism and you go raw vegan, is so much easier than any of the other shit. And then Dr. Robert Morse and people like that, because he's not the only one, obviously. There are other good doctors out there, right? But like Dr. Kaufman, he'll show you different things now. But all these people have been deplatformed by the mainstream, right? Because they're showing real science, and they're giving you real, solutions to your problems. And of course, they don't want that, right? Because money is in treating, not curing. And this is reality of what they teach in their medical school. So it's just sad overall, So for me, I learned reflexology. I learned so many things in my life. But I'm an energy healer. That's what I do. So I've learned all of the other stuff because it helps. But I just, for me, energy healing is what is real healing. The rest is just like, a slower, dumb version of it, really. So, and when you do homeopathy, is energy healing effectively. So I really like homeopathy. It's one of the things I love. Like the Picana line is really a good line if you look for homeopathic products. And, that shit works like, it's unbelievable. It's like box flowers. If you use them, it's amazing how fast they work. It's all energy. And it works. And it's God-given, So it's just a matter of wanting to get better, I think, and being ready for it. I always wanted to get better, for example. I never wanted to be sick. I hated it. I'm a workaholic. When you're sick all the time, you cannot even plan your day. It's really difficult to do anything. And I always loathed, like I used to hit my body when I was really sick. I would hit myself and go, I fucking hate you, body. I fucking hate you. I'm so sick of it. And it wasn't my body's fault, right? But I was younger and I was really frustrated and in pain and nobody was helping me. And then over time, I realized it's not really your fucking body's fault. I knew it all along, that you're so frustrated and tired of being trapped in this body that, is causing you so much pain physically. It's too much. And when you're really young, you don't have a frame of reference. You don't have that, life experience to help you through it. It's really difficult for a lot of people who are young and so much in pain. So if you're going through that shit, I'm here, people. I can help you with a lot of things because I've been there, but I will show you stuff you can do. I'm not your therapist. I'll never be a therapist. I don't want to be one. I don't believe in any of that. And I don't give medical advice either. I just show you where you can find your solutions. And, I can tap with you, do Reiki, and do all kinds of other stuff. But for me, it's energy. That's all we're talking about. Dr. Robert Morse, I think for people who speak English, is one of the best resources probably you have right now out there. And he does have courses online you can take as well if you want to learn for yourselves and you want to actually, understand things. You don't have to practice, even if you take courses, you can just do them for yourself and just have a really, good understanding of things. Self-educate. It's the only thing that matters, people. Nobody can teach you anything unless you want to learn. You gotta be the ones. But yeah, I'm sorry. A lot of people have had shitty families and, like I'm not saying my family was always shitty or anything. No, it wasn't. There were things that were good. It's just, was it... Would I want to go through my life again? No, I wouldn't, personally. I would change a few things. That's for damn sure. But, I wouldn't be here in this way if I didn't, right? So, or would I? I always ask that question actually. Would I or would I not? How do we know? Yeah. Like when I had psoriasis, I never thought I would be without it. I always thought I would have this horrible thick skin, inflamed, in pain, I never thought I would be not with chronic back pain, neck pain, Yeah, I still have hip pain. I mean, that comes. But it's compared to what I had before, it's like... And it's because I feel stuck right now, really, like I can't do my regular, what I've always done, and I had to change, and you see how hard it is to stream. Like you have to learn so many things. It's not like, it's not like Twitch helps people, Twitch or any other platform specifically helps people like me. They will help you when they see that you're having a lot of, people come. But if you don't make money, they help you a lot more than Italian companies would have maybe. But, you're on your own. So if you don't know how to do stuff and you don't have friends who can help you, you're kind of like it's not easy, right? So it was frustrating and it was tiring. And I always thought to myself, thank God, tapping, because otherwise I would have given up so many times because, you know, it's very hard sometimes to just go through the day because even like the slightest thing can really make you feel overwhelmed, right? And I think a lot of people, like, I think they call themselves neurodivergent, and I put it there for a reason in one of my streams because they have a lot of the same issues. I was hearing different people with this, autistic or whatever problem. They get very overwhelmed by stuff that, for other people is normal. And so that's how someone who has chronic pain is. Like, some things really overwhelm you because you have so much pain already to deal with, and all your energy and focus really is there, basically. And everything else is kind of like, less important. And then when people are assholes around you, you have very little patience usually because you don't have the strength. And so you can snap at people. And then people go, oh, you're crazy, or, and they don't understand the amount of pain you're in and how, that alone is enough, basically. So you tend to then start avoiding people because it's too hard to be around them, and, you become a loner, and then it's like a cycle that goes down and more, and a lot of people find themselves very lonely, very sick, and very sad because of it, and it's not really their fault. So if you're one of those people, you are in the Gargoyle stream for a reason, because we're actually not these fake people who go, oh, welcome, we're so happy to see you, but they don't really give a fuck about you, right? No, we care. If you're a troll, go fuck yourself and get the fuck out of the stream before I ban you. Like, what Taylor today when she was dealing with all those pricks. Like, if it was me, they would have been blocked, all of them. Like, block, 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 block. And then I would have written all their names on the wall saying, these assholes are trolls. And then I would have sent all to Twitch. Yeah, all 500 bots that came in her stream. Yeah, you should have been there. It was hilarious. You sent it? Did you send? Oh no, share it here. Share it in. Oh, I guess it's not allowed here. That's why. Sorry, guys. If you wanna have the thing, then you have to. Oh my God, are you serious? I have to watch that. Oh God. I guess she finally fulfilled her destiny. Like, she had to try it out. Shit. Wow. Do you see the guy face? Or, like, is it a full-blown thing? I'll watch it. I'm just curious. Oh, wow. Oh, well. I guess she's showing the people, right, who call her a hoe, that she indeed is one. I don't know. I just don't get people like that. I find it pretty funny. It's okay. There is also the other one, right? There are a few ex-porn stars that come on and are streaming here, I think. They're all very proud of their work. It's okay. Whatever. They're not killing people. I don't care if they put it on the right sites. Do what you want. I mean, ultimately, if you want to shove a big thing up your ass and that makes you happy, go for it, man. Who am I to tell you not to? Just don't put it in the ASMR section. That's all. Because that's really disgusting. Oh, man. Where did you find it? Like, how did you find it? That's what I'm... because I don't easily stumble upon this shit. But sometimes, yeah. Did you just do a search where you're just curious to see what happened to our house or something? Oh man, it just killed me. Yeah, you bet. I find it hilarious. It's like, where, when did you do that? Anyway, like, is it recent or was it in the past? Because I thought she said she was gonna step away from all that world and she was gonna be more legit. I guess she changed her mind or something. I mean, obviously she's not really meaning it because her intention is to have a stable of them, right? So it's actually worse than before. Now I'm gonna be a pimp. It's so much. It's so much more respectable. I pimp you out. Hey, but they are willing, right? Yeah, of course they're willing. When you gotta make money and it's the easiest way to make money and you don't really give a shit about yourself, hey, why not, right? Yeah. I think that's a reaction a lot of people come from very religious family end up doing. Like, even we knew these girls in Italy, they were daughters of missionaries. My god, they were so famous for you know oh yeah, they were famous in the valley. Like, even if you didn't know them, you would know them basically, right? And then all their friends were also talking about it. I was like, yeah, you're some friends. I mean, again, I don't see why girls are whores and men are stallions when they do that shit, right? That was one of my big arguments. But on the other side, it's like, okay, well, that's what being repressed does to you. It just makes you want to do more, right? So don't repress your kids. That's the takeaway from it. Because they're gonna surely turn into it, right? I mean, we go through the same thing in Italy. They repress you so much. It's like, and then if you really go and look, right, how pervy they are. But as long as you do it behind the scenes and nobody knows, we all know. It's just we all ignore it. Well, I don't, but they would. Yeah. How sad. How sad. I guess there is a date on the video of when they did it, or. And I like it how there's always like one of their people who, like one of their subs and stuff, who releases that shit. Here, I paid for it, but I'm gonna release it for free. Because I wanna share this masterpiece with everybody. God. Okay, maybe we should do one too. Come on. I'll get my dolls out. We used to have a client in our store many years ago who had one of those nice dolls. I always thought it was so funny. Because he wasn't even the one who told us. It was his buddy who told me. And then he's like, ask him, right? Well, we were just friends, right? So he was a bit older than me and he was funny. And so we were joking and I said, is it true? Then I said, is it bullshitting? No, I don't. I said, can I see you? He's laughing, right? I was always curious because apparently he paid a lot of money for this doll and it's like, those dolls that seem real. I always thought it was hilarious. Maybe I should get myself one of those dolls, but see, I prefer furry animals than if I have to cuddle, so I don't know. Like, I've never felt the need to have a sex doll myself. I don't think women usually go for that stuff. Maybe men do, but no. I don't know. I've never quite been into it. In fact, when we would go in sex stores, right, just for fun, just to mock the shit, to see what kind of devices they had. I always thought it was quite funny. There are a couple of stores here that, they would teach, tantra and, they would help couples who had intimacy problems and shit like that. Like, I can see that has something that can help people, right? But yeah, I've always kind of been like my dad in those things. I always found them kind of amusing, funny to mock, sort of, you know. I pity people who are so stuck in that shit. Like, I pity them because it must be horrible to feel horny. All those people go, like, even on her stream, right? And they're all salivating and they're, oh, you're so beautiful. And they try and get her attention and stuff. I'm like, oh my god, like, you still haven't realized, what's going on, buddy? Like, they actually think they have some kind of rapport with her. It's like, there's like 10,000 people watching her, It's like, you really think she, even if she wanted to, she doesn't have the fucking time to do it. Give me a break, man. Like, saying hi to all of you, and especially. Uh, you have to have a neck for that stuff. I never was patient like that. Maybe I'll tell them, go fuck yourself. Porn. At least women get paid well when they do porn now, right? Men usually are the ones who are paid nothing in comparison. It's the one field where women are paid more. Woo! And one would argue, it's fun! We're having fun! Spreading it around! Literally. Oh god, now you got me started. Joking on sex. No! But it's okay, Streamlab already made for adults only, apparently, automatically, because we're talking about serious stuff now. It's like, whatever, man. It's like when they make a big deal about them being in a bikini. Yeah, because when you go to the beach, you never see people in bikinis, right? It's like, what the fuck? You don't know that babies see boobs when they're born, when they eat from their mama's boobs, right? So it's a very natural thing, guys. I don't know why people make such a big deal out of it. I think it's worse when you see them licking a mic in the way some of them are still doing in the ASMR section. It's so pathetic. If you're gonna go after someone, go after those. Not the body paint. I think there should be some guys who do body paint, actually. Some straight guys, I mean. Because I've seen some from the LGBTQ community doing it, but I think it'd be funny to see straight guys doing it because they are not really inclined to do such things. A big muscular dude, doing body paint. I would totally dig that. We should tell Rob, the guitar guy, hey Rob, change content for a while, just do that on the side maybe. Hold on, I gotta go pee so bad. I forgot about the French fries. I left them there, and then so I'm cooking them now. Cooking the French fries. So anyway, now I have a porn to watch, guys. God. You guys kill me. I love it. But still, I think all those people who go and troll her are just fucking idiots. It's like, if you don't like what she does, don't troll her. Just leave her alone. You know? Anyway, I don't see... Oh, Manos Cello is on, actually. I was looking to see if there are any people online right now. That would be interesting. So there is Tibo Vision Music. He's nice too. Like I think he's Portuguese or something. Then there is Manos Cello. He's from Greece. He plays the cello, obviously. He plays for the orchestra there, and then he likes to play modern music, but you know, with the cello, and some of it is really nice. I mean, he does a lot of mainstream shit, but I like the sound of the cello myself, so sometimes it's nice. And then there is another one, Anna Luther Music, also. Like, I was checking her out. She seems pretty nice. These are all just musicians that I found through the All Music Considered, you know, like how they help each other, and then, you know, sometimes I just let my channel lurk on theirs. You know, even if I leave, right, I let them on whatever musicians I'm on, and then they keep helping each other. So I would find myself down the line a few times. Oh, okay, we rated someone else now. So I just add them on, and then I go check what they do, and I add them to the list of people, because I find it's really relaxing for ASMR as well. And it's just nice. I don't really watch a lot of people who play video games, for example, because it kind of stresses me out and it tires me. So that's also why I don't watch. A Gaming 50, for example, he has a very ASMR voice when he plays video games. He actually relaxes you. And I just, you know, it's the actual video game that makes me dizzy. Like, if you play first shooter games, for example, it makes me nauseous. I have problems with certain things, so I avoid them. That's why I don't watch a lot of gamers. Like, even Malpisi, I'll lurk in there, but the reason why I don't stay and watch is because it just makes me sick when I watch video games a lot. It's pretty sad, right? But it's true. Sucks to be me, man. Some things really... Like, yesterday I was combing the puppies because they needed to be combed. And the frou-frou, like, she was so bad. I had to cut some fur off, you know. I had to be bent down for a while. And it's just the position. When I came back up, I was so dizzy. And I keep coming back up. It's not like... But when I stay in certain positions for a long time, like, I feel it. I feel so tired and dizzy. But she... Yes, hi. They call you the bleeder now. Yes, Spoonful, you're a bleeder. She's a big puppy. Oh, baby dog. Oh, are you tired, sweetie? Don't worry, you'll be okay, my puppy. Are you hungry? Want Mama to give you some cuddles? She's out of sort, like you can tell. Poor puppy dog. And she is tired. Like, I can see she's a bit tired too. It's true. So that's why the other day she tried to run out, because I think she was getting in heat. Like, she had a moment where she looked deranged. It was so crazy. I thought she was just being a pest, but yeah, I think she's being getting closer. She's too young to have puppies. She's a baby still. I think they just start a little earlier because it takes time to settle down. Like, it's not because, I don't know. It's like us girls when we get our period, right? A lot of times, like, we're like, I knew girls who got it when they were like 10 years old. Come on. But even at 13, 14, you're still such a kid. I mean, I guess it's just nature makes it happen earlier because it takes time to really become. Don't worry. It's okay. My baby, how are you? Spoonful. You're a big girl now. I know. My little child. She's so cute. And she acts like a big girl sometimes. Like she's very like playful and stuff, but she's also, I don't know. Oh yeah, look at this. Yeah, there are a bit of streaks here too. I just saw it. Yeah, but it's very watered down. It's not like a human being kind of thing. It's very vanilla. In fact, yesterday when I saw it, I thought it was mud. I thought, is that blood? But then it didn't look like blood because it was very watered down. Oh, good lord. Our experiences, right? Poor babies. Maybe I'll look into dogs' diapers. Let's see what they have. Doggy diapers. I know I keep playing with my. Because I like soft air, and I find it really relaxing when you run the hair through your fingers. It's just such a feeling of, I don't know how to describe it. It's just so relaxing. Like when I had a buzz cut, I used to always do this because I really like the feeling. It's so nice, both on the head and the actual hand. It feels so nice. You're so weird. Okay, let's see. Dog diapers. Even Walmart has them. I'll get him to buy them at Walmart. Poor babies. Fuck. 25 bucks. How many do they give you? $32 diapers. How do I know what size to get them? Well, I think she's a medium. Yeah, they do. Okay, so they have the hole for the tail. Shit. Oh my god. I don't really want to give her a diaper. Poor puppy. They show you travel after surgery and females in heat. Oh god. Oh, they have them even for puppy training. Oh. I'll tell them that Walmart has them. Oh my god. Oh my god, they have the washable kind, guys. That is so cute. I'm sorry. Shopping online is okay for me because I can turn it off at any moment. They are so adorable, my god. I will never put that on my dog. I never dressed up my dog. I'm not a cruel bitch like that. I'm a bitch, but not a cruel bitch. I'm a bitch, and I know it. Waterproof cat dog diaper. Let's see these ones. They look better, actually. Oh, something like that we could do. And they're not that expensive. Do they get only once? Oh, stop doing that. There's like a glitch and it keeps moving. So like for one, it's like 15 bucks. Yeah, but I would prefer that. Then I can wash it and that's better. I don't like the ones that you keep throwing out. If I can avoid it, I mean. Hold on, did they say it's only available online or also there? I don't understand what is the difference between one and I'm sorry, I'm making funny faces. I mean, I'm already a gargoyle, I don't need to make faces to be scarier, but that's okay, it's all good. No. I don't understand what... Oh, okay, so this is gray. Oh, this is pink. I'll get her a pink one, it's cuter. I mean, a gray is nice too, actually. Yeah, one of these. You could get it tomorrow if it goes to Walmart. Could buy it. Look, I'll share it with you guys. You can see what I'm looking at. I guess I could share it on the stream. I didn't think about it. Look, check it out. Are you working tomorrow? No, I'm not buying her pajamas. She's so hot. She's a hot girl. It's more because he keeps complaining about it, and then, you know, yeah, she's doing streaks around, so I can see why, like, you know, it could be good to have one. And, you know, then I just wash it and put it back on. It's not a big deal. Nice. So you don't need to go to bed early. I'm gonna send that to him so he has it and he can see it. Because I don't like the ones that are, you know... There, I think I did it. So yeah, by the way, the code I sent you, that code you can just use, you know, like when you, on that program, when you go to checkout, instead of paying, you put in the code basically, and that will allow you to book whatever you want without paying for anything. So I just never got around to tell you that, so I just wanted to say. I want to see if it works. It's just not fucking working for some reason. Why isn't it done? That's why people get sick with Odyssey, is because they go on it and when you try and upload stuff, it's always like... And then they were like, oh, you need to get this special thing if you want to upload the content. But it's like, dudes, we already have programs. We don't want to get like more programs and stuff. And it makes no sense. It worked before. And now it's just being a pain in the ass. I know, little dog, I know. I don't know why. Mia coquina. Povera mia patatina. She's so cute. I don't know why it's not working. It fucking pisses me off, man. I did select a fucking video. Piece of shit. I'm gonna try and use that to see if that works. They really are a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'm fucking tired of dealing with this bullshit, man. Technology crap. So anyway, what should we do? What should we do? Who is out there? Who is still out there? I was just trying to see how the sound was coming through. It's pretty nice. I mean, just one thing. I haven't tried with the other stuff on by itself. I'll just try it later, probably. If I'm not too tired. I'm gonna get my fries. I'm hungry. I'll eat fries in front of you now. No, maybe I'll eat the fries when I watch the porn. Is it a long one? God. Are you smelling the fries? I hope they're cooked, guys. I have to check. I forgot them earlier. Yeah, your mommy loses it. Too many things. How many fries do I have there? I'll have this dish. This big dish. Yes, I'll give you some. You have to wait because it's very hot right now, so you have to cool down, I think. Boo-boo. Yeah, I think they are. Very hot. You have to wait. So hot. If I watch it, I have to turn off everything because the sound comes through. I'll wait, don't worry, I'll have a few and you can have the others. Well, you're a big girl now. Yeah, you're such a big puppy. You've grown so much. Fries. I'm so bad. I'm having vegan. They're crap. I'm eating all the little guys. Okay, you have to wait. It's still too hot. And then, if I give you one, I have to give one to the frou-frou too. So, I'm gonna choose 2 big ones, and I'm gonna put them there. And they're gonna cool down fast, so you can have them. Okay? Here, I'll put 4, so you guys have 2 each. And then the rest will cool down, don't worry. Just be patient. Be patient. Frou-frou. They didn't even eat their food. She had some of her food, but that's it. Here, let's try. Frou-frou. Come. No. You're a piover. Frou-frou. Frou-frou. Oh my god, she's going nuts. She's gonna eat me. Frou-frou. 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 Stop. 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 You are a pest that you keep trying to get the frou-frou stuff. Yeah. She's a pesty girl, man. Here. When you give her food in her hands, in her mouth, she always goes so voraciously that you have to be careful. She chews down your everything. She's such a pest, this woman. This woman. I called you a woman, yes. I'm losing it. It's lack of sugar in the brain. I'm more stupid than usual. Mamma mia, mamma mia. Yeah, the string keeps being stupid today. It's like, what the fuck? It keeps glitching. And I don't know why. I was supposed to have this earlier with my sandwich, but I forgot. I guess this is dinner. Oh boy. It's okay. I'm not very difficult. Here, Frou-frou. I'm throwing blindly. Frou-frou. Okay, I'm gonna try. Be gentle. Fuck. Every time it's like talking to gentle. Thank you. Yeah, Frou-frou. She has started to catch the food now. When we first got her, she couldn't see very well. Now she sees a lot better, you can tell. She was eating so many bell peppers. Like she was really voracious about it. I think she was really missing vitamins. And probably because the people who saved her told us she was covered in piss and poo when they saved her from the puppy meal. So that probably affected her eyes. But now she's good. Like she can see well. She's all recovered, this little stinker. Yeah, but today is a special day. You're not gonna eat this crap often, you know that. This is very big crap. Fucking frozen fries. They're all crap anyway. But I really like French fries. It's burgers and fries for me is like I love it. I'm very refined gourmet. Ow. If I eat too much of this stuff, I feel sick. Like if I had it every day and stuff. That's why I don't really have it often. I mean, once a week it's often though. Depends who you talk to. I don't have it every week. I usually have a burger. Those vegan Beyond Meat ones. But they have the sausages. And what I've been doing, like, since I started using this stuff, I think last year or something like that. What I was doing was I would make a sandwich. No, she's gone, eh? I would take the patty or, you know, the sausage that they make, and I would flatten it on the bread, and I would put a little bit of vegan margarine on the bread, and then the sausage on top, and then I would put in the oven for 10 minutes, and it would cook on top of the bread, and then the juice would go in the bread, and it tastes so delicious. And basically, you know, you don't dirty a lot of, because here I don't have a lot of space, and also I really don't like how it tastes when you put the pots on the, when you roast stuff on the pot, but you do it on the gas stove. It really smells like gas. I didn't like it. So I stopped doing it, and I just started doing it in the oven. And basically, you put it on, you go do other stuff, because I'm always doing other chores. And then it's ready. It's so much better. So if I want to eat crap, I do that. Like this weekend, I said, don't buy outside, because he goes out and buys the burgers outside, you know, and it's so much more expensive. Like for the price of one burger you buy outside, you can buy basically 8 for 8 burgers, you know, if you do it inside. And the fries, it's the same shit pretty much. It tastes the same. So if I'm gonna ruin my health with crap, at least I don't want to spend a lot of money for it. And I can make it myself, I mean, that way. Oh yeah, once in a while I like to go out, but I don't really enjoy it much. You have to have a lot more money if you wanna eat well, you know, like you have to spend a lot of money. I just never have. The Impossible Whopper. Who sells that? Who sells the Whopper? See, I'm so versed in crap food. I never even remember that. My roommate is the one versed in that shit. I never remember. Oh, Burger King, right? It's because I never go there. I don't think we have a Burger King close by here, actually. I think there is one. Maybe there is one downtown. Yeah. I don't think he goes to Burger King. He doesn't. He usually goes to. He likes Wendy's or Tim Hortons. And here A&W has the Beyond Burger. But sometimes I buy, you know, there are vegan places here, and they have like the vegan chicken or something like that, and those are the ones I kind of sometimes go to the smaller shops. But not like now, it's really, for me, it's not even really an option. Right. Spoon. 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 She's looking at this. She's very interested in what is this? Wanna see through it? You cannot chew it, okay? It's not. You're a big girl now. No more chewing randomly. I wonder how she would be as a mom. If she would be vicious, with the frou-frou, or if she would let the frou-frou be like a grandma. I mean, the frou-frou is like 10 and she's not even 1, so they are many, many years apart. Really. So it is like a grandma situation in a way. Like the frou-frou is sort of like a grandma. Oh, now Robbie Fontana is live. Echo is live. He does ASMR. It's so sad. Like Tibo Vision and Manos Cello, they are good. And they don't have a lot of people watching them. I guess it depends who they put in the front page. Okay, that's Manos Cello. If you guys want to go and check him out, see what is he playing right now. He's playing, I think it's Aladdin song, that one. And he's good. I like Tibo. He's here. So that's Tibo Vision. He's really good. Robbie Fontana has always a lot of people watching him. I don't know if it's, Oh, his dad passed away this year? Oh wow, that sucks. Anyway, I think it's good too. It's just, I always see him with a lot more people. I don't know if it's in play there or if it's real. I think it's good. But anyway, those are the ones I see online right now that are doing music. Oh, there's also Anna Luther Music. She's doing a charity stream. For No Kid Hungary. Yeah, I like to listen to musicians and stuff. It's fun. It's a good. But I think I put most of them on my list, but she has a lot more. Like Anna has a lot of people watching her, but the others have less. So if you want to support some smaller streamers who are doing a good job, do it. She's giving her shit right now. It's pretty funny. Wow. The internet is really being... This is so not made for mature audiences, but as soon as you talk about anything outside their little bullshit, it's okay that they show sex online and everywhere, but when we talk about stuff, it's for mature audiences. It's hilarious. The amount of bullshit. It's funny. Yeah, it's glitching and I don't know why. Like right now it's being stupid. Even before it was doing that shit. Sometimes. But fuck, I've been on for like 6 hours. Holy shit. I didn't mean to do a long stream either today. I was like just wanting to do that and then get off, but I guess it's hilarious. Yep. Get to waste lots and lots of time. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna get off for a bit. I'm gonna let the porn amuse me. And then I'm gonna come back after I make them not for mature audiences. It's fucking hilarious. Like, man, we talk about serious stuff. Yeah, well, okay, some of it is for mature audiences, but most of it isn't. And then we're gonna... Alright, let's see if this worked. It just doesn't work. I don't understand why. Maybe, I wonder why it doesn't let you fix it. It's really annoying. It's almost like when you put in the wrong format, you cannot edit it, you have to erase it and start again. not sure what's going on. I want to monitor it because I want to see if what it's doing, because when you're not watching it, then it sends that message like something went wrong, but it's like a second. It's so annoying. And I did go to watch the video to try and do it right, but so many other people are having the same issue, so. Hey, have a good night, man. By the way, I just saw it. I hope you sleep well. Even though it's so early. But it's true, when you're on a schedule, it's kind of hard to not stay on that schedule. So anyway, I'll just stop because there's nothing else to do right now. Maybe I'll just... Let's go raid with just myself. I just like to raid people.